Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Rule Breaker by Carmine, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Rock Engel. 1. Emma. 8 inches of wood has never looked quite so terrifying. I take a swig of club soda and stare down the makeshift stage at the end of the bar. It's barely a stage, really. More of a platform that looks like something the bar's owner and his friends might have drunkenly cobbled together on a Sunday afternoon. But in less than an hour, I'm supposed to get up on that stage, or platform or whatever, and do a reading from my new book. A book I wrote. A book I poured my heart and soul into. Terrifying doesn't even begin to cover it, really. I swallowed hard and pushed my phone back and forth on the sticky bar top, willing it to ring. It remains frustratingly, irritatingly silent. My sisters are supposed to be meeting me here, but they're both late. I'm not too worried about Blake because she's literally never been on time for anything in her life. She was born 10 days late, and she claims she's been running behind ever since. But Rory is usually pretty punctual. The bar is fairly busy, but then it's just past 5 o'clock. Everyone in the place has that cheerful smile that comes with knowing you're free from your corporate shackles for an entire evening. They're relaxed, happy, talking and laughing. Me? I'm wound so tight that my own skin feels like a pair of Spanx. I stare down at the black mirrored screen on my phone and furrow my brow in concentration. Come on, damn you! Ring! Suddenly, the screen glows and vibrates. Rory's name flashes on the display. I mentally pat myself on the back for my amazing telepathy, then pick up the phone. Where are you? Okay, it's not exactly a polite greeting, but for once in my life, I'm too tense to worry about manners. On the other end of the line, Rory sighs. I'm so sorry, sweetie. This board meeting is running late. We just took a break, but it looks like it's going to be at least another hour once we reconvene. I'm trying to get out as soon as I possibly can. I groan. What I really want to do is have a little freak out, but I try my best to keep my emotions under control. After all, I'm in public. Not exactly the time and place for a meltdown. So instead, I close my eyes and rub my temples. You're going to be here in time for the reading, right? There's a note of pleading in my voice that sounds more than a bit pathetic. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. Are you sure? Yes, Emma, I'm sure. I definitely wouldn't miss this. You and Blake should go ahead and eat without me, though. Blake's not here yet either, I mumble. What? Oh, shit, Em, I'm sorry. So you're sitting there all by yourself? Yeah, but it's fine. It's not fine. It's actually a wee bit horrible, but I don't want to make Rory feel bad. She's on the board of directors of this local community center, and I know it's something she cares about. I get that. I mean, I'll still kill her if she misses my book launch, but I get it. Well, hang tight, Rory says. Veneer makes awesome grilled cheese sandwiches. You should order one and try to relax. I'll be there as soon as I can, I promise. Relax? Do you even know who you're talking to? Relaxing is something other people do. The same people who wear sweatpants to the grocery store or who turn their alarms off on the weekend. People who aren't me. Rory laughs. I know, but try, Em. I'll see you soon. I let Rory go, and as soon as I disconnect the call, I see a text message from my other sister, Blake. Missed the train, sad face, coming up with Mom and Dad instead, see you at 7. I let out a frustrated sigh. Great, now neither of them are going to make it for dinner. Tonight is a huge night for me, and yeah, I'm feeling a bit peeved about being stuck here on my own. My brand new book is having its very own launch party here at Veneer, a bar in Manhattan. It had been organized by my publishing company, Good Grant Books. I have to do a reading from the book and then chat with people and hopefully sell and sign a few copies. Not going to lie, I'm a wreck. I've been a wreck ever since Solange, the publicist assigned to my book, informed me of this event a month ago. Since then, I've managed to talk myself up into quite the tizzy. Writing the book was one thing, but launching it is another thing entirely. I've never done a reading before in my life, and I can't stop the vomit-inducing nightmare that I'm going to completely fuck it up somehow. But the best thing for stress is to face it head-on. That's what I'd advise anyone else anyway. I've come in here twice over the last few weeks to get myself acclimated with the space, and I'd invited Rory and Blake to have dinner with me here before the reading so that I could get comfortable with being here. The plan had seemed brilliant in theory, but look where it got me. Sitting in a bar by myself, with an overpriced blowout and my best white blouse and a bundle of nerves so tight an elephant tranquilizer wouldn't put a dent in it. "Are you Emma?" the bartender asks, interrupting my thoughts. I'd barely noticed him before. He was nothing more than the pair of hands that had been shoving small tumblers of club soda in front of me since I got here. But now I look up. He's got a skinny, pinched face and an expression that says he thinks he's decidedly too important to be working behind the bar of a dive like this. He looks like he'd rather be anywhere but here, actually. Me too, buddy. Me too. "Yes, I'm Emma," I say hesitantly, pursing my lips. He slides a glass of red wine towards me. "Someone named Rory called and said I should bring this for you. Grilled cheese coming up, too." Aw. I'm so surprised and touched that I don't even bother telling him I don't eat carbs. I thank him and take the glass of wine, softening a little. I guess I won't be too upset with Rory then. I mean, assuming she gets here in time for the reading. If not, murder still seems like fair game. I sip the wine. It's surprisingly good. I don't let myself have wine very often. Those carbs add up after all. But I suppose it's okay to treat yourself once in a while. I take another sip. Damn, it's really good. My eyes roll back in my head a little bit as I savor the flavors on my tongue. A tiny moan might escape my lips. "I'll have whatever she's having." The deep voice draws me out of the moment, and I snap my eyes open. There's a man sitting next to me. I hadn't even noticed him come in, but I definitely notice him now. Okay, I'm not going to sugarcoat this in any way. The guy is hot. Like, dunk me in an ice bath hot. Like, is he a real person or an Instagram model hot? Like, peel my panties off this bar stool hot. He's got dark hair that perfectly frames his face, gray eyes, the color of a stormy sky, and the kind of jaw that you can imagine running your fingertips over. He's got a hint of stubble and a smile that twists up at the corners in a way that's part playful, part drop-dead sexy. "What?" I say, because I'm articulate like that. "I just thought I'd have whatever you're having, because judging by the expression on your face, it looks like it's going down pretty damn smooth." Oh, God. That slight growl in his voice when he says that. The temperature of my skin raises by about 10 degrees, and I shift in my seat. "I don't know what it is, sorry." Another brilliant line. And I'm the person who wrote a dating book, for God's sake. He doesn't answer. His eyes seem to rake over me, roaming over my chest, my stomach, my hips, the thighs that peek out of the dark gray pencil skirt I'm wearing. I take another swallow of my wine to try to cool myself down, but it only sends a warm buzz rushing through me. "You don't know what it is?" he asks. There's still the hint of a growl in his voice. "My sister bought it for me." "Ah." He sits back. "You're here with your sister." I swear there's a note of disappointment in his voice, I hastily shake my head. No, I mean, she was supposed to meet me here, but she couldn't make it. This is my condolence prize. He leans forward again. He's wearing a white shirt and a dark suit. Black, I think, or maybe charcoal. It's hard to tell under the dim bar lighting. When he leans his forearms on the bar, his jacket sleeve raises just enough for me to glimpse a very expensive-looking watch, latched over a perfectly masculine wrist. I'd say he doesn't look like he belongs here in a bar like this, but somehow he does. Then again, I get the feeling he's the kind of guy who looks like he belongs wherever he goes. I can't imagine anyone standing you up, he says. His gray eyes are watching me, and I swallow. It wasn't intentional, I explain. She had this meeting, and it ran late, and I guess I trail off. I realize there's really no need to explain all of this to him. He's only flirting. I swear I'm not usually this obtuse. Thank God the holier-than-thou bartender arrives at that exact moment and shoves a blue platter with a grilled cheese sandwich in front of me. The other half of my consolation prize, I explain to the mystery man next to me. He grins. God, he has a nice smile. Perfect teeth. And are those dimples? That seems excessive. I look down at my food. I'm suddenly afraid to touch it. It's greasy and gooey, and okay, it looks delicious, but I'm not sure I want this guy to see me chowing down on this calorie bomb. Not exactly the kind of image I usually like to project. I know it sounds shallow, but image matters to me. My sister Rory calls me Emma the Perfect. Not to my face, mind you, but I've heard her say it to her friends. And even though I should be insulted, I actually get a little thrill out of it. I like people thinking I'm perfect. It's why I spend so much money on blowouts and manicures and hurt-like-hell waxings. It's why I get up and go to the gym at the ass crack of dawn every morning, even when all I want to do is lie there and be a slug. It's why I live on a diet of kale and flax seeds and put collagen powder in my coffee, even though it's kind of like adding drywall dust. It's not just about appearances, though. I'm the one who sends thank you cards after job interviews, who keeps everyone's birthdays written down in my day planner, who can washi tape the shit out of anything. I like everything to be pretty, organized, perfect. That's actually how I started writing my advice column. People were constantly coming to me for advice anyway, and I liked always being the one with the answers. I started writing my advice out and posting it on a blog a few years ago, and then suddenly strangers were writing to me, wanting my opinion on how to fix their marriages or their careers or how to handle a tricky etiquette situation. Eventually, New York Life picked up the column, and now it's syndicated in a bunch of places, and yeah, my full-time job is telling people what to do. Kinda perfect for me, actually. Having the column definitely adds an extra layer of pressure, though. I'm always thinking about how I come across to other people. I never want to be seen as anything less than the girl who has it all together, because who would take advice from someone they knew to be a hot mess? People listen to me because they think I have my shit together. And I do. I definitely do. Except right now, the guy next to me is looking over at me in a way that makes me feel like I definitely don't. He grins and then glances down at the sandwich in front of me, and I swear he's wondering if I'm really going to eat it. And so I squirm uncomfortably and nudge the plate an inch towards him. Want half? I ask him. He raises his eyebrows. His mouth is still twisted into a smirk, and I actually have to look away for a second. It's too much. The way he's looking at me right now. I won't be able to finish it, I say. I dab daintily at my mouth with a napkin, even though I haven't taken a bite yet. I think you underestimate yourself, he teases. I think you could do anything you put your mind to. My cheeks color, but I shake my head. When it comes to some things, maybe. When it comes to sandwiches, I know my limits. Then I might take you up on your offer, he says. His dark eyes glint playfully. I have a very hard time saying no to beautiful women. Oh, God. My cheeks flame even hotter. I swear I'm usually very composed, and I'm certainly used to this city's playboy types. I don't know why this guy is turning me into a pile of something as gooey as the 6 kinds of cheese in this sandwich. I nudge the plate over another couple of inches, and he grabs half the sandwich. I delicately pick my half up. I can already feel the butter clinging to my fingertips. I'm going to have to do an extra hour at the gym tomorrow to make up for tonight's transgressions. Except as soon as I take a bite of the sandwich, my eyes roll back in my head again. Another moan might escape my lips. Fuck the transgressions. Good? My mystery friend asks. There's another smirk on his face, but I can't even help myself. I think this might be the best thing I've ever put in my mouth. He laughs. Not the same sexy chuckle as earlier, but a full, loud, barking laugh. It makes my stomach flip. Well then. He seems at a loss for words. He shakes his head, still grinning. He takes a bite of his sandwich and rolls his eyes back in exaggeration. See? I point. Best thing you've ever put in your mouth, right? He swallows, wiping his mouth with a napkin. It's good, I'll give you that, he allows. But I prefer to have my lips on something sweet. He says it so innocently that it takes me another minute to realize he's flirting again. My cheeks flame, and I stare down at the plate in front of me. The din of the bar seems to melt away, and all I can hear is the sound of my own breath. I'm practically panting. God, this is embarrassing. And so unlike me. I reach for my wine glass, needing a sip to ease my suddenly parched throat. But at that exact same moment, my mystery man reaches for another napkin. Our hands knock together, and my wine sloshes out of the glass, and all over my pristine white shirt. Fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck!
2. Tyler. I stare at the wall of books. Shelves and shelves of them. Hardbacks, trade paperbacks, thick little pocket-sized paperbacks. New books with slick, gleaming spines, and old books with faded colors and dated fonts. Everything Good Grant Books has published since it opened its doors in the mid-'80s. Books. The one thing I know pretty much nothing about. If I was a more suspicious man, I'd almost bet my father was setting me up to fail. Why else would he make me CEO of a publishing company of all things? I don't think I've cracked a book since college. My father is the billionaire mastermind behind Good Grant Media, a conglomerate made up of about half of this country's entertainment industry. Television networks, newspapers, radio stations, a major streaming platform, a few magazines. If you watch, read, or listen to it, he probably owns at least some part of it. For a long time, I'd managed to avoid the empire entirely. Traveling after college, and then living that #trust fund life after that. Life was easy and fun, and most of all, it involved interacting with my family as little as possible. But something happened this year. Something so terrible that it's thrust me back into my father's sightlines. My sister got married. You'd think that wouldn't be a big deal, right? But Lacey, that's my sister, was always the good daughter. I never had any interest in following in our father's footsteps, but Lacey did. And for all his faults, I'll give my father credit for this. He didn't hold it against Lacey that she was his daughter and not his son. He loved that she was interested in the business, and he took her under his wing the same way he would have with me. Showed her the ropes, groomed her to take over. She was 26 and poised to be one of the youngest and highest-paid female CEOs in the country. And then she met Brendan. Brendan was a surfer-turned-yoga instructor that Lacey met at an Ashtanga class. I guess she liked how bendy he was, because 3 months later they eloped. They had a beach wedding in California. A pretty fun affair, I think, or at least it looked that way by the pictures she posted on Instagram. No one from our family was actually invited. She quit her job at Good Grant Media, and a few weeks later she was pregnant. That was 7-8 months ago. My family's still reeling from the shock of it, I think, especially my father. He was always, well, mostly, willing to let me fuck off and do my own thing. But now with Lacey reinventing herself as a beach bum, he's been showing a renewed enthusiasm for meddling in my life. I guess he feels like he needs at least one Grant offspring to pass the family business on to. Hence, his announcement last month that he was appointing me acting CEO of Good Grant Books. I look around the office. Aside from the shelves and shelves of books, seriously, so many books, there's a big window with a decent view of the Empire State Building and a big oak desk that looks way too much like the one my father always had in his den when I was growing up. It's even got one of those black leather blotters on the top. Once, when I was 7 or so, I scratched my initials into my father's with a letter opener I found on his desk. Dad wasn't the corporal punishment type, but in that moment he looked like he wished he was. All I'd wanted was some of his attention, and I sure got that in spades. I shake my head. What a weird memory to call up. I don't have any more time to dwell on the desk situation, because someone knocks on my door at that moment. I ease into the leather chair and sit up straight before calling for them to come in. Then I inwardly groan. At least, I hope it's only inward. At my door is Diana Cunningham, technically my VP, although if I were being honest here, she'd be better suited to this role than I am. I'm pretty sure that fact's not lost on her either, at least judging by the way she looks at me most of the time. "Mr. Grant," she says, but I'm already waving my hand. "Please, Diana, Tyler is fine. Really. Fine. Tyler." She says my name disdainfully, like I've just told her to call me Pop-Tart. "Accounting has asked if you're done reviewing the quarterly outlook yet." "Right." I scan the files on my desk. I've been trying to get up to speed on everything, but I've never had much patience for paperwork. I don't even remember seeing the quarterly outlook, never mind actually reviewing it. "Not yet," I tell her. Diana makes a harumphing noise. "Fine, I'll let them know it'll be late. Have you reviewed the publicity plan for the new self-help line? The first launch is tonight. I'm sure Keegan has told you." "Yes, of course. I'll be there." Keegan is my assistant, and he's told me so many things in the last few days that I've lost track of them all. The self-help thing sounds vaguely familiar, though. Diana raises her eyebrows at this. "You're attending?" Shit, I assumed that's what she was getting at. Oh well, might as well go with it now. "Of course I'm attending. I think it's important for me, as CEO, to support our authors." Diana's lips are still pursed, but she doesn't say anything. "Is that all?" I shuffle through a random stack of papers on my desk. Diana tugs on the hem of her bright red blazer, straightening it. She's an attractive enough woman, mid-50s, with a blunt gray haircut that makes her face look more severe than it already is. It's her expressions that really send a shiver down my spine, though. The woman looks like she might devour babies in her spare time. "That's all," she says curtly. "Let me know when you're done with the outlook. I'd prefer not to keep accounting waiting forever." "Of course," I smile smoothly. I may not know a lot about publishing, but I know people. A charming smile can get you pretty far. But Diana just sniffs and turns on her heel. As soon as she leaves, Keegan busts in. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to let the viper in. I swear she waited until the minute I left for the photocopy room. The Viper is what Keegan, and apparently half the office, calls Diana. It's partly a play on her VP title, and partly due to the swallow-you-whole way she has of looking at you. I wouldn't admit it out loud, but it's a fairly apt nickname. I wave off Keegan's concern. It's fine. But can you remind me if I've seen the quarterly outlook? Accounting's looking for it. He scans my desk, then pulls a plain manila folder out of a tall stack of identical folders. Here, you just have to look it over. It's a formality, really. Mr. D never used to do much with it. Mr. D, also known as Mr. Decker, was the previous CEO. He retired last month, and unfortunately for me, he was beloved in this office. Everyone expected that Diana would be promoted into the role when he left, including Diana herself. I'm pretty sure she'd even started measuring for curtains. But of course, my father had decided to pull one over on everyone and stick his party's too much son into the role instead. I have no doubt that I could buckle down and do the job if I wanted to. I did graduate with honors from Harvard, after all. I just have no idea if I actually want to be here or not. I've spent my life avoiding the Good Grant legacy, and the only reason I'm here now is because my father decided to pull the plug on my trust fund. Keegan is unloading another armful of file folders into my inbox. The stack is about a foot high now. I sigh. Keegan notices my exasperation and grins. It won't be that bad, I promise. Most of these are FYI only. All you have to do is flip through them, stick a pink Post-it note on them so I know you've seen them, and dump them in the outbox. Or on my desk. Or in the garbage. He grins again. No, preferably not there. Keegan is what my mother would describe as a good egg. He's barely more than 20, and he's got the kind of good looks that are better suited for a boy band than an office. But he's efficient as hell and seems to know every piece of gossip in this entire office. That alone makes him invaluable as an assistant. Oh, Keegan, one more thing. I stop him before he gets to the door. Was I supposed to go to that book launch tonight? Keegan wrinkles his nose. No, usually only the publicity team goes to those. Mr. D never went. Oh, I might have told Diana I was going. He chuckles. Do you want to go? I don't know. Might be interesting. He shrugs, laughing. If you say so. I'll forward you the invite so you have all the details. An hour later, I have the invitation. When I see the events being held at a bar called Veneer, I suddenly find myself a lot more interested in attending. My buddy Wes and I used to haunt that place all the time, and I'd been in again not that long ago. It seems like an odd place to have a book launch, but hey, they serve cold beer. That's really the only thing I care about right now. The book itself doesn't look like my kind of thing. But then, I can't say I ever would have chosen to do a self-help line in the first place. It's a little too woo-woo for me. This book in particular looks like a real prize, too. It's called Miss Emma's Rules for Dating, A Guide to Modern Relationships. I picture a prim 40-something librarian type lecturing young women on how they should keep their legs closed. Obviously not a philosophy I share. But I suppose I can smile and nod for an evening, especially if I have a beer in hand. I decide to go straight to Veneer instead of heading home first. They have decent food there, and I figure I'll grab dinner before this thing gets started. The warmth of the bar hits me as soon as I walk in. It's busy, although it's too early for anyone to be here for the book launch yet. This looks more like the post-work crowd. A few suits, some college-aged kids, some trendy-looking hipsters that probably work at one of the design agencies downtown. Everyone seems in a good mood, and the stress of the day starts to melt away as I make my way to the bar. That's when I see her. Perched on a bar stool, staring down at a glass of red wine, is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Dark hair that falls in perfect cascading waves down her back. A lithe body tucked into a crisp white shirt and snug skirt. red lipstick that shows off plump, juicy lips. I watch helplessly as they part, as her tongue darts out and runs over them. I move towards her like I'm pulled there. The bar stool next to her is empty, so I slide into it and clear my throat. She doesn't look at me. She's still staring at her wine glass. When she finally picks it up and takes a sip, I watch her throat bob, her perfectly delicate fingers on the glass. Her eyes roll back, and the look of pleasure on her face does something very, very nice to my cock. I watch her as she takes another sip. This time, she lets out the smallest little groan. Sweet mother of God, someone give me a bucket of ice. When the bartender approaches me, I have to clear my throat. I'll have what she's having. She finally snaps her eyes open and looks at me. Her cheeks pink up in the most deliciously sexy way I've ever seen. She puts her glass down carefully. Everything about her is so graceful, so deliberate, like God sculpted her himself. So yeah, I flirt with her. Can you blame me? I'm sitting in a bar next to a stone-cold fox after I've had a stressful day. A random hookup seems like the perfect way to cap off the day. Except, shit, I'm here for this stupid book launch. Maybe I can convince her to stick around for it. Then I can take her home with me and do every dirty thing that's suddenly dancing through my mind. But I'll worry about that later. Right now, I'm too focused on the turn of her lips to think about anything beyond the next minute. When the bartender drops a grilled cheese sandwich in front of her, I almost laugh at the conflicted expression on her face. Part of her looks like she wants to dive face first into it, while the other part of her is trying to be restrained about it. Instead of taking a bite, she shoves the plate towards me. "Want half?" The question surprises me. I can't say I've ever had a woman offer to split a grilled cheese sandwich with me at a bar before. Most of the time, they either throw themselves at me or, in some misguided attempt to play hard to get, ignore me completely. Either can work, but only because I want it to work. I'm not one to fall for any kind of play. I practically wrote the playbook, after all. But this girl throws me for a loop. Even though I'm sitting on a bar stool, which is set firmly on a polished concrete floor, I have the strangest feeling that I'm bobbing along through uncharted waters. And then the undertow of her pulls me under completely. She takes a bite of the sandwich in front of her, tilts her head back, and moans. When she opens her eyes again, she says, "I think that's the best thing I've ever put in my mouth." I don't know why, but it slays me to hear those words coming out of her perfect red lips. I don't think she means it to sound dirty, which is somehow what makes it so endearing and so fucking sexy. Equally endearing and sexy is the way her cheeks turn pink when I laugh. I imagine that blush spreading all the way down over her chest, across the generous tits that are begging to be set free from that crisp shirt she's wearing. I blame my distraction, and the fact that half my blood is currently located below the belt, for what happens next. I reach for a napkin, and my hand knocks against hers as she's lifting her wine glass. Ruby red liquid splashes all over her once white shirt. And she looks pissed. Really pissed.
3. Emma. I stare down at my chest in horror. Wine is pooling like blood, spreading across my chest like I took a bullet to the heart, which, hand to God, I actually feel like I did. I try not to shriek, but I let out a noise that sounds a bit like a baby rabbit being mauled. I glare at the guy sitting next to me. It wasn't even technically his fault, but I haven't spilled a drink on myself since I was about 8 years old, so he's getting the blame for this one. "I'm so sorry," he says. "Let me." He's already reaching for the napkins, but I grab them out of his hands and start dabbing frantically at my chest. It's not enough. I need to rinse this shirt stat. I make a beeline for the bathroom. I'm unbuttoning my blouse before I even get in there, and I run the cold water in the sink as I rip the shirt from my body. I thrust it under the tap and try to get as much of the wine out as I can. There's wine on my stomach and chest, and my pretty lacy pink bra is probably ruined, but I can worry about those later. Right now, I have to get this clean. I can't stand up in a room full of people with a huge wine stain on my shirt. I rack my brain, wondering if there's a way I can get a fresh shirt in the next half hour. Rory's already running late and won't have time to stop and pick something up for me. And Blake and my parents are coming in from Connecticut, so they'll have already left. Maybe Lucy, my roommate?
How's it looking?
The deep voice comes from behind me, and I bang my wrist against the faucet as I jerk in surprise. I spin around and find my mystery man. I don't even ask what he's doing in the women's washroom. He's looking chagrined and holding a stack of napkins and a pint glass of something that looks like club soda. Well, that's surprisingly helpful. Not good, I tell him grimly. He holds the glass out to me.
Club soda, he confirms. My mother swears by it.
Thank you, I say grudgingly. I set it on the edge of the sink, dip some napkins in it, and start blotting at the stain. It's faded to a lighter pink, but it's still completely visible. Angry, frustrated tears prick my eyes, but I won't let myself cry. Especially not in front of this guy. Tonight was supposed to be perfect, my big night, and everything's going wrong. My sister stood me up and I made an ass of myself, and now my shirt is ruined. I tried to concentrate on scrubbing at the shirt, but the pink isn't getting any lighter. I let out a frustrated groan.
I have an idea,
the guy behind me says. I spin around to face him. I'm all ears. I'm sure I sound quite sarcastic, but he grins. His gray eyes are glinting, even under the harsh fluorescent light of the bathroom. And I have the sudden realization that I'm standing there in front of him in nothing but my bra. I hold the soggy shirt up in front of my chest and try to maintain at least some level of dignity. But that only makes him chuckle. It's a deep, throaty sound, one that makes my nipples pebble under my wet bra. I clutch the shirt closer to my chest. Definitely don't need him to see that.
Here.
He slips his jacket off his shoulders, definitely charcoal now that I can see it better. He lays it on the counter and starts unbuttoning his shirt. I watch his fingers move nimbly over the small buttons. His watch gleams. My tongue darts out involuntarily, running over my lips. I can't help it, okay? The man is dead sexy, and even the fact that I'm having the worst night of my life can't detract from that. He grins at me as he shrugs out of the shirt. He's got a tight, white undershirt on underneath. It hugs the hard muscles of his chest, and I can almost make out the lines of his taut abs below. I give myself a minute to let my eyes rove over his biceps and broad shoulders before I realize he's holding the shirt out to me. I stare down at it. I can't wear that.
Why not?
He's still grinning. It's dry and, most importantly, 100% wine-free. But it's your shirt, and it'll be too big for me, and it's your shirt. I lick my lips again as he laughs.
I'll just wear this,
he says, pointing his thumb towards his undershirt.
Under a blazer, no one will know the difference. It'll look like a t-shirt. And as for this one being too big, I don't know. You women are always good at making that work. Just tie it or something.
I reach out to take it, and am horrified to realize my hand is trembling. I snatch the shirt out of his hand and hold it up. It's a nice white shirt. Armani. Expensive. And he might actually be right. I could tie it around my waist. With the pencil skirt, it might even look kind of cute. Certainly better than the wine-soaked one, that's for sure. I shrug it on. The scent envelops me immediately. His scent. Spicy and masculine and sun-drenched somehow. Even the fabric is still warm and soft from his skin. It sends a hot chill through me as I slide my arms into the sleeves, as I start to pull it closed around my chest. I'm suddenly overcome by how sweet the gesture is. Here's this perfect stranger, sacrificing his shirt for the crazy girl having a meltdown in the bathroom. It's good manners is what it is. And God, there's nothing sexier than a man who was raised right and can still look at you like that. Because the way he's looking at me right now, like he wants to peel this shirt back off my shoulders and run his lips over my collarbone, like he wants to push me up against the sink and lift my skirt up over my hips, like he wants to fuck my brains out. I swallow. His grin gets wider, and then I don't know how to explain what happens next. My feet move of their own accord, crossing the dingy bathroom tile in 2, 3 steps. Thank you, I say softly, when I'm standing so close to him that I can feel his breath against my face. I look up at him. My lips are parted. You're welcome. His voice is hoarse. He leans his head down, almost in slow motion. It seems to take forever for his lips to find mine, but when they do, everything erupts. Everything. My hands are everywhere, and so are his. His mouth covers mine hungrily, his tongue teasing mine and forcing my head back with the power of it. I slide my hands up under his undershirt, finding his abs as sculpted as I had imagined. Maybe more so. I dance my fingers over one muscle, and then the next, all the way up to his pecs and back down to the waist of his pants. There is a teeny tiny part of my brain that's screaming at me to stop. I don't even know this guy's name, and yet here I am, ready to stroke my hand over his cock in the bathroom of a bar. I get it. I know how bad this looks. And yet, for maybe the first time in my life, I just don't give a fuck how it looks. All I care about is how it feels. And it feels freaking amazing. I let my hand drop lower and run it over his bulge. I'm not going to lie, it's quite the bulge. Under those expensive pants, he's hard as a rock. He groans against my lips, and I can feel his cock twitch under my fingers. It sends a thrill of desire through me. His mouth moves on from mine, trailing kisses down over my throat, across my collarbone. He pushes the white shirt he just gave me down off my shoulders, kissing the exposed part of my breasts. My nipples are straining against my bra, almost like they're begging for his lips to taste them. When he pushes the cups of my bra down, I moan. He runs his thumb over one stiff pink nipple and pinches it gently before swirling his tongue around it. I run my hands through his hair as he does. All I want is for him to stay right there, doing exactly that for the rest of my life. Except, oh God, now his hands are shoving the fabric of my skirt up, stroking my thighs while he tongues my nipples. I spread my legs, giving him better access as he runs his fingers over the lace of my underwear. He presses the heel of his hand against me, grinding against my clit and making me dizzy with lust. Oh, God. Do you want this? He asks as he pushes aside the fabric of my panties and finds my wetness. His fingers know exactly what to do, and there's no way I could say no to his question, even if I wanted to. Yes, I pant. I want it all. His thumb strokes my clit. The walls of my pussy are clenching, desperate to feel his fingers, or his cock, or God, anything inside me right now. He's moving his fingers slowly over me, teasing me with every little stroke. But this isn't the time for going slow. No siree. I reach for his cock again and run my palm over it, then fumble at the button of his pants until I get it undone and can free the beast inside. When his dick is out, I can see firsthand how thick it is, how pink and veiny and perfect. It seems to pulse with life, with desire. My pussy clenches again as I wrap my fist around his cock. He groans, and now he pushes me up against the sink. "Turn around," he growls. I do as he says. I watch him in the mirror as he shoves up my skirt and strokes his fingers over my channel from behind. I'm so wet that I'm practically dripping, and he spreads that wetness around before running his cock over my entrance. "Condom," I pant before he can go any further. I mean, I might be crazy with lust right now, but I'm not that crazy. "Of course." He reaches into his pocket and fishes out the square foil. Gotta love a man who's prepared. He rips it open with his teeth and sheaths himself. I suck in a breath. Am I really going to do this? But even before I finish asking the question, I already know the answer, and the answer is a resounding hell yes. It seems like I've never wanted anything more than I want him in this moment. He runs his sheathed cock over my entrance again, coating himself in my wetness. I shimmy my ass backwards, opening for him, wanting him to hurry up and fuck me already. He chuckles as he puts his hand on my lower back, but at least he seems to take the hint. He pushes his dick against me, easing into me, pushing the head past my entrance. Then he sinks deeper, filling me. We move together, me pushing my hips back to meet every thrust. He's not gentle, but he's not overly rough either. Just the right amount of forceful, like my body is his and he knows exactly what to do with it. It feels amazing, indescribable. I mean, I've had good sex before. At least, I thought I had. Sex with men who were technically proficient, who knew where a clit was and that they should at least spend a little bit of time there. Men who were polite and fucked politely. This is something else. This is unbridled lust. This is pure electricity, something that moves between my body and his. Somehow, the fact that I don't even know his name, that we're in a public bathroom, that we could get caught any time, only makes it hotter. And my body responds. It usually takes me a bit of time to come, and sometimes I don't at all. Even with those technically proficient men who supposedly know what they're doing. But now, we're only a couple of minutes into this, and already my legs are shaking, my abs are tightening, my pussy is clenching down around him. I hold on to the sink as he thrusts into me. My body gets tighter and tighter, like an elastic band pulled taut before it finally snaps. I bite down on my own shoulder to keep from screaming. The orgasm rips through me, more powerful than any I've ever had in my life. The mystery man groans as I clamp down on him, and then he slams his hips into me again and again, chasing his own climax. The force of it only draws mine out more, and I have to lean all my weight on the sink to keep from falling over. Finally, he grabs my hips and thrusts into me one more time, groaning and collapsing onto my back as he comes. My muscles are still shaking, my pussy still clenching with the aftershocks, and it takes a few seconds before either of us can even think about standing up. I watch in the mirror as he pushes my hair aside. My expensive blowout's been shot to hell, that's for sure, and kisses the back of my neck. It's soft, gentle, special somehow. "Thank you," he murmurs. His lips are still against my neck. "That was incredible," I'll say. I can't even form words. Instead, I smile at him in the mirror. I barely recognize myself. The look I give him is lazy, sensual, uninhibited. Distinctly un-Emma. Too soon, he straightens up, trashing the condom and adjusting his pants. I stand up too, tugging my skirt back into place and pulling on the shirt he gave me. I'm just doing up the buttons and am thinking about how to politely wrap this up. And that's when the bathroom door swings open. 4. Emma. "Emma! There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you." Solange, my publicist, bursts into the bathroom. Her face lights up when she sees me, but it falls as she surveys the scene in here. Me buttoning my shirt, him in nothing but his white undershirt, his jacket still resting on the counter. Both of us still flushed pink with the last vestiges of lust. Thank God he'd at least managed to zip up his pants. Solange looks confused for a minute, but her face snaps into a polite smile. "Mr. Grant," she says, "I wasn't expecting to see you here. Wait, what are you doing here?" He swallows. He hesitates for only a moment before a practiced smile comes over his face. "I thought I'd come out and support the team. I ran into Emma here at the bar and unfortunately spilled wine all over her, so I was helping her clean up." He gestures to my soggy shirt, still balled up in the sink, and the wad of wet napkins next to it. "Oh!" Solange looks relieved. Me, on the other hand, I'm spiraling headfirst into a deep vortex of panic. She called him Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant. As in, good Grant books? Surely, no. I mean, no. I wouldn't be that stupid, right? Life wouldn't be that cruel, right? "Well, I'm sure Emma is thrilled for the support," Solange says. "Not everyone gets to have the CEO come out for a book launch. In fact, I'm not sure I remember this ever happening before. Pretty great, right, Emma?" She grins. I plaster a smile on my face while my stomach bottoms out. "It's great," I mumble. I sneak a glance back at Mr. Grant and find that he looks about as nauseated as I feel. Still, he gives me a barely perceptible smile. "Anyway," Solange is saying, "all good now. It's getting pretty packed out there." "Great," I say again. I frantically try to comb my fingers through my hair, but my blowout is a lost cause. I smooth it down as best as I can, then finish tying the long tails of my borrowed shirt around my waist. I'd kill for a minute alone to touch up my makeup, and maybe have another mini freakout, but Solange is looking at me expectantly. "Ready?" "Sure." By which I mean not even close. She pushes open the door of the bathroom. It leads into a small, dim hallway, which the three of us walk down in silence. I feel like I'm on death row, and Mr. Grant seems just as somber as he trails behind me. My mind is going 1,000 miles an hour, trying to figure out how to fix this, or, even better, go back in time and make it so it never happened at all. Except I don't have time to think about it anymore. Because as soon as we emerge into the main part of the bar, I'm swarmed with people. There's my sister Rory, her boyfriend Wes, my other sister Blake, my parents, my roommate Lucy and her boyfriend Lou. They all descend on me, wrapping me in hugs and wishing me congratulations, and just generally being lovely and completely overwhelming. My parents thrust a bouquet of flowers into my arms, and I burst into tears. Everyone stops, frozen. I frantically wipe at my face, making an even further mess of my makeup, and try to smile. "I'm sorry, I'm just so overwhelmed. You're all so sweet to come out to support me," It's Rory who pushes through everyone else and wraps her arm protectively around my shoulder. Let's all give her a moment, okay? I'm sure Emma's just a bit nervous. She pulls me back into the narrow hallway, away from the worst of the hubbub. Our friends and family stare, but Blake takes over and ushers all of them back over into the main bar area. Even from here, I can see how crowded it is in there, which makes my stomach roll again. In that moment, I love my two sisters more than I ever have in my life. "What's going on?" Rory hisses when no one else is around. Mr. Grant and Solange have disappeared into the crowd, along with my family. "Is everything okay?" "I'm fine," I say. I wipe my eyes again. "I just need to clean up a bit. It's all kind of overwhelming." Rory nods and walks with me into the bathroom again. My soggy shirt is still sitting on the counter, and I can't even bear to look at it. Instead, I focus on my reflection and on trying to finger-comb my frizzed mane into something resembling presentable. Meanwhile, I try to figure out who the hell that guy was. Solange had referred to him as the CEO, but I've seen Malcolm Grant in news articles and on television, and he's portly and gray-haired. And this guy most definitely isn't either of those things. But the Grant name can't be a coincidence, right? Rory wordlessly hands me a brush from her purse, as well as a tube of lip gloss and a stick of cover-up. I smile gratefully and touch my face up as well as I can. My cheeks are still cherry red, but hey, at least I don't need blush. Rory leans against the counter until I'm done. "Good?" she finally asks. I take a deep breath. "I think so. Thanks, Rory." "Of course. I have to admit, I'm not sure I've ever seen you so out of sorts. Kind of freaked me out a little." I grin. "Me too, but I'm good now." "Good. Because you're going to do great tonight. You know that, right?" I take another deep breath. "I hope so." "I know so." She throws her brush and makeup back into her bag. "Now on to more cheerful topics. I see you finally met Tyler. He's a sweetie, right?" "Tyler?" "Yeah, you know, Wes's friend. I told you about him." "Tyler Grant." The words fall out of my mouth slowly. Everything suddenly clicks into place. "Yes, Tyler Grant. Emma, I've told you about him half a dozen times. How many glasses of wine did you drink exactly?" Rory's peering into my eyes, trying to gauge if I'm loaded. I want to tell her that I only wish I had that as an excuse. Of course I remember her talking about Tyler Grant. Tyler was her boyfriend Wes's best friend from college. He also happened to be the son of Malcolm Grant, media mogul and owner of Good Grant Books. Ever since Rory had found out they were publishing my book, she'd been trying to organize a lunch or a round of drinks with her, Wes, Tyler, and I. But thanks to our mutual schedules, nothing had materialized yet. "Yes, I met him," I say slowly. "Met him, kissed him, fucked him against the sink. You know, the usual." "You didn't tell me he was running Good Grant Books now. I thought you said he wasn't involved in the family business." Rory looks surprised. "He wasn't, at least as far as I knew. Must be a new thing. I'll ask Wes about it." "Right." I don't say anything else. I force myself to smile at my sister. "We should get back out there. Solange is probably ready to pop a blood vessel." "You sure you're doing okay?" Rory asks again. Her brow is furrowed in concern. "You look a bit flushed." Fine, really. Just nerves." "I don't blame you." Rory laughs. "I'd be a mess right now. Public speaking? Ugh." She pretends to shudder, and I fake a smile. Public speaking is the least of my worries. I sneak one more glance at my sodden shirt on the sink counter. I never want to see it again. We walk back into the bar together, and this time I force myself to greet my family and friends like a normal human being. I thank my parents for the flowers and peek inside the stiff paper wrapping at the arrangement inside. It's a gorgeous hand-tied assortment of roses and calla lilies. My parents run a small flower shop in Connecticut called Bloomers, and the rich floral perfume immediately takes me back to my childhood. I breathe them in and let the scent calm me. It works, too, for a whole 5 seconds. Then I'm right back where I started. I nervously scan the bar, trying to find Tyler in the crowd, hoping against hope that maybe he's decided to duck out early. I spot him back at the bar, in the same seats we'd been sitting in earlier. He's got a beer in front of him now, and he sips it, gazing around the room. When his eyes light on me, I look away, then peek back. He's still looking at me. There's an amused twinkle in his eye that I don't appreciate. I try to tell him with my gaze that he's welcome to leave any time, but he just sits there, grinning that smug grin. He mouths something at me, and I squint, trying to understand what he's saying. He mouths it again. Nice shirt. My hands go to the knotted tie at my waist. I glare at him, but that only seems to amuse him more. Emma! Earth to Emma! Solange is trying to get my attention, and I rip my eyes away from Tyler and smile at her. Sorry, lost in thought there. No problem. We're almost ready to get started. Are you ready? I almost snort. Hell no, I'm not ready. But instead, I do what I always do. I smile and give her the answer she wants to hear. Of course. She leads me to the front of the room. The bar immediately starts to quiet as people detect us making our way to the stage. My heart kicks up a notch with every step I take, and by the time I'm standing at the front, watching Solange climb onto the stage and walk to the podium, it's hammering almost right out of my chest. I try to concentrate while Solange gives her little introduction. She says all kinds of nice things about me, about my column, about my book, about how much she likes working with me. But when she says she wishes she could be as together as I am, I actually snort out loud. So much for that. Thankfully, no one hears me. My sisters have made their way to the front to stand next to me, and when Solange finally calls me to the stage, Rory gives my arm a squeeze. Blake pats my ass playfully and hisses, "Go get him, Tiger." I love them again in that moment, but it's still not enough to calm my quaking legs. I climb the short step onto the stage and give Solange a robotic hug before she descends back into the crowd. I stare down at the podium. There's a copy of my book up there already, bookmarked to the spot Solange or her team had picked out for me to read. My hands shake as I open it. I can feel everyone in the bar staring at me expectantly. Their eyes are like 1,000 little bedbugs, making my skin itch. I wonder if it's too late to call this whole thing off. No, I have to suck it up and be a grown-up here. Isn't that what I always tell people in my advice column? Time for me to do the same. I lean forward into the microphone. Hi, I'm Emma Holloway. Thank you, Solange, and thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. I'm going to be reading from my new book, Miss Emma's Rules for Dating, A Guide to Modern Relationships. There, that wasn't so bad. My voice shook a little, but not terribly. I can do this. I flip open the book and press down against the spine, flattening the pages. Okay, and trying to buy myself another minute to breathe. I scan the page to see what chapter they decided on for the reading, and when I read the words, I almost cry. Casual sex. Just say no. No, I whisper. No. Except, of course, the microphone picks up my words and broadcasts them across the bar. I look into the crowd, finding Solange's face. She looks encouragingly up at me, nodding. But my eyes don't stop there. They travel straight to the bar. To him. Tyler is sitting there, holding on to his beer. His earlier grin is gone, and now he actually looks like he's worried about me. Wonderful. I swallow down over the huge lump that's formed in my throat. I can do this. It's fine. I'm a professional. This is my book. I'm proud of it, and I believe in everything I wrote. I take another deep breath. I'm going to be reading from Chapter 5. It's called Casual Sex, Just Say No. A barking laugh comes from the back of the bar. I don't even have to look up. I know that laugh because I heard it earlier tonight. Tyler. My cheeks are on fire, but I refuse to look up. I'm just going to read. Casual sex is a controversial topic, I intone, and I'm going to take a controversial stand. I don't think that any woman who's serious about finding a partner should engage in it. It's about respect. And not just his respect. It's about your own self-respect, ladies. Self-respect. That's rich, Emma. Where was that self-respect earlier tonight? I know sex is fun. And trust me, I like sex as much as the next girl. But if all you want is to get off, that's why God and Dr. Mortimer Granville invented vibrators. Sex is about intimate connection, and that's something that can't be rushed. Even without looking up, I can feel Tyler's eyes on me. There might as well be no one else in the bar right now. You've heard of the 3-date rule, but that was before the invention of smartphones and social media and a lifestyle that moves at a lightning pace. Today, I think 6 dates is more appropriate. Life moves faster, but we get to know each other slower. After 3 dates, you really only know what someone wants you to know. After 6 dates, you're starting to really get to know them as a person. Then, and only then, can you make an informed decision about whether or not you want to share your most special gift with them. I pause there. Everyone in the bar is looking up at me. Blake gives me a thumbs up, and my parents are beaming. Solange nods again. But my eyes travel right to Tyler. He's still grinning, and now shakes his head, chuckling. I've never been so mortified in my life. I feel like a complete hypocrite. I really do believe every word I wrote in this book. Sex should be special. I believe that down to my core. What happened in that bathroom was not special. It shouldn't have been anyway. It had all the hallmarks of a one-off encounter, exactly the kind of thing I advocate against, and yet, my body had felt things I'd never even dreamed of. When he'd kissed the back of my neck, at the end, my skin had buzzed with something foreign, something I couldn't name. Was that Tyler? Or was it the fact that I didn't know him? That I wasn't putting any kind of special expectations on what was happening between us? I don't know the answer to that. And this isn't the time to think about it. Because every time I think about leaning over that sink, my pussy clenches. A visceral reminder of how hard he made me come. And that is not what I need to be thinking of up here on this makeshift stage, in a room full of my friends and family and total strangers. I force my mind to stay on the words I'm reading. I actually make it through the entire chapter, and when I finally look up, the bar erupts into applause. It's over. I survived. I'm dizzy with relief by the time Solange rushes onto the stage. "Thank you, Emma," she says into the microphone, squeezing my hand. "Emma is going to stick around and sign some books, so be sure to pick up your copy of Miss Emma's Rules for Dating." I'm ushered off the stage and right into Rory's waiting arms. As she wraps me in a hug, I try to blink myself back into reality. "Wine," I pant. "I need wine, please." She pulls back, laughing. I'm on it. Hold tight. After Rory disappears, it's one hug after another. I lose track of the number of people who come up to congratulate me. Friends I haven't seen since college. Old coworkers, even a couple of my parents' friends who knew me when I was little. It's all incredibly touching. Except I can't focus on any of it. All I can do is scan the crowd for Tyler. I don't see him anywhere. I'm not even sure he stayed until the end of the reading. I stopped looking up after a while because it was easier to focus on the words on the page instead of on him. Now he seems to have disappeared. I should be happy about that, but instead I feel a pang of something in my chest. My fingers stray to the nape of my neck, touching the place where he'd grazed his lips earlier. After all the hugs, Solange ushers me over to a table that's been set up with copies of my book. I sit down behind it. Rory drops a glass of wine in front of me, white this time, thank God. At least I don't have to worry about ruining Tyler's shirt, too. People are already lining up on the other side of the table, and I lose myself in the process of chatting with everyone and signing copies of my book. This is the moment I dreamed of when I decided to write a book. Not about standing on a stage reading, but about this, connecting with readers one-on-one. I get a thrill every time someone comes up and buys a copy, or even better, when they present me with a slightly worn copy that's clearly already been read and ask me to sign it. Between the wine and the fans and the euphoria of being finished with the reading, I actually start to have fun. Another book gets slid in front of me, and I open up the cover. Who should I make it out to? I say, pen poised over the page. To the best fuck you ever had? The voice is low, loud enough for only me to hear. I somehow blanch and flush at the same time. I don't even want to look up, but I force myself to meet his eyes. Tyler. Of course. I thought you had left. I try to keep my voice as cool and professional as possible. Not a chance. I wanted a signed copy, something to remember tonight by. What if I want to forget tonight? Will you be able to? Of course. Not that I feel quite as confident as I sound, mind you. Then consider this for me, for my memory banks. I don't want to think about what he does with the memories in that bank, but he nudges the book closer to me. I glare at him one more time before I sign it and shove it back to him. Just say no, he reads, repeating the inscription I'd scrawled. Love, Emma. I smile sweetly at him. That's just good life advice. Mm-hmm. He nods. He's still grinning. Does he ever stop? He slides something else in front of me. My phone. You left this on the bar earlier, he explains. I took the liberty of putting my phone number in it. And how did you manage that? It has a password. Your sister might have provided some assistance in that department. Rory, I'm going to kill her. I'm too annoyed to answer, but Tyler just runs his hands through his hair. Feel free to use it any time, he says. My number, I mean. Like when you return my shirt, or if you want to have a little fun. Because judging by that book you wrote, you could use a little more fun in your life. I try to cue up a snappy response, but he's already heading away from me, towards the door. So instead, I sit there, mouth agape, and watch him walk out of the bar. 5. Emma. I expect to collapse into an exhausted heap that night, but instead I lie there in my bed, staring up at the ceiling. My blood buzzes like I've had a quad-shot espresso, and all I can do is replay the events of the evening in my head over and over. This was supposed to be one of the biggest nights of my life. I should be ecstatic right now. Actually, I should be sleeping right now, but I should be doing it ecstatically. The reading had gone well, for the most part, and we'd sold over 100 copies of my book. And Solange seemed happy with the turnout and the feedback. But it's the, for the most part, that I can't stop focusing on. Tyler. Our tryst. My abject humiliation when I had to stand up there and spout off my views on casual sex. And of all of it, it's his parting comment that runs over and over in my mind. What the hell did he mean when he said I seemed like someone who could use a little more fun in their life? I have plenty of fun. I probably have more fun than him. Just the other day I had sorted through all my summer clothes, and the week before that, my roommate Lucy and I had gone to the Container Store and completely organized our kitchen. What? That's fun for some people, okay? What does Tyler think is fun anyway? Drinking beer, having dimples, tormenting people he's had sex with? The more I think about it, the more my blood boils. I try 100 times to force him from my mind, but the more I try, the more his smug grin haunts me. I turn my pillow over trying to find a cool spot and rip the sheets from the bottom of the bed. I kick, twist, toss, and turn, but I can't get comfortable. I sit up in a huff. My cell phone is sitting on my nightstand where I set it to charge when I got home. I pick it up, scrolling through the contacts. There it is. Tyler Grant. The time says 5:30. My room is still dark, but my alarm is set to go off in another 15 minutes, since that's when I usually go to the gym. And if I, a lowly advice column writer, gets up before 6, surely the fancy pants CEO does too. Before I can change my mind, I hit Tyler's contact info and listen while it rings. Hello? My breath catches at the sound of his voice, and under the bed sheets, my toes curl. He sounds groggy, like I woke him up. Oh well, since I didn't get any sleep at all, I can't say I feel sorry for him. What did you mean when you said I sounded like someone who needs to have more fun? He's silent for a beat. Emma. Yes. What did you mean? He chuckles. It's 5:30 in the morning. Please, don't tell me you were actually sleeping. I was, in fact. He yawns dramatically. I have a sudden vision of him in his bed, his face soft with sleep, his chest bare under the sheets. I bet he has amazing sheets. Well, that's not my fault. Actually, it is. Huh? I shake my head. Anyway, I just wanted to know what you meant when you said about me not having enough fun. I meant that I had fun with you, Emma. And I think that I'd like to have more fun with you, and I think you'd probably like that too. Otherwise, you wouldn't be calling me before the cocks are even up. I choke. The what? The roosters, Emma. There's a note of teasing in his voice, and I curse myself for falling for his crude joke. Anyway, that's not why I'm calling, I tell him. I have no interest in repeating what happened last night, especially not now that I know you're the CEO of my own publishing company. That's gotta be an ethical gray area. Gray is my favorite color. I sigh in exasperation. You still haven't answered my question. Sure I have. Now, let me take you to dinner sometime. No! The word is out of my mouth before I can even consider it. Why not? Because I know your type. And what type is that? Arrogant. Entitled. The kind of guy who thinks he can have any girl he wants. I might have fallen for your nice guy act when you gave me your shirt, but I won't be making that mistake again. He makes a sound that's something between a laugh and a sigh. Emma, I'm not going to lie to you. You're not wrong about those things. but I think you like them a little more than you say you do. I don't. Hang on. I hear him rustling on the other end of the line, and then his low breath as he comes back. Chapter 3. Making the First Move. What? Your book. Chapter 3 is about making the first move, how the woman is never supposed to be the one to call first. She's always supposed to wait for the man, because men like to chase. Isn't that what you wrote? Did you read my book? I ask instead of answering him. I did. The whole thing. I read it as soon as I got home. It's good. I don't agree with most of it, but it's well written, smart. I flush with pleasure but force myself to keep it together. That's kind of you to say, I tell him. But what's your point? My point, Emma, is that you're breaking your own rules. Again. I'm not, I sputter. Really? Did I call you or did you call me? I called you, but exactly. And where are you right now? Where am I? Yes, where are you? In your apartment. Are you in your room? In your bed? Yes, but lying there, wearing some tiny pair of pajamas, tossing around in that bed all by yourself, and you couldn't stop thinking about me. I hate him in this moment. I swear to God, I literally hate him. Mostly because he's right. Okay, yes, I was thinking about you, but only because I was annoyed about what you said. Wait, let's rewind a bit. I think I need an exact description of these little pajamas. I mean, if I'm going to picture the scenario correctly. You will never know what my pajamas look like, I promise him. I don't know how this conversation got so far off track. Would you like to hear about mine, then? That's a negative. Good. I'm not wearing any anyway. I swallow. Hard. So loud he can probably hear it over the phone. Don't tell me I rendered you speechless, Tyler teases. If I'd known all it took was to tell you I'm naked right now, I would have done it at the beginning of this conversation. I really don't need to know anything about you being naked. Really? I can hear him shifting in his sheets. Do you want to hear about how just the sound of your voice is making me hard? My toes curl involuntarily. Why did he have to say that? Thinking about his cock is not helping my situation. More information I really didn't need, I say lightly, even though my skin is already covered in a sheen of sweat. On the other end of the line, Tyler chuckles. I love this prissy routine. I'd love to see what's beneath it. I think I got a peek at the real Emma last night, and I have to say, I'm a fan. That was not the real Emma, I insist. That was nothing more than a huge mistake brought on by nerves, and unfortunately you happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I see. Tyler goes quiet on the other end of the line. I suddenly regret my last words. I mean, they're true. Tyler was nothing but a colossal mistake, but I didn't have to be rude. Isn't that what I'm always telling people in my column? It was a good stress reliever, though. I'll give you that, I allow. Tyler chuckles, but it doesn't sound quite the same. Well, I'm always happy to be a stress reliever, he says. Listen, I'll text you my address. You can drop the shirt off any time. You don't even have to see me. Just leave it with my doorman. Sure. Great. I sit up in bed. My heart thuds softly. Why do I feel like this conversation isn't ending the way I wanted it to? Take care, Emma. Good luck with the book. Thanks. You too. Thanks for the shirt. Anytime. With that, he's gone. I collapse back onto the pillow and stare at the ceiling again. All I had wanted was to convince Tyler that I wasn't as boring as he thought I was. Now he thinks I'm a bitch. I turn my pillow over again and try to close my eyes, but my alarm clock rings at that exact moment. I sigh dramatically, but drag myself out of bed. The Stairmaster waits for no woman.
6. Tyler. How was it? Keegan asks me as soon as I get into the office that morning. He's holding out a very large cappuccino, and I take it gratefully. The book launch? It was okay. Interesting, I guess. I swallow down a huge mouthful of caffeine, not caring that it's scalding hot. I need the jolt, and I need it bad. I didn't sleep much last night. After I got home from Veneer, I sat in bed and read through Emma's entire book. While I don't agree with everything she wrote, I could hear her voice in all of it. A little bit sassy, a little bit know-it-all, and underneath, maybe something softer, some kind of yearning. I fell asleep thinking about her face in the mirror when I'd kissed the back of her neck, my cock still snug inside of her. The way she had looked at me isn't something I'll ever forget. Then she'd woken me up at 5:30 to grill me about some dumb comment I'd made before I left the bar. It had been an amusing conversation, right up until the point that she told me that what happened was a flat-out mistake, that I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I guess that means I'm just the wrong kind of guy. Not that that bothers me. Of course not. It's not exactly a surprise that I'm too bad to be anyone's Mr. Right. I guess it's got me feeling out of sorts a bit. I'm not used to women regretting their time with me, or at least not being so open about it. And sure, maybe I had thought Emma and I had some kind of chemistry. No matter. I have my pick of women, and there are thousands of women just like her across the city. Okay, maybe not just like her. I doubt any of them are quite as stubborn, or opinionated, or have quite those long legs, or those lips. You know, now that I think about it, maybe I won't even bother with women. Maybe I'll just throw myself into my new job. Actually, that's probably not a bad plan. What's on the agenda today? I ask Keegan as he follows me into my office. I glare down at the oak desk as I set my coffee down. I really need to see about replacing that monstrosity. Full schedule, says Keegan. That's why I got you the extra-large cappuccino instead of the usual large. He consults the tablet he's been carrying and starts reading off a list of the day's agenda items. Eventually, I wave my hand at him to get him to stop. I get it. I'm going to be chained to this desk all day, aren't I? Pretty much. But you said you wanted to meet with all the department heads this week. I did say that, didn't I? You did, and if you say it, I make it happen. I like that about you. Thank you, he grins. Now, I should warn you, the head of accounting is scheduled to be here at 2:00. Okay. You still haven't reviewed the quarterly outlook. Shit, right. I'll do that first thing this morning. Good, because otherwise the viper might slither her way back in. I can't promise I'm going to be able to protect you. I grin and take another slug of my coffee. Got it. I appreciate the efforts. Thanks, Keegan. Sure thing, boss. Boss. Now, there's a word that sounds foreign to my ears. I shake my head as he leaves my office, then rifle through the stack of file folders on my desk to find the quarterly outlook. I swear the folders have multiplied again since yesterday, but I finally locate the one I'm looking for and settle in to browse through it. I expect it to be fairly routine, but the numbers I find inside shock me. I hadn't exactly expected a publishing company to be rolling in huge profits, but I didn't expect it to be bleeding money quite this badly. I skim through page after page, but I can't come to any other conclusion. This company is on the verge of going under. By the time I'm done, I sit back in my chair in shock. I stare out the window while I think, the striking Empire State Building barely even registering on my consciousness. Why would my father put me here when the company is so close to bankruptcy? My stomach twists as I consider the possibility that maybe I was right. Maybe he's putting me here to fail. On purpose. I wouldn't put it past the old bastard, quite frankly. Keegan pops his head back in my office, interrupting my train of thought. I'm so sorry. The Viper just called me. Are you done with that report yet? I look down at the pages, still open on my desk in front of me. I don't want to let Keegan know what I found. I don't need him worrying about being out of a job in a couple of months. So instead, I shake my head. I'm sorry. Tell Diana I'm going to give the report directly to Antonio when I meet with him this afternoon. In fact, better yet, I'll tell her myself. Keegan grins and nods. I'll put her through to you. Godspeed. That night, I meet my father at his Park Avenue suite. My parents ostensibly live in Westchester, but 90% of the time, my father is in Manhattan at his pied-à-terre, and my mother is in the Catskills at our family's summer home. It's been that way for as long as I can remember. My parents are married in name only. I don't know why they don't bother getting a divorce. After all, Lacey and I are all grown up, and in this day and age, it's not like it would hurt my father's reputation to not have a wife by his side. My mother only attends a very select few events with him at this point anyway, so why not cut the cord completely? Of course, I would never actually ask either of them any of that. We grew up in the kind of house where no one talked about their feelings. Ever. We didn't show affection either. We lived like roommates, I guess. Or maybe like soldiers under my father's regime. We fell in line. We didn't complain. And there wasn't much to complain about, when you get right down to it. We had a fancy house, the best clothes and toys. We took expensive vacations, too. I probably saw more of the world's must-sees by the time I was 10 than most people see in a lifetime. It's the only part of my childhood that I look back on fondly, and it's probably why I spent my post-college years traveling around Europe and Southeast Asia. In fact, I've been back in New York City a full year, and that's probably the longest I've stayed anywhere. Not since my Harvard days, at least. It's a new feeling, waking up in the same city every day, the same loft apartment, staring at the same exposed brick walls. I still haven't decided whether I like it or not, but now that I'm working at Good Grant Books, I guess I'm committed. You know, assuming the company doesn't tank in the next 2 months. That's what I'm here to talk to my father about tonight. I don't know if I'll get a straight answer out of him, but I figure it's worth a shot. I get the concierge to call up to Dad's suite. Even after a year, I still haven't been here often enough that they know I'm his son, which I guess is kind of sad when you think about it. I ride the elevator up to the 18th floor, and his housekeeper, Ariana, lets me in. I eye the short dress she's wearing, and the way she shimmies away to let him know I'm here. And I wonder, not for the first time, if keeping house is the only thing she does for him. I meet my father in his dining room. "You'll stay for dinner, Tyler?" he says, instead of hello. There's a copy of the Wall Street Journal spread out in front of him, and he barely looks up. I look at the china laid out on the table, at the crystal wine glasses. A bit of overkill, if you ask me. But I nod. Sure. He gestures to the seat across from him, his attention still focused on his newspaper. I slide into the chair, and we sit in silence for a moment. I scan my phone, scrolling through a couple of emails while I wait for him to finish, until I realize he's just going to sit there and read the whole thing. "So, work's going well," I announce, just to break the silence. My father grunts. He turns the page and still doesn't look up. You know, except for the fact that the company is going bankrupt. That gets his attention. He stares at me across the table, his bushy eyebrows raised. "Oh?" is all he says. I looked at the numbers today. The quarterly outlook is dismal. And when I reviewed the reporting from the last year, it was pretty obvious. The company's hemorrhaging money. My father is still staring at me, and I wonder if maybe I've made a mistake in coming here. I'm worried that he's going to insist on firing people. And even though I think something needs to be done, I don't favor my father's usual method of culling the herd. But instead, he does something that shocks me even more. He folds his newspaper closed, looks up at me, and says, "So, what are you going to do about it?" The question surprises me so much that I don't have an answer for him. He continues to stare at me from across the table, his large hands folded in front of his empty plate. "I'm still considering the problem," I say finally. "I've been meeting with the different department heads this week, trying to get a feel for where the pain points might be." My father nods, and I know that was an acceptable answer. "Keep me posted," he says. "I'd like to hear what you come up with." "Sure." I almost smile. I can't remember the last time my father entrusted me with something. I can't say I was too enthusiastic about working at Good Grant Books when he first told me about it, but maybe I could actually make a difference there. Maybe I could actually turn things around. Ariana appears with an opened bottle of red wine. She pours our glasses, then sachets back into the kitchen to put the finishing touches on dinner. My father holds his glass up in salute, and I do the same thing. The first sip of wine only reminds me of Emma, though, and of last night, and of spilling her drink, and of everything that came after. Suddenly, the wine tastes bitter on my tongue. I think my earlier instinct was right. I should swear off women for the next little while, concentrate entirely on my new role, and on turning the company around, and on maybe, possibly, impressing my father in the process. I just need to put Emma Holloway completely out of my mind first.
7. Emma. Emma! Seriously, enough moping! My roommate Lucy sets a giant plate of some kind of fudgy-looking cookies down in front of me, and I groan. "Are you trying to torture me?" "No, I'm trying to cheer you up. I work in butter and chocolate, remember?" I grimace at her, but I can't resist breaking off half a cookie and nibbling on it. It's like heaven on my tongue. Chewy, chocolatey, fat bomb heaven. "Now, what's going on?" Lucy asks, sliding into the seat across the dining room table from me. "You've been moping around since the launch, and I don't get it. Your book's selling like hotcakes." I know. She's right. I should be thrilled with how the book is doing, and I am. Really. Solange has been keeping me updated every day and sending me clippings of glowing reviews from readers and critics alike. 2 days ago, my book even cracked the bestseller list. It's a dream come true. And yet you look like someone just kicked your puppy, Lucy says. "Come on, what's going on?" "Nothing, honestly. I guess it's just the low after the book launch high, you know? I spent so long working on that damn book, and now it's just over." Okay, I made up that answer on the spot, but I guess there's some truth to it. I did live and breathe that book for almost a year, and I seem to have way too much free time now that it's over. But the real unvarnished truth is that I felt like this ever since I talked to Tyler the other day. I kept replaying the way his voice had changed at the end of our call. He actually sounded kind of hurt. I guess it took me by surprise. He texted me his address as promised, but I had yet to summon the guts to go over there and drop off the shirt. I want to find a way to apologize when I do, but I haven't thought of a good way to do it yet. I've considered including a thank you card with the shirt, which is what I'd normally do, but it doesn't seem personal enough somehow. So until I figure that out, I'm hanging on to the shirt. And okay, I might have worn it to bed a couple of times. Not that I'd ever admit that to anyone on Earth. It's just a comfortable shirt, okay? Somehow it always seems to feel soft and warm. The same way it did when Tyler first shrugged it off. "You need something to take your mind off everything," Lucy announces. "You need to let loose." I try to smile. "I am letting loose," I say, pointedly waving around the cookie I've been nibbling on. How much looser do you expect me to be? Lucy rolls her eyes. You know, most people would be thrilled to be roommates with a baking blogger. Free baked goods and all. I'm thrilled to have you, I insist. I'm just not so sure I can handle all the sugar. Well, you're going to have to get used to it. Lucy grins. She's got one of those gorgeous, wide smiles that lights up her whole face. She's also got a curvy figure, a perfect hourglass that I can't help but envy. When she eats cookies, they settle in all the right places. Not me. When I eat cookies, they travel directly to my inner thighs. Lucy and I met about a year ago at a networking event for women in social media. We hit it off right away. She runs a baking blog, and we really bonded over the challenges of working from home and trying to make new friends and having serious Instagram envy. I had been living with my sister Rory at the time, but when she decided to move in with her boyfriend Wes, I'd invited Lucy to move into her room. So far, we get along great. Except for the fact that Lucy is the queen of delectable baked goods, and my own apartment has become a source of constant temptation. Every day, my resolve weakens a little more. Lucy snaps her fingers. I just had the best idea. We should go out dancing. Dancing? I wrinkle my nose. Yes, come on, it'll be fun. It'll take your mind off the book, and who knows? Maybe you'll meet someone. She winks. And I know she's just being playful, but the thought fills me with dread. I don't want to meet anyone. I already did, a voice whispers. I silence the voice and force myself to smile at Lucy. Sure, that sounds great. Let's do it. Lucy claps her hands together. Perfect, Friday. We can invite Rory. Maybe my friend Tess? That sounds great. Girls' night. Girls' night. I shove the rest of the cookie into my mouth and try to look excited. That Friday, I find myself crammed against the stainless steel bar of a place called Carbon. Lucy had insisted we get dressed up, so although I'd much rather be home, snuggled in bed in a certain shirt, I'm wearing a short black dress and high black heels and silver earrings that dangle all the way down to my shoulders. I survey the room. It's packed in here, and hot. As soon as we walked in, I wanted to turn around and leave. Now that I'm already on my second martini, I'm finally starting to loosen up. I'm determined to at least sort of enjoy myself. So are we going to dance or what? Lucy demands. I stare at her, no longer quite so sure about enjoying this. Dance? Lucy looks at me like I'm crazy, then gestures out to the dance floor. Yes, dance. That's what we're here for, isn't it? I thought we were here to drink. I distinctly remember suggesting we go dancing. I assumed that was a euphemism. Lucy puts her hands on her hips. Her dark hair is hanging down over her shoulders, and her wide smile is covered in a flattering, bright red lipstick. She turns to face Rory. Can you believe this? She demands, looking to my sister for backup. Rory throws her hands up and shrugs. I've learned to pick my battles with Emma. But come on, we came out to go dancing. That means we actually have to, dance. Rory laughs. Come on, Em, suck back that drink. I don't think Lucy is going to let you get away with this one. With a glare at my sister, I finish off the drink. I could pretend to be irritated, but the truth is, now that I've had a couple of cocktails, I'm starting to think that maybe Lucy was right. Maybe this is exactly what I need. A night to let loose and forget about everything. Forget about him. Ugh, no, don't even think about that. I set my glass down on the bar and face Rory, Lucy, and Tess. Well, let's do this. So we dance. We dance hard. We ignore every guy who tries to hit on us, and every time the DJ plays something too slow and sexy, We either bust out our most exaggeratedly bad dance moves, or we head to the bar for another cocktail. After one too many rounds, the songs start to blur together. So do the drinks. At one point I go to the bathroom, and when I sit on the toilet, I feel like the entire stall is spinning around me. I think it might be time to call it a night. It's times like these that I wish I had a boyfriend, or at least someone to go home to. Climbing into bed by yourself when you're drunk is pretty much the worst, most loneliest thing in the world. I envy my sister. Going home to Wes, a man who clearly loves her more than life itself. And even Lucy, whose boyfriend Lou might be kind of dull and sell insurance, but at least has a warm body. "Emma!" Someone is pounding on the stall door. "Did you fall in?" I hear snorting and laughter from the bathroom, and I finish up and come out to find Rory, Lucy, and Tess all waiting for me. "I think it might be time to call it a night," I announce as I wash my hands. "No!" I nod. "Yes, sorry, ladies. One more drink and you're going to have to peel me off the floor." "One more drink," Lucy starts chanting. "One more drink." Rory and Tess pick up the chant, and the next thing I know, I'm peer-pressured back to the bar, clinking glasses with the girls as I down a very ill-advised cosmopolitan. Everything after that is a blur. More dancing, a lost earring, another drink, Rory throwing in the towel and taking a cab back to her apartment, dancing, possibly me yelling at the bouncer about something, standing outside on the sidewalk, more dancing, freezing, trying to find a cab, saying goodbye to Tess, me and Lucy arm in arm traipsing down the sidewalk. "I'm lonely," I confess in a slur. "But you're so pretty," she slurs back. "No, you're pretty," I hug her. "And you have Lou." "I do have Lou, but you'll find someone. You wrote a book about it, remember?" I stare at her, and then dissolve into giggles. "I wrote a book about dating, and I don't even have a boyfriend." Lucy blinks a couple of times, then throws her head back and cackles. "Oh my God, you did, didn't you?" "I totally did." I wipe my eyes. I don't know if the tears are from laughing or from abject sorrow, and I'm too drunk to care. "But you'll find someone," Lucy insists again. "You're only alone right now because you have high standards. You're just waiting for the right guy." "Yeah," I say, latching onto her idea. "That's right." "Yeah," she hiccups. "You're so lucky that you already found yours." "It's because you're pretty." "Yeah," Lucy says again, but she looks down at the sidewalk. When she looks up again, her smile is back. "Lou's great, right? He's great." She sounds like she's trying to reassure herself. "He's totally great," I say firmly, or as firmly as I can as I stumble over my own shoe and fall against the window of a shawarma place. "He's great," she says again. I stop walking. "You should go over there." Lucy shakes her head. "No, this is girls' night. I'm coming home. We're going to pound water and watch an episode of The Mindy Project and pass out." "No," I insist, even though that does sound appealing. "You should go see him. Tell him that he's great and then get some." I try to wink, but I think my face scrunches up into a weird crease instead. Lucy giggles. "No, Emma, that would be lame. I'm coming home with you. You shouldn't go home by yourself." "I'm totally fine," I tell her. I wave down a cab as it approaches. "You should go to Lou. I'm fine by myself, really. I'm used to being alone." I hold my head high, trying to sound noble. The cab crests to a stop in front of us. Lucy is still protesting, but I shove her into the back seat and slam the door closed behind her. She looks helplessly from the window as I wave her off. I stumble my way back onto the sidewalk and keep my eyes peeled for the next cab that turns onto the street. I'm already pulling my phone out of my purse, already scrolling through my text messages to find the one I'm looking for. It doesn't take long for another yellow cab to pull up in front of me. I throw myself into the back seat and give the driver the Tribeca address. The address I found in my text messages, sent to me the other day so that I could return a shirt. Tyler's address.
8. Tyler. It's 2 o'clock in the morning when my phone rings. I sit up in a panic, reaching blindly towards my nightstand. My first thought is my parents, that something has happened to one of them. God knows my dad's been on the verge of a heart attack for the last 10 years. My second thought is Lacey. She's got to be 7 months pregnant now. And even though I haven't talked to her in a few months, I get a sudden pulse-pounding fear that something's happened to her or the baby. Instead, when I stare down at the screen on my phone, it's the downstairs concierge's number that I see. What? I press the phone to my ear as I scrub my free hand over my eyes. I'm very sorry to disturb you, sir. It's Arnie, the night guy. He sounds deeply apologetic. There's a young lady here to see you. She was quite insistent. A young lady? Oh, shit, I don't like the sound of that. The last thing I need is a former one-night stand showing up at my apartment in the middle of the night and hoping to make it a twofer. Sorry, Arnie. Can you handle it? Don't let her up. Very good, sir. Of course. Miss Holloway, please don't put your feet in the fountain. Miss Holloway? Isn't Emma? What the hell is she doing here? Arnie, wait. I'm sitting up in my darkened bedroom, reaching for the jeans I'd tossed aside last night. Miss Holloway, he hisses again. I don't care that you've been wearing those high heels all night. The fountain is meant to be decorative, not therapeutic. I chuckle, trying to imagine Emma taking off her shoes and sticking her feet in the sculptural water feature in the building's lobby. I'm sorry, Mr. Grant, sir, Arnie is saying. It's fine. You can let her up. Are you sure, sir? She's quite, intoxicated. I huff out a laugh. Yes, it's fine. Thanks, Arnie. I pull the jeans on and go through the loft, turning on a few of the lights. A minute later, there's a pounding on my door. I pull it open, and Emma nearly stumbles in mid-knock. She rights herself, blinking at me in surprise. Then her face twists into a smile. Well, hello there. She leans against the doorframe. It's sexy, or at least it's supposed to be, except for the fact that she misses the doorframe completely and almost lands on the floor. I reach for her in time, and she falls into my arms instead. She looks surprised again, but she grins up at me. Hi, she says again. I can smell the vodka on her breath. But even without that, it's pretty clear that she's completely hammered. She's barefoot, holding a pair of stilettos in one hand, and she lets them fall onto my entryway floor. What's up, Emma? I ask, ushering her inside and closing the door behind her. Having yourself a little party? Yeah, she laughs. A party for one. But parties for one are no fun, Tyler. You know what I mean? She purses her lips and bats her big gray eyes up at me, and she twines her arms around my neck. Fuck. I'm not gonna lie, having her body in my arms is nice. Really nice. She's got on a tight little black dress, which shows off her equally tight body. Without her shoes on, she's shorter than I remembered, and the top of her head doesn't even reach my chin. She's only wearing one earring for some reason, but I write that off as a casualty of whatever chaos she's been causing tonight. You know what I mean, she says again. She nuzzles her lips against my bare chest as her hands slide over my abs, down towards my waist. It takes everything in my power. But I take a step backwards. How about I get you some water? She steps forward, closing the distance between us again. This time, she grabs hold of the waist of my jeans, trying to tug me forward. "I don't want water," she says, in what I think is supposed to be a throaty growl, but sounds a bit like a bridge troll. "I want you to fuck me." Well, fuck me. If I wasn't hard before, I definitely am now. I force myself to take another step back from her, then guide her into the living room area. "Emma, you're drunk. And while I'd be more than happy to fuck you when you're sober, I'd never forgive myself if I took advantage of you right now." "I'm not drunk," she insists. "I'm just." Right. I ease her down onto the couch. "Stay right there. I'm going to get you some water." In my kitchen, I get Emma a tall glass of water, and down one myself, too, before I go back out there. I need to keep my cool, because there's no way she's going to be happy about any of this tomorrow. I emerge back into the living room and freeze. Fuck. "Don't you want to fuck me again, Tyler?" Emma has taken a few steps away from the couch and faces me. She's peeled off all her clothes and is completely naked. She bites her bottom lip as she holds my gaze. I hadn't gotten a good look at her body the other day in the bathroom at Veneer, but I'd pictured it many, many times since, and none of those fantasies even came close to the reality. Emma Holloway is fucking perfection. Toned muscles, smooth skin, long legs, big tits. Soft in all the right places. A literal dream woman. And now she's running her hands over her tits, pinching her own nipples. They pucker, pulling the skin taut, almost begging my lips to surround them. "Come on, Tyler," she says again. Her hands travel down over her smooth stomach and between her legs. She parts herself and fingers her clit as I watch. She's still looking at me, her eyes burning into me. "Don't you want to be inside me again?" Well, in that moment, there's honestly never been anything I've wanted more. My dick strains against the jeans I'd tugged on, and I picture turning her around, leaning her over the arm of the couch, and taking her from behind again. Or maybe spreading her thighs and making her come all over my tongue this time. Hell, why not both? Instead, I do the fucking obnoxious and responsible thing. I pick her up and carry her down the hall. She shrieks when I sling her over my shoulder. I can feel her tits crushed against my bare chest, and it doesn't help matters when she squirms against me. "Are you taking me to bed?" she giggles. "No, I'm putting you to bed." "That's no fun." "I'm not a very fun guy." "Yes, you are. That's why I like you, Tyler. You're fun." "Thanks," I chuckle as I let her fall into my bed. It's unmade from when I climbed out of it earlier, and I try to pull the sheets up over her, but she kicks them off. "Aren't you gonna join me?" she teases. Her hands are slipping down between her legs again, stroking her pussy. I groan. I deserve a fucking medal for this level of restraint. "Tomorrow," I promise her, swallowing hard. "If you still feel like this tomorrow, I'll fuck you so hard you'll forget your own name." "I will, Tyler. I'll always want it. Look how wet you make me." She pulls her fingers away from her pussy, and sure enough, they're glistening. Look, I'm not Superman, okay? Or if I am, maybe Emma's my kryptonite. Because I grab her wrist and bring her hand to my mouth, sucking her fingers one by one, cleaning every last drop of her cream off her. She tastes exactly how I would have expected her to taste. Better even. Sweet, ripe, and juicy. Like summer berries. Emma stares up at me with wide eyes as I taste her fingers, then squirms on the bed when I let her go. I close my eyes and take a deep, steadying breath. Get some sleep, Emma. We have all the time in the world tomorrow. We can have an entire lifetime if you want it. The words fall from my mouth before I even realize what I'm saying, and I thank God that Emma is probably too drunk to read anything into it. Okay, she smiles. She finally lets me pull the covers over her. Once her body is out of sight, I feel a little of my composure return. Good night, Emma. I start to turn off the lamp, but she grabs my arm. Tyler, wait. What? I'm sorry. For what? For the other day, when I said you were a mistake. You weren't a mistake. Oh? She shakes her head, her brown hair tumbling over my pillow. It's just, I'm not used to breaking the rules. I chuckle. I got that impression. Do you forgive me? Of course. Good. She relaxes and pulls the blankets up to her chin, snuggling in. I reach again for the lamp, but she sits up. Tyler, wait! What now? I just had a great idea. What's that? Let's go get tacos! Her eyes gleam excitedly, and I bark out a laugh. We'll get tacos tomorrow. Now get some sleep. Okay. She sinks back onto the pillow. This time, her eyes start to drift closed. And when I turn the lamp off, she doesn't protest. I ease myself out of the bedroom and back out into the living area. My dick is still rock hard, and I run my hands through my hair, trying to get my breathing back to normal. I try my hardest to forget about the naked beauty in my bedroom, but I have to down a straight shot of vodka from the freezer before I shut myself off in the guest bedroom. It's gonna be a hell of a long night.
9. Emma. It burns. Oh God, the sun, it burns. I cover my eyes with my hand and try to burrow deeper under the blankets. I'm torn between needing to get up and go to the bathroom and not wanting to move a muscle. Because if I do, my head might crack open and spill its entire contents all over the floor. I reach blindly for the nightstand, trying to find my phone so I can check the time. I grope around, but nothing feels familiar. I crack one eye open and peek out, and then sit bolt right up in bed. Oh, fuck. Sitting up that fast was a bad idea. I keep my hand over my mouth, trying not to vomit, while I scan the room. Where the hell am I? I'm on a low-platform bed in a room with brick walls, huge windows, pale wood floors. Not a room I've ever been in before. I'm alone, thank God, but somewhere distantly, I can hear the sound of running water, like a shower maybe. I peek under the sheets and groan. I'm naked. What the ever-loving fuck did I do last night? I snatch at the memories that flow thickly through my mind, dancing at Carbon with the girls, pushing Lucy into a cab and sending her off to lose, getting into a cab of my own and going, oh shit. Tyler. No, 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 I whisper to myself. What had I done? Bits and pieces of it flicker back into my mind, accosting his doorman and demanding to be let upstairs, skipping through the fountain in the lobby, then coming up here and begging him to fuck me. Ugh, I groan out loud. What the hell was I thinking? I've got to get out of here. I clutch the sheet to my body and scan the room, but I don't see my clothes anywhere. Another memory flickers back in. Peeling off my clothes in his living room, touching myself, trying to tempt him into something he clearly didn't want to do. I bury my head in my hands. I've never been so humiliated in my life. "Good morning, sunshine." I groan without looking up, and I hear Tyler chuckle. I spread my fingers just enough to peek at him and find him standing at the doorway of the bedroom, holding a glass of water and what looks like a bottle of Advil. I want to bury myself under the covers, but I really want that water too, so I reach one hand out and make the gimme motion. Tyler hands me the glass of water, and I take a long, grateful swallow as he sets the bottle of pills down on the nightstand. "What do you think?" he says, as he sits on the edge of the bed near my feet. "Still want tacos?" Ugh! My stomach churns, and I have to put my hand over my mouth. I don't even think I can say the T word. I might throw up. He laughs again, and I glare at him. How dare he get so much amusement out of my misery? "I thought so. Think you can stomach pancakes?" The word doesn't make me hurl, so I try to contemplate eating them, and find that my stomach doesn't revolt. "I think so. Maybe." "Then you hang tight. I'll make some." "You can make pancakes?" "Of course, I'm an excellent cook. As long as you want pancakes, French toast, or scrambled eggs." "So you only do breakfast foods?" "Pretty much, yeah." He grins, and even though my head aches and it hurts to blink, I can't help but like that smile. It's warm, kind. It's a smile that says he's the kind of person who won't judge you for drunkenly throwing yourself at him. He's about to get up off the bed, but I nudge him with my foot. "Can you bring me my clothes?" I try to sound nonchalant, like it's NBD that I'm lying here still naked. He grins again, but this time it's not quite so kind. This time, it's downright evil. "I don't know," he teases. "You didn't seem interested in wearing them last night." I put the pillow over my head. "Don't remind me." He tugs the pillow back off. "I happen to like your little show. A lot." My skin is burning red hot, and I could barely look at him. Despite my raging hangover, there's a small, lustful part of me that wants to pull Tyler under the covers with me and do everything I wanted to do last night. If it wasn't for the fact that there's a very real risk I might throw up on him, I'd do just that. "I'm sorry," I tell him instead. "That's so not like me." "Oh, I don't know about that," he says. "I think the real Emma Holloway might have made another appearance last night." I shake my head. "No way. That was my evil twin. She was the one you met at the book launch, too." "If you say so." He chuckles, then disappears out of the room and, a minute later, returns to deposit my clothes from last night on the foot of the bed. "Take your time getting dressed. In fact, feel free to not bother getting dressed at all. I quite enjoy having you naked in my apartment." After he leaves, I stare down at the scraps of fabric. A tiny dress and even tinier underwear. So not what I feel like putting on right now, but it'll have to do. I tug the dress on, but the thong looks so uncomfortable that I can't bear the thought of putting it back on. When I'm ready, I pad barefoot down the hall, trying to find a bathroom. I clean myself up as well as I can, running my fingers through my tangled hair, squeezing some of Tyler's toothpaste onto my finger, and scrubbing away last night's booze breath. By the time I emerge, I feel at least semi-human. I find Tyler coming out of the kitchen holding a spatula. He's only wearing a pair of perfectly worn jeans, no shirt, his hair still wet from the shower. Even though I'm so hungover, I could cry. I still take a moment to admire his sculpted chest, his washboard abs. The man was carved with a fine knife, that's for sure. "Perfect timing," he announces. "1 pancake or 2? "Just 1 for now, testing the waters." He grins and disappears back into the kitchen for a minute. I look around the apartment while I wait. It's a loft-style place with high ceilings and exposed brick and big windows that overlook Washington Market Park. It suits him, I think, though I'm not quite sure how I think I know him well enough to even know that. It just does, though. It's stylish in an effortless sort of way. Warm and cool at the same time. Luxe without being stuffy. Comfortable and classic both. I tug at the hem of my dress as I look out the window. I don't even hear Tyler come back in, but I feel his presence behind me. It sends a chill up my spine, and I turn to face him. "Nice view," I say, feeling suddenly tongue-tied. "Yeah, it is." He doesn't look out the window, just takes in my bare legs, my tiny dress, my chest spilling out the top of it. My pussy pulses at his nearness, and I suddenly regret not pulling on my underwear when I had the chance. The last thing I want to do is leave a wet spot on his chair. That would bring my humiliation to an all-new high. Or is it low? Tyler leads me back to the kitchen where we grab plates and cutlery and butter and syrup. We take everything into the living room, even though I spy a perfectly good dining room off the kitchen. I take a tentative bite of pancake and find it both surprisingly delicious and stomach-settling. I dig in hungrily while Tyler watches. A minute later, I'm staring down at my empty plate. Tyler's barely even started on his own pancakes. "I guess I was hungrier than I thought," I admit. "I guess so. Here." He slides a pancake off his plate and onto mine. Part of me wants to protest, but the rest of me really does want to eat it, so I keep my mouth shut. When I've inhaled that pancake too, I finally set my plate down on the coffee table and sit back and sigh. I feel better than I did earlier, so I guess there's some benefit to carbs after all. They're good at soaking up leftover alcohol. "Thank you," I say to Tyler as he saws into his pancakes. "It was nice of you to make me breakfast, instead of throwing me out on my ass, which is what you should have done." He grins. "Are you kidding me? It's not every day a guy gets to see the famous Miss Emma completely intoxicated and letting loose like that." I shake my head. I honestly don't know what came over me. Can I plead temporary insanity? "You can plead whatever you want," he teases. "I still maintain that I liked seeing this side of you. In fact, I'd like to see it again." I shake my head. "No way. I'm swearing off alcohol for the foreseeable future." "No alcohol needed." "I told you, Emma, I think there's a bad girl buried under there. She just wants you to let her out once in a while." I snort. "Trust me, there's no bad girl. There's only a drunk one." "You weren't drunk at Veneer the other day. If I recall correctly, you wore more alcohol than you drank." My cheeks color. He's not wrong, and I don't have a good explanation for what came over me that night. Sure, I could blame last night on the booze, but maybe it had more to do with Tyler than excessive martinis. "Let me take you out. For real." He's leaning towards me, and his gray eyes are focused and intense. "I bet you I can bring out bad Emma." "No!" I snap my mouth shut as soon as the word is out. I don't know if it's really the answer I wanted to give, but it's the one that came out instinctively. Tyler seems undeterred. "Come on. You've already broken 3 of your rules. What's a few more?" 3? I snap my head around. Chapter 5. No sex on the first date. Chapter 3, Never Be the First to Call, and Chapter 4, No Drunk Dialing. Now, to be fair, that chapter didn't explicitly forbid showing up at a guy's apartment, fingering yourself and begging for sex, but I'm gonna assume that was implied. My cheeks are as hot as the sun. But somehow the way Tyler's grinning doesn't make me feel as embarrassed as I should. So, what? You memorized my whole book? Pretty much. I have to admit, the fact that he read it at all is flattering. The fact that he can recite it is even more endearing, if a little obnoxious. So, what do you say? Let me prove to you that you've got a wild side. If you don't have fun, I'll never bug you again. You can even keep the shirt. I mull over his suggestion. I should say no. I know I should. But Tyler's right. I've done everything wrong so far. So what's one more? And like Lucy said last night, I'm alone because I have high standards. I'm waiting for the right guy. But maybe I can have a little fun with the wrong one in the meantime. Fine. I accept. Tyler leans back, satisfied. The heated way he's looking at me makes me wonder what he's planning. And the fluttering in my stomach makes me wonder if I've just made a huge mistake. 10. Emma. Tyler and I make plans to go out on Friday night. It's an entire week away, but the thought of it never leaves me. Every time I try to work or sleep or even hit up the Stairmaster, Tyler's face runs through my mind. His smile, his eyes, his stubble, his laugh. But more than that, I keep thinking about what he said. Is there a wild side of me that's been buried all this time? You'd think if I had a wild side, I'd know about it, right? But everything I've done with Tyler so far is completely outside of who I thought I was. Who is Emma Holloway? I don't even know anymore. I sit at the small desk in the corner of my bedroom, staring at my computer screen, and sigh. I force myself to put Tyler out of my mind, at least temporarily, and focus on the task at hand. One of the letters I'd picked to include in an upcoming advice column. It's from a woman who thinks her boyfriend is about to propose and wants to know if it's okay to tell him maybe. He's a good guy, she writes, with a good job and good manners, and her family likes him. But she just isn't sure. I mull over the question for a long time. But every time I start to type out a response, I hesitate. The old me would have told her to say yes, that good guys with good jobs don't come around all that often. But every time I start to type out that response or something like it, I end up frantically backspacing. The words sound hollow. What I really wanted to tell her is that if her heart isn't in it now, it probably never will be. I want to tell her that if she isn't ready to leap with him, she needs to leave him. I want to tell her that if she isn't screaming his name from the rooftops and between the sheets, that he isn't the guy for her. But that isn't on brand for me. People come to me because I give them practical, well-reasoned advice. There's no reason that Not Sure in Nebraska should walk away from a decent relationship with a decent guy, right? Women would kill to be in her position. I can't be the one to tell her to throw it all away. Eventually, frustrated and completely blocked, I slammed the laptop closed. I consider texting Rory to see if she wants to do something tonight, but I'm not sure I could talk to her without bringing up Tyler, and frankly, I'm not ready for my sister to know anything about this. It's not that I think she'll judge me exactly. It's more that she'll enjoy it a little too much. The thing is, Rory calls me Emma the Perfect, but I'm the one who had to grow up in her shadow. Rory is the oldest in our family, and growing up, she was the golden girl. She had a heart that was 10 times too big for her. She still does, actually. She's been volunteering since she was old enough to scrub out kennels at the animal shelter, and when she was 7, she started a campaign to raise money to buy books and games for the local children's hospital. She even donated all her birthday gifts every year. Who could compete with that? Our parents were so proud of her. She was their angel. And then there's Blake, the baby of the family. It was hard to compete with her, too. With her blonde hair and blue eyes and cherub cheeks, she was always Daddy's little girl. Mommy's, too, for that matter. She was closer to both of them than either Rory or I were. I guess that's why she opted to stay in Highfield and work at the flower shop with them. That left me, the middle child. Average in every way. Not beautiful like Blake, and not insufferably good-hearted like Rory. So I found my own niche. I might not have been born gifted, but I could certainly act that way. I started focusing on my grades, my appearance, my manners, anything that might make me stand out. And it worked. My teachers started to praise me. My parents, too. Every time I heard someone say, "Why can't you be more like Emma?" I got a secret thrill. I liked being perfect. I liked being someone worth emulating instead of just plain old Emma, nondescript middle child. It made me feel worthwhile. It still does. I guess that's why everything with Tyler is throwing me for a loop, because the things I've done with him are far from perfect. No one says, "Why can't you be more like the girl who banged a stranger in the bathroom? Why can't you be more like Emma, who showed up at her crush's house begging for sex and tacos?" Crush. The word tickles something inside me. Is that what Tyler is, a crush? I guess he must be. I'm sure it's only a brief infatuation brought on by the fact that he's so different than the guys I usually date. And okay, I'm not going to lie. The sex was pretty good. Incredible, really. So were the pancakes, come to think of it. But sex and pancakes don't make for a good relationship. I want someone I can marry someday, someone who works hard and wants a family and a 401k. I want exactly the kind of guy that Not Sure Nebraska found. The one I almost told her to throw to the curb. I scrub my hands over my face, trying to clear my thoughts. But still, all I can see is Tyler. But Tyler's not that guy. I've heard enough about him from Rory to know that he's exactly the opposite of what I'm looking for. He's a playboy, a partier, a trust fund kid who never really grew up, who never had to work hard for anything. The fact that he's even running Good Grant Books seems like a bizarre anomaly, a blip in the treasure map of Tyler Grant's life. So I don't know how to explain the thrill that runs through me when my phone buzzes, and I look down to see that it's him. "How's the hangover?" he writes. I grin and type back. Took 2 days, but I finally feel normal. "Nothing about you is normal, Emma. It's what I like about you." Another thrill runs through me at that. I don't know how to respond, so I send back a tongue-out emoji. Very mature, I know. He doesn't answer for a minute, and I'm just thinking about sending something else when another text stings. "Are we still on for Friday?" I bite my lip. I'd agreed to this date in a compromised, read hungover state. The rational part of me wonders what the hell I'd been thinking, but it's too late to get out of it, right? I mean, backing out would be rude. I hate to be rude. "Yes. What do you want to do? Nothing involving too much alcohol, okay?" "I have something in mind." "Oh?" "Something that will let us see what kind of Emma is hiding out under that poised exterior." "Oh." My heart thrums in my chest. I can't imagine what kind of date he has in mind. I'm not even sure I want to know. Except I totally 100% do want to know. This time, he sends back an emoji, A winking face. I swallow. Looking forward to it, I finally manage to type, even though my hands seem shaky. Good. There's a brief pause, the pulsing dots letting me know he's still typing. Finally, his next message comes. Make sure you wear a dress. You'll see why on Friday. Something about his message makes me shiver. Am I really going to do this? What the hell is Tyler planning? I feel nervous and excited and skeptical and curious all at once. Still, I manage to type out one more message in response. Where should I meet you? 11. Emma. On Friday, I follow Tyler's instructions and find myself at an intersection in Greenwich Village. He told me it would be best if we could meet out here on the street, but there doesn't seem to be anything around here but clothing stores and galleries. I wonder which of these we're going to, and why Tyler would choose this place. I expected a flashy restaurant, something with expensive wine and huge slabs of imported beef. That seems like his style. There isn't anything like that around here. I tug at the dress I'm wearing. Another little black dress, of course, because let's be honest, I don't really own any other kind. And check the time on my phone for the 100th time. He's not late. In fact, I'm early, but I'm still anxious for him to get here. My heart leaps when I see him come around the corner. More than I expected to, actually. I try to force myself to look cool as he approaches, but I can't help but check him out. He's wearing a blazer, like the first time I met him, but this time he's paired it with jeans. Expensive-looking ones, the kind that sit just below his waist and hug his muscular thighs in exactly the right way. His dark hair is perfectly tousled, and his gray eyes light up as soon as he sees me. You look great, he says, leaning in and kissing the corner of my mouth. I touch my fingers to that spot as soon as he pulls away. I can't keep the dumb smile off my face, but it gets more heated as Tyler proceeds to look me up and down, eyeing my bare legs appreciatively. So do you, I muster. He grins. I'm glad you found the place okay. Yeah, about that. Where exactly are we going? Instead of answering, Tyler points up, right above my head. I crane my neck and finally see a sign I hadn't noticed before. It's painted black. Matte. The lettering is black, too, but a high gloss this time so that it stands out a bit, but discreetly. It says, darkly. Nothing else. The sign itself is small, not much bigger than a Prada handbag. No wonder I hadn't seen it. What is this place? My genuine curiosity is getting the better of me, and for a second, I almost forget to be nervous. It's a restaurant, but it's kind of special, more like a dining experience. A dining experience? Color me intrigued. Tyler takes my hand and pulls open a heavy door. Inside is a stairwell, descending down into a dark interior. The stairs themselves are lit only with minimal emergency lights. I look at Tyler, confused. What is this place? Instead of answering, he holds his hand out. Do you trust me? Now there's a loaded question. For a minute, I stare at him, and then down at his open palm. Do I trust him? I don't know. But in this moment, I want to. I trust you. I slip my hand into his. Tyler begins to lead me down the stairs. When the heavy door swings shut behind us, the stairwell gets even darker. I can barely make out Tyler's form in front of me as we carefully pick our way down to the landing below. I can't believe this place exists. Surely, this stairwell alone is a lawsuit waiting to happen. When we get to the bottom, I still can't see anything. There's one lone glowing red light in front of us. It looks like a buzzer of some kind. Tyler punches it. I squeeze his other hand. I'm more nervous than ever. Where the hell is he taking me? There's a noise like shifting metal and a slight breeze. I can feel more than see. A door open in front of us, but it's as dark on the other side as it is on this one. I grip Tyler's hand like it's a life preserver. "Good evening," a voice comes from the darkness. I can only make out the faintest outline of the man in front of us, lit in red from the dim glow of the buzzer. "Welcome to Darkly. Is this your first time here?" "Yes." Tyler's voice comes from beside me. "Then allow me to explain to you how things work. First, please take hold of this rope. I'll use it to show you to your table. How many of you are there?" "2. Reservation under Grant." "Ah, yes. Welcome, Mr. Grant. Is your date with you?" "She's right here." Tyler squeezes my hand. "Hi," I squeak. It's so weird to not be able to see the man we're talking to. I can barely even see Tyler. This is already officially the weirdest date I've ever been on. Tyler wedges something into my hand. It feels like a piece of nylon rope. I can tell he's holding on to it with his other hand. There's a gentle tug on it, and I realize our host is holding the other end. "My name is Paul," he says. "Please follow the rope. Step carefully. There are no more stairs, and the path is quite clear, so as long as you walk slowly and keep hold of the rope, you should have no problems. I realize this is a bit disorienting. That's completely normal." He tugs the rope again, and Tyler and I shuffle forward in the direction he leads us. Darkly is a completely unique all-dark dining experience, the only one of its kind in New York City. It was founded on the belief that by removing the sense of sight, diners could develop a much deeper appreciation for the nuances of the food being served. The smells, the taste, the feel, even the sounds are enhanced. You'd be surprised how delicate a knife slicing through the finest steak can sound. I blink in surprise. I listen closely and realize we do seem to be moving through a restaurant. There's soft music playing, a hum of conversation, silverware clattering against plates. A rich, garlicky aroma permeates the air. Our chefs range from the classically trained to modern geniuses of molecular gastronomy. Each night is different, and there's something for everyone. To facilitate a smooth dining experience, all our servers, including myself, are legally blind. That means we're used to operating without the use of our sight and are better able to support you in having a comfortable dining experience. I'll be your guide for the evening, so to speak. I blink against the dark. I keep expecting my eyes to adjust, but it's completely pitch black in here. I feel blind, disoriented, intoxicated. I'm holding too tight to the rope to reach for Tyler, but I can feel the warmth of him in front of me. I try to concentrate on that as we move. "I'm coming to a stop," Paul cautions. Tyler and I both stop, although I bump into Tyler's back and giggle nervously. He reaches back and slips his arm around my waist, pulling me to him. In the darkness, his spicy cologne envelops me, making me feel almost delirious for a second. "I'm putting you at a 4-person table," Paul explains. "There are 2 chairs on this side and a bench on the other side. Would you like to sit next to or across from each other?" "Next to," Tyler answers quickly. I shiver. I'm glad to be able to sit beside him in the dark. It would feel less weird if I can feel him next to me, I think. "Very good. Slide in right here, then. Ladies first." Tyler nudges me forward, and I feel Paul's hand reach for me. I take it and let him guide me past the table. to the bench on the other side. I relax a bit once I'm finally sitting and shift over as Paul guides Tyler in the same way. I relax even more when I feel him sink down onto the bench next to me. His hand immediately wraps around my back, pulling me to him. I still feel so disoriented that I lean in close to him. His presence feels comforting, solid. "Can I start you off with a drink?" Paul asks. Every time I hear his voice, I jolt a little. Without seeing him, I never quite know where he is or what he's doing. "A bottle of red. Something strong," Tyler answers. "Very good. I'm leaving your table now and will return with your drink shortly, and then we'll discuss your meal. I won't be long." With that, Paul disappears, or at least I assume he does. For all I know, he could be standing in front of our table still. I can't see anything, even now. My eyes haven't adjusted at all. I'm completely blind. I lean into Tyler. Having him next to me is a comfort, but it also sends a dark thrill through me. Somehow not being able to see him makes this whole thing feel more intense, more intimate, which I realize was exactly his intent. "What do you think?" he asks. "Is this okay?" "It's kind of freaky," I laugh. "How'd you find out about this place?" "I had a friend who brought a bunch of people for his birthday once. I couldn't make it, but they said it was an experience to remember. I figured if I'm going to take the famous Miss Emma on a date, it better be something to remember, too." I laugh and swat playfully at his arm. Tonight I'm just Emma. He leans in close to me. I can feel his breath against my ear, my neck. "You're never just Emma," he murmurs. Goosebumps speckle my skin. I can't see him, but I know his lips are just a couple of inches from mine, that if I were to turn my head, lean forward, I could find his lips with mine. "I'm back with your wine," Paul announces from somewhere in front of us, interrupting the moment. I sit up straight, embarrassed, even though he can't see us. "I'm setting the glasses on the table now, and we'll pour 2 glasses of wine." He narrates everything he's doing, which helps orient us with what's happening. But the whole thing still feels surreal. "Your glasses are on the table," he says, after we've heard the wine pour. "Reach your hands out slowly. I recommend sliding them directly over the table so that you don't accidentally knock the glass over." I reach my hand out as instructed, but instantly run into Tyler's hand doing the same thing. I giggle again as he runs his thumb over mine, then keep reaching until I find the base of my glass. Relieved, I pick it up slowly and try to bring it to my lips. It's both easy and surprisingly hard. My muscles know how to lift a wine glass, how to take a sip, but the rim of my glass hits my cheek first, and I laugh again as I move it closer to my lips. When I finally make contact, I tilt the glass. The wine explodes against my tongue. Maybe it's the placebo effect, but I swear it does taste more flavorful, more bold. I take another sip and carefully set my glass back on the table, trying to remember exactly how far it is from me so that I don't knock it over. "Now, regarding your food," Paul says, "tonight our feature is an assortment of appetizers and small plates. For 2 people, we recommend 5 to 7 items. I can present you with an assortment of choices, or you can opt for the chef's selection." Tyler leans in close to me again. His breath is against my neck. "What do you think? Chef's selection?" "Sounds good to me." At this point, I might say yes to anything. I feel giddy with nervous energy. I reach for my wine again. "Very good," Paul says. "I'll be back shortly with your first course." I take another sip of my wine. Once again, the tangy berry notes burst onto my tongue. I close my eyes to savor it, even though it's as dark with them open as it is with them closed. There's that little moaning noise I like so much. Tyler's voice cuts into me, and I flush. I didn't realize I'd made a noise. Do you know how long I've been waiting to hear that moan again? His voice is a low growl, and it runs through my veins like liquid fire. I jolt as his lips touch my neck. His tongue traces a line up towards my ear before he nips at my earlobe. And I'm going to make you moan again before this night is over. That's a promise. Oh, I squeak. Suddenly, a vision of me and Tyler back at his apartment flashes through my mind. Of him tossing me onto his bed, fucking me the way I'd wanted him to the last time. I mentally promise myself that this time I'm damn well going to be sober enough to enjoy it. I set my wine glass back on the table. Paul returns, and his voice cuts through my reverie. I have your first course, he says. These are honey-soaked figs stuffed with goat cheese. I'm going to set it down on the table in front of you. I'm also putting cutlery wrapped in napkins, though we recommend using your fingers. It adds to the experience. He sets the plate down and shuffles away from our table, leaving us alone again. I reach for the plate, but Tyler grabs my wrist. His grip is firm as he pulls my hand back. Let me, he says. Okay. I sit back, blinking. The next thing I know, Tyler is running his fingers over my jaw. His thumb caresses my bottom lip, parting it slightly. Then he touches what I realize is the sticky, honey-coated fig against my lip. Taste, he says. His voice is low, deep. Even though I can hear other people in the restaurant, they don't seem to be close to us. All I can hear and feel is Tyler next to me, the fig against my lip. I reach my tongue out and taste it tentatively. Tyler feeds it to me gently, his thumb running over my lip again as the fruit slips into my mouth. I chew it slowly. It tastes amazing, sweet from the honey, tangy from the goat cheese. Make sure you get every drop. Tyler's thumb is against my mouth, and I can taste the honey on his skin. I suck his thumb into my mouth, swirling my tongue around it. He groans, and I press my lips tighter around his thumb before slowly pulling my mouth away. Good, he finally manages. Delicious. I swallow. You should try it. Here. I reach my hand out slowly across the table, feeling carefully with my fingers until I find the plate, and then pick up a sticky fig. I try to bring the fruit to Tyler's lips, but I have no idea where his face even is. I use my free hand to reach for him. I find his chest and walk my hand up until I find his chin. I press my fingertips against his lips. I bring the sweet fruit to his mouth, and he takes it gently, running his tongue over his lips and then over my fingers. Good, I squeak. Delicious, he says, low, gruff. Sticky. I startle as his lips connect with mine. He finds the corner of my mouth and then moves to kiss me fully. I can taste the honey on his lips, on his tongue. It feels sensual, erotic, kissing him in the dark. The tangy taste of the fig still on my tongue. I squirm in my seat, wanting to feel Tyler's amazing lips in other places. We go through the entire meal like this, taking turns feeding each other, kissing in between bites. His lips become the palate cleanser between courses. We make our way through bacon butter radishes, beef fillet with red onion jam, toasted brioche with creme fraiche and caviar. Every course tastes more exquisite than the last, but the thing that tastes the best is Tyler's mouth against mine. I can't get enough of it. I'm greedy for it. By the time Paul brings our dessert course, chocolate-covered strawberries with amaretto whipped cream, I'm not hungry for food anymore. All I want is Tyler. This whole meal has been one long session of extended foreplay, and now my pussy is wet and throbbing, desperate for the relief that only really good sex can bring. I squirm closer to him, practically in his lap now. I can feel his breath in my hair. "Open," he says. I part my lips and let him put the strawberry into my mouth. Like everything else, it's beyond delicious. The sweetness bursts onto my tongue and I lean in to kiss Tyler, letting him taste it too. We kiss for a long time, until the taste of strawberry is long gone and there's only the even sweeter taste of him, of us. "Will you take me back to your place?" I whisper when we finally pull apart. Somehow, even in the dark, I can sense Tyler's grin. His breath is steady and even. He runs his hands through my hair. "Why do we have to wait?" he growls. My breath catches. "What?" I said, "Why do we have to wait?" And then his hand is on my inner thigh, sliding upwards. 12. Emma. I snap my legs closed, trapping Tyler's hand between my thighs. "What are you doing?" I hiss. "Relax." He chuckles. His mouth moves to my jaw, trailing a line of kisses down my throat. "There's a bad Emma in there. I know there is." His mouth against my skin is making me dizzy, but I try to stay strong. There might be a bad Emma, but she's not this bad. I focus on keeping my voice steady, even though my whole body is trembling. We're in the middle of a restaurant, which is pitch black. Still what? He kisses slower, his lips grazing the exposed skin of my chest, while his hands travel up over my ribs until they're cupping one of my breasts. "Still," I swallow. "People might hear us." "So I guess you'll have to try to be quiet." He's running his thumb over my nipple, which is puckering under his touch, even through the fabric of my dress. I know I have 1,000 other reasons why this is a terrible idea, but I suddenly can't think of a single one of them. I slowly ease my thighs open, freeing Tyler's hand. My pussy is pulsing. That traitorous part of me wanting only for him to touch me and not caring that we're in public. But Tyler decides to tease me, and instead of going where I want him to, he just strokes my inner thighs. Up and down, from my kneecap to the softest part at the top, but never getting quite as close as I need him. His other hand is winding through my hair, and he pulls me in for another kiss. This kiss is different than the ones we shared while we were eating. Those kisses were foreplay, but this one is the real deal. He claims me with his mouth, his tongue pushing past my lips and stroking my own tongue, my teeth. He tugs my hair, tilting my head back so he can kiss me even more deeply. I can feel him tugging at the neck of my dress. It's a stretchy fabric, and he pulls it down easily. Even in the dark, I can feel how my bra is exposed. I gasp a little and pull away from Tyler's kiss. "What are you doing?" "I'm freeing your amazing tits so that I can put my mouth on them." "Oh." I know I should object. Really, but suddenly, the thought of his tongue on my nipples is pretty much the only thing I want. The only thing I can think about. He shoves the fabric of my bra down, too, and suddenly my breasts are completely exposed. In the middle of a restaurant. Okay, a completely dark restaurant, but still. I only have a brief moment to dwell on that detail because Tyler is back to trailing a line of kisses down my throat. This time he finds my breasts with his mouth, wrapping my nipple between his lips and flicking it with his tongue. I moan, and he chuckles. The vibration of it sends another hum through me. While his mouth works one nipple, he uses his hand to tease the other one, pinching it as he caresses the first one with his tongue. Maybe it's the darkness, but every sensation feels more heightened than it ever has. Every swirl of his tongue sends a bolt of lust through me. Every pinch makes my body arch, my hips lifting right up off the bench we're sitting on. He keeps touching me until I'm almost convinced I might come from this alone. "Tyler," I pant. He pulls away. "What?" "Oh my God," I laugh nervously. "This is a lot." "In a good way?" I think for a minute and bite my lip. "Yeah, in a good way." "Good." I can hear him smiling even in the darkness. "Then take your panties off." "Take my—" "Yes, but—" "Emma." The growl in his voice is so powerful, so commanding, that without stopping to think about it, I lift my hips. I reach under my dress and find the lacy fabric of my underwear, then shimmy it down over my legs. "Give them to me." I swallow and drop the small, damp scrap of fabric into Tyler's waiting hand. I don't know what he does with them, and I have no time to think about it, because his hand is trailing up my thigh again. I wriggle against the back of the booth, trying to guide his hand up higher, but he takes his sweet time. "Spread your legs, Emma," he whispers. My heart catches. No one's ever talked to me like this before. Certainly not the polite, well-mannered men I've dated in the past. Am I really going to do this? Am I really going to do what Tyler says? But yes, it seems I really am, because I let my knees drift apart. I can feel the cool air against my warm, damp skin, and somehow it feels like I can even feel the darkness, too, seeping into me and turning me into someone lustful and wanton. Someone distinctly not Emma. "Touch me, Tyler. Please." I practically beg him. He moves his hand further up my thigh, but at a pace that's so maddeningly slow I want to scream. I almost do scream when he finally flicks his thumb over my clit. It's pulsing with heat, so sensitive that I almost shatter at that single touch. Tyler touches me in exactly the right way. Light, deliberate, just the right amount of pressure and just the right way of massaging my clit. He strokes me, caresses me, exploring my folds, uncovering my body with his fingers. When his hand dips lower and he circles my channel, I moan again. I have to bite down on my lip to keep quiet. "I told you I'd make you moan again before the night was over," Tyler says. His mouth is so close to my ear that I can feel his breath on my neck. I imagine how his gray eyes must burn, how his lips would be twisting into that cocky grin of his. He eases his finger inside me, just a little. It's a tease, the way he holds it there. Enough to taunt and not enough to satisfy. "Do you want this, Emma? Tell me you want it." "I want it," I pant. "Tell me." My cheeks flush, and I'm once again grateful for the darkness. "I want you to fuck me with your fingers. Please, Tyler." My voice is hushed, a whisper only Tyler can hear, but I still turn crimson. I've never said anything like that in my life. But the words do the trick. Tyler finally acquiesces. I groan as he pushes forward, not one finger but two, pulsing inside me. He's got the wrist movement down pat, because when he moves his hand against me, it feels almost like he's fucking me for real. The heel of his hand grinds against my clit with every thrust. "Oh, God." Those are the only words I can manage. "Oh, God." "Do you like that, Emma?" He nips at my earlobe, and I groan again. "Oh, God," I say in response. All I can manage, remember? "Oh, God." Tyler is manipulating my body like a master musician, like one of the great painters. Nothing has ever felt as good or as intense as his hands on me right now. I rock closer to my climax with each flick of his wrist. I grab onto his arm for support and lean my head against his shoulder, biting down on his suit jacket when it finally overtakes me. I manage not to scream. At least I think I do. I'm so delirious that I don't know what comes out of my mouth, but I hope it's at least muffled against Tyler's shoulder. My body trembles and shakes as he keeps working his hand until finally I have to squeeze my thighs closed, pinning him in place while my pussy spasms around him. "Oh, God," I pant again when the last ripples of the orgasm have been wrung from my body. I grab Tyler's neck and pull his head towards me. I want to feel his mouth on mine again. I want to lose myself in his kiss. I want to cement this moment in my mind. I want to never let go. "Are we all finished here?" Paul's voice from in front of us jerks me back into the here and now. "Yes, thank you," Tyler says, clearing his throat. "How was the dessert?" "Perfect." Tyler squeezes my hand under the table, and a slightly insane-sounding giggle bursts from my lips. "I'm glad to hear it." I swear there's a note of amusement in Paul's voice, but I try to assure myself that there's no way he could know what we were doing. Right? That doesn't stop the flame of embarrassment from covering my skin. I tug the skirt of my dress down and try to comb my hair back into place. I have no idea what's gotten into me lately. The things I'm doing with Tyler, I don't even recognize the person I am right now. I must have a temporary case of insanity. I don't let myself relax until we're out of the restaurant, standing out on the open street again. It's dark outside, but even the light from the streetlights and storefronts are enough to burn my eyes. I blink furiously as my pupils recalibrate. Tyler steps in front of me. I blink again as I try to focus on his face. Focusing on him seems easier somehow. More appealing anyway. My embarrassment fades away, and all I can think about is letting him take me home so I can get more of what I just had. More of him. "I had a good time," he says. His voice is low, deep, sensual somehow. Me too. Okay, a little of the embarrassment is back. Not enough to keep me from saying what I say next, though. "Do you want to go back to your place?" Tyler grins. Instead of answering, he leans in and kisses me. It's not the light, sexy kisses we shared during dinner, or the ferocious way he'd kissed me after. It's polite. A peck, really. He catches me right on the side of my lips, then pulls away. "I'll call you." I squint at him. "Okay." He grins. "I will, I promise." I try not to let my disappointment show. At first, I think he must be joking. How can he not want to fall into bed after what just happened? But when he hails me a cab and eases me into the back seat, I realize he's totally not kidding. As the cab pulls away, I look out the back window. Tyler stands there, watching me go. He lifts his hand once, in a wave, but I ignore him and turn to stare at the back of the seat in front of me. What the fuck just happened?
13. Tyler. Should I take your complete silence as a sign of your tacit approval? Keegan dumps an armload of file folders on my desk. The noise of it shocks me out of my thoughts, and I blink up at him. "Sorry, what?" He laughs. "I asked you about 4 times, actually, if you were done with the draft of the annual report." "Oh." I stared dumbly down at the draft report in front of me. I've started going through it about 10 times so far today, but my brain is checked out. Actually, it's been checked out since Friday, since I saw Emma, since I took her to Darkley, since I kissed her and teased her and felt her pussy clamping down on my fingers as I fucked her. How is a man supposed to concentrate on something as dull as an annual report with those kind of memories running through his mind? I haven't finished with it, no. Remind me when it needs to be done? Mr. Grant, your father, needs reports from all the good Grant subsidiaries in the next 3 weeks, before the annual meeting/gala thing. Right, the annual meeting/gala thing. An event I've managed to get out of attending 5 years running. I guess I won't be able to avoid it this year. Okay, just give me another day with it. I promise I'll go through it by the end of today. Hey, Keegan says, throwing his hands up in the air. You're the boss, and it's your father that you'll have to face down if it's late. Take all the time you need. No. Today is fine. I'm starting right now. Look. I make a show of finally opening the report, but when I try to concentrate on the words printed inside, my eyes blur. All I can see is Emma's face. God damn, I have to get that woman out of my mind. I'd put her in a cab after we finished dinner, which I knew as soon as I'd done it was a mistake. I'd only wanted to tease her a little, to make her realize that she was the one who wanted to be wild. I just wanted to torture her a little so she'd admit how much she wanted it. But sending her away was as much torture for me as it was for her. Probably more so. Ever since this weekend, I've had the world's worst case of blue balls. Even a few extended sessions of self-therapy haven't helped. And that pair of Emma's panties that I'd stuffed in my jacket pocket were a painful reminder that I could have had the real thing if I hadn't been so bent on proving my point. Which is why, instead of reviewing the annual report as I'm supposed to, I'm plotting out when I can see her again. Of course, that's assuming she still wants to talk to me. I admit I hadn't quite thought through how she'd feel about me putting her in a cab, but the look she'd shot me from that rear window had gutted me a bit. I knew she was pissed, and in retrospect, I guess she's right to be. I scrub my hands over my face, blink a few times, and try again to read the words on the page of the report in front of me. And once again, they dissolve, leaving only Emma's pink lips, her dark hair, her amazing body. This is fucking hopeless. I'm not going to get anywhere until I know I can see Emma again. I flip open my calendar and scan the week ahead. I have obligations every night, it seems, and all shit I can't get out of. Dinner with my mother, a networking event that's non-negotiable, the monthly dinner at the Kinsman Country Club, where my family and I are members. That's the one my eyes zero in on. I normally bring a date to those events, usually some vapid piece of arm candy that I never plan to see again, just to shock the old coots that hang out there. Emma, on the other hand, would fit right in at the Kinsman. Despite my insistence that she's secretly a bad girl at heart, which, by the way, I still believe she totally is, her Miss Emma side would go over well at the Kinsman. They're all about tradition and manners and appearances there. A bit stuffy for my tastes, but I keep going to keep my father happy. I dial Emma's number from my office phone instead of my cell, in case she's actually pissed enough to not take my call. It rings a couple of times, and then her voice comes on the other line. Hello? Fuck, with that one word, her sweet, smooth voice is enough to bring about a flare-up of my blue balls. I told you I'd call. There's a silence on the other end. Tyler, she finally says, I didn't recognize the number. 1 point for me for using the office phone. I'm at work, I explain. So am I. She sounds curt. Not good. I've been thinking about you, I say, to try to smooth things over. There's another beat of silence. Then, "Oh?" Her voice is hesitant, but she's definitely intrigued. I grin. "Oh, yeah. In my bedroom, in the shower, a couple of memorable times in my office with the door closed." "Tyler," she admonishes, but I can hear the laughter in her voice. "I'm just being honest." "That's a little too honest for 10 o'clock in the morning on a Monday." "Then how about this? I need to see you again. What do you say?" "I'd say you had plenty of opportunity to see me the other day. You turned it down. I don't exactly make a habit of throwing myself at guys, you know." "Really?" I tease. "So it's not common for you to show up at someone's house drunk and begging for sex?" I can almost hear her blushing on the other end of the line. "No, it's not common." "Well, I'm honored then." She laughs softly. My ribs seem to tighten at the sound. I clear my throat. "I thought I could take you somewhere that's more, Miss Emma appropriate this time around. What do you think?" "Oh, and what would that be?" "This country club I belong to, the Kinsman Club. Ever hear of it? It's out in Westchester County. They're having a dinner this week that I have to go to, and the pleasure of your company would make the whole thing a lot more bearable." "So what you're saying is, I'd be doing you a favor?" I can hear the smile in her voice. I grin in response. "You'd definitely be doing me a favor. In fact, I'd owe you. Big time." "Well," I picture her biting her lip as she thinks, "I guess that would be okay. If I'm doing it as a favor." "Phew! Thanks, Emma." We talk a little bit longer, and I arrange to pick her up at her Brooklyn apartment on Thursday night. By the time I reluctantly hang up, she actually sounds excited, and I'm fucking elated. I stare down at the report in front of me and try to dive in now that I've squared things away with Emma, except the words still blur. All I can think about is how many hours until I get to see Emma again.
14. Emma. By Thursday night, I'm sweating bullets. I've changed my outfit 6 times, even though Lucy swears each one looks fine. I don't want to look fine. I want to look amazing. I've done all the usual stuff. My nails are done, and my hair is blown out, and all my nooks and crannies are waxed and trimmed. Nothing is out of place, except my own mind. My thoughts are all over the place. I'm excited to be going to the country club and nervous about messing up in such a fancy establishment. But most of all, I'm excited to see Tyler again, and nervous about what that means. I never thought, that first night I met him at Veneer, that he'd be anything more than a very brief way to let off a bit of a steam on a night that I was crazy with stress. Now I've seen him a few times, and every time is more intense than the last. Instead of helping me let off steam, he seems to be bringing more of it into my life. But surely, dinner at the country club will be fine, right? I mean, those places are usually pretty stuffy, I think. At least that's how they've always seemed. So it won't be like the other night when we went to Darkley. This will just be a normal dinner. I'm sure of it. Almost. When it comes to Tyler, I'm never 100% sure of anything. I finally run out of time to change outfits again and end up in a black wrap dress that highlights my waist and, more importantly, my chest. Not in a trashy way, of course. I don't think I even own anything that could be described as trashy, but I think Tyler will like it. He arrives at exactly 7, just as he said he would. I meet him out on the street and glow as his eyes travel appreciatively over me. "You look beautiful." There's nothing cocky in his tone this time. Just something that sounds like true admiration. I bite back a smile and feel glad that I went to the trouble of getting my hair done. People like it when you go the extra mile for them. Tyler holds the door of his car open for me. I climb in, and a few minutes later we're driving out of Brooklyn on the way to Westchester. We chat as we go, and I'm surprised to find that talking to Tyler is actually easy. I even start to relax, just a little, and then we pull up in front of the Kinsman Club. I'm not sure what I was expecting from a country club, but this place is 100 times that. More. The main building looks like a slightly smaller version of the White House, and I can see the massive grounds sprawling out behind it. A white-capped valet approaches the car as soon as we come to a stop, and then Tyler and I are making our way into the building. I swivel my head around, trying to take everything in. This place is, I'm going to say astounding or impressive or incredible, but Tyler groans. I know. But my father's been a member for years, and it was important to him that Lacey and I keep up the tradition. Lacey, I start. Is that your sister? He nods. Is she in the family business too? He grins ruefully. She was, but that's too long of a story for right now. Got it. My curiosity is piqued, but I don't push him. We enter the main building of the club, and Tyler leads me into a lavish dining room. This area is much closer to what I expected from a country club. Dark wood furniture, tables covered in expensive white linens, rich toupéed men peeling tiny shrimp with fat fingers. Tyler leads me through the space but abruptly pivots, waving to someone. Wes, he calls out. I freeze. Wes? As in, my sister Rory's Wes. I didn't realize you guys would be here tonight. I thought you had a conflict. Managed to get it cleared up. Yep, that's definitely Wes. I peek around Tyler's shoulder. Shit. And Rory's here, too. Why don't you join us? Wes is saying. I poke Tyler in the back, trying to tell him to say no, but he either doesn't notice or doesn't know how to read my oh-so-subtle cues. Sure, he says. He slings his arm around my waist, pulling me forward. Okay with you? Well, a little too late for that, I think. Of course. I smile instead. Hi, Wes. Emma. Wes looks surprised. Hey, what are you doing here? Emma's my date. I'm doing him a favor, I interject quickly. Tyler frowns at me, but Wes nods. Great. Rory will be glad to have someone to talk to that isn't me. He chuckles, then turns to face my sister. Hey, Roar. Look who's here. I squirm as Rory looks up. Her brow wrinkles, but her lips twitch up into a grin as she looks from me to Tyler and back to me again. Emma, this is a very fun surprise. I stare at her, trying to tell her with my eyes to be cool, but she's grinning in that devilish sort of way that only sisters can manage. Wes ushers Tyler and I over to their table, and I take a seat between Rory and Tyler. Rory shoots me another look, this time more questioning, and I shrug lightly. I foresee a trip to the ladies' room in our very near future. Sure enough, as soon as we have a bottle of wine for the table, Rory stands and announces that she's got to go. She looks pointedly at me, but I stare down at my glass. Emma, don't you have to go to the bathroom too? Not really, no. But there's no getting off that easy. Rory grabs my arm. Then at least come to keep me company. Wes and Tyler are staring at us, and at this point, it would be more embarrassing to keep putting her off, so I stand up and straighten my skirt. Fine. Excuse us. Rory practically drags me all the way to the bathroom, which, by the way, happens to be the most opulent bathroom I've ever been in. The floors, the vanities, everything is in a pale marble, and there are actual chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Yes, as in multiple chandeliers. In a bathroom. There aren't stalls, but actual separate small rooms so that you can do your thing in privacy. Unfortunately, Rory doesn't go into any of them. Instead, she spins to face me. "What are you doing?" she hisses. "I thought I was keeping you company while you used the bathroom, which I have to say is pretty weird." I turn to the mirror and pretend to straighten my hair, but thankfully my blowout is holding strong. I mean, with Tyler. Rory has her hands on her hips as she faces me in the mirror, but she's also got one of those cat with the canary grins. "Nothing. We're friends, and he asked me to do him a favor by coming here with him tonight." "A favor?" Rory sounds skeptical. "You do remember that I once did Wes a favor by coming out here with him, right? And look how that ended." Shit, I completely forgot about that. When Wes and Rory were first getting together, she'd come out to a dinner here with him, ostensibly as a friend. That was back when they were both still lying about their feelings for each other. I swallow, then run the tap and slowly wash my hands. The water helps me think. Normally, I'd have no issue telling my sister about someone I'm dating, but that's because no one I've ever dated has been like Tyler. And maybe even more than that is the fact that I'm not myself when I'm with him. I barely recognize the Emma I am when I'm with him, and Rory of all people will be the first one to notice that. I'm not ready for her to see that side of me. Not until I figure out who that Emma is, and if she's really me at all. "We're just friends," I insist. "We met at the book launch, and he's been giving me advice about the publishing industry." Rory snorts. "Emma, you probably know more about the publishing industry than he does. Does he even like that job?" I shrug. It's never occurred to me to ask him. "Well, I'm not judging you," Rory adds, her face softening. "You can be friends or whatever else you want with him. He's a great guy. He might even be good for you. Shake things up a little." What's that supposed to mean? "I mean, it would be good for you to have some fun. Date a guy that's not husband material, you know? Where you can just relax and not analyze his investment portfolio and his family's orthodontic history from day one." "Right." I swallow. "'Cause you kind of have a tendency to do that, you know," my sister so helpfully points out. Yes, I guess I do. I try to smile. I dry my hands on one of the plush white towels that are neatly rolled into a basket on the marble vanity. I can't deny that Rory's right about that, and maybe she's right about Tyler, too. After all, I barely know him, and even I can tell he's not husband material. He's a playboy, and I'm just his flavor of the week. It doesn't matter if the Emma I am when I'm with him is real or not, because none of it's real to him. "They're probably wondering where we are," I intone. "We should get back." Rory frowns. "Are you okay?" "Totally." I plaster a smile on my face, something I'm quite adept at. "Let's go."
15. Tyler. Well, I was right. Having Emma with me makes dinner at the Kinsman a whole lot more bearable. Running into Wes and Rory had been good fortune, too. It's always nice to see them. And now that I'm working full-time again, I don't get to see Wes as often as I'd like. We've been tight since college, and his is one of the few friendships I've maintained through the years. Emma, though, seems strangely quiet over dinner. She smiles a lot and laughs politely, but there's something strained about it. I catch her sister shooting her a couple of cautious glances, and I get the sudden worry that maybe Rory gave her some kind of warning about me. Maybe she doesn't think I'm good enough for Emma. I mean, I can't say I disagree. I'm not good enough for Emma. But that doesn't mean I don't want to try. Wes and Rory end up having to bail early, and Emma seems to relax slightly when they leave. I'm not ready to call it a night yet, so I ask her if she wants to stay for another drink. To my surprise and pleasure, she agrees. We leave the restaurant and go across the lobby and into the bar. The bar is less formal, with plenty of cozy booths and ambient lighting. We slide in and order another bottle of wine. Emma sips from her glass quietly. I want to ask her what's on her mind, but I'm not used to this. I'm not used to even caring what's on a woman's mind. It feels different with Emma. I actually want to know. And I want to fix it. Hey. I reach across the table and stroke my thumb over the back of her hand. I should have slid into the booth beside her, but I'd stupidly chosen the seat across from her. She looks up at me. Her gray eyes are thoughtful. "Can I ask you a question?" she says. "Of course. Anything." She bites her lip and looks down at the table for a minute. "Do you like your job?" Huh? That's definitely not what I expected her to ask. I lean back against the wooden booth and consider the question. It's not one I've ever really given much thought to. "I suppose," I say. "I grew up knowing I'd probably eventually be part of the Good Grant Empire. My father always made it clear that he was building this not just as a business, but as a legacy. There's never been any question that my sister Lacey or I would take over someday." I take a sip of my wine. Emma is looking at me intently, and she seems surprisingly interested in what I have to say. "So, is publishing exactly the area of the company I would have chosen?" I continue musing. "Not really. I'm not really a books guy. Well, except yours. That's definitely one of my top 3 desert island books." "Stop," she says, but she's laughing. "What parts of the company interest you more then?" Again, it's a question I actually have to pause to consider. I guess I'm more interested in the digital side of things, all the streaming media, music, movies, radio, whatever. Good Grant has a streaming service, don't they? Yeah, although I don't know if it's doing as well as my father had hoped. The market is getting so divided. I think consumers are getting frustrated about having to sign up for 10 different services to get the content they want. There are still opportunities there, but I'm not sure my father's as comfortable in the digital sphere as he is with more traditional media. Emma nods thoughtfully. That makes sense. You're pretty smart, you know? I grin. Well, thank you. I'm not so sure my father agrees, but I'm doing my best to prove him wrong. I think you will. She smiles again, and she sips her wine. Her dark hair is shining under the dim lights of the bar, and all I can think about for a second is running my hands through it and messing up all those perfect waves. Can I ask you another question? Of course. Do you think it's bad that we're, whatever we're doing? Her question again catches me off guard. Why would it be bad? I mean, because you run the company and I'm one of your authors. I've considered the question before. I don't think it's a problem within the company. You had your contract long before I started working there, and you don't deal directly with me on anything. I probably won't start flaunting it around the office. Although, believe me, I definitely want to flaunt it. But I think as long as we're discreet, no one should be concerned. Emma snorts a little, and I grin. I guess we haven't exactly been discreet so far. I drum my fingers on the tabletop, thinking. The only real problem I see is my father. I already get the feeling he thinks I'm going to fail at this, and I really want to prove him wrong. If he knew that you and I were doing whatever we're doing, he'd take that as a sign that I can't be trusted. I pause for a sip of wine as I consider what I've said. I've never really said it out loud before, but I realize now how true it is. My father expects me to fuck this up. And what do I know? Maybe I will. But for once, instead of making me want to run, the thought makes me want to stay and prove him wrong. Prove to him that I can do this, that I'm as good as Lacey, and that his company would be in good hands with me. Your dad sounds pretty tough, Emma observes. I nod. He has high expectations, but he also let me off the hook for a long time. I haven't even had a regular full-time job in years. That's kind of embarrassing to admit, actually. I just never needed one, thanks to my trust fund. I lived comfortably, doing whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted. I let my sister carry the burden of our father's expectations. I pause long enough to take a sip of wine. Emma is leaning forward, her elbow on the table and her chin cupped thoughtfully in her hand. Under the dim light of the bar, she looks absolutely radiant, like a Vermeer painting. Even though I don't particularly like talking about it, I find myself telling Emma about Lacey and her whirlwind wedding and total abandonment of her position at Good Grant Media. I guess Dad kind of panicked. Without Lacey to take over, he had no one. Except me. So he reined in the trust fund and basically informed me of my new job 2 days before I was supposed to start. It never really occurred to me to say no. It may not be my number one choice, but the business is our family legacy. I didn't want to let him down. Emma nods. I guess I shouldn't be so surprised that she's a good listener. She does write an advice column, after all. She's used to hearing everyone else's woes. Do you miss your sister? She asks. I have to blink a couple of times. Again, that's not the question I was expecting. I have to think about how to answer. Yeah, I finally admit, I do. We were never overly close, but she's family. And that baby is going to be my niece or nephew. I'd like to have a relationship with them, you know? At least be able to buy them toys and all the junk that my sister and her hippie husband probably won't let them have. Emma grins. You should reach out to her. You think so? She nods emphatically. It can't hurt. Maybe she's feeling so shocked at her own behavior that she's embarrassed to reach out to you and your parents. It's hard, you know, when you suddenly realize you might be someone different than who you thought you were. Emma's voice is soft, and she sips her wine without looking at me. There's nothing wrong with following your heart, I say. I have to clear my throat as the moment stretches out between us. That's what I tell my sister, at least. She smiles. That's what you should tell her, then. It might help. Thanks. Did anyone ever tell you you're good at this whole advice thing? She laughs. Yeah, I've heard that once or twice. There's a long moment of silence. I finished off the rest of my wine, and even though it's good wine, I crave the taste of Emma more than I crave the taste of these fermented grapes. Do you want to get out of here? I ask. Emma blinks, but her mouth turns up into a tentative smile. Are you inviting me home this time? She teases. I'm inviting you anywhere you want to go. Her smile grows bigger. It lights up her face, making her gray eyes sparkle. I want to kick myself again for putting her in a cab the other night. The least I can do now is make it up to her. Come with me. I stand and offer her my hand, which she takes. We abandon the half-drunk bottle of wine, and I lead her into the lobby. It's not as busy at the club now, and most of the dinner crowd has gone home. The lobby area is nearly deserted. Emma's hand in mine is soft and warm, and I'm reluctant to let it go. The drive back into Manhattan is over an hour, and that seems like way too long to not be able to kiss her, to touch her. I make a split-second decision. Do you still trust me? She eyes me cautiously. Last time you asked me that, I ended up with my tits out in the middle of a restaurant. I grin. So, that's a yes? Emma giggles. Strangely, yes. I'm probably going to regret it, but right now, yes, I trust you. Good. I grin. I squeeze her hand and lead her towards the back of the lobby. There's a door back there, and I breathe a sigh of relief when I find it unlocked. I push it open, and Emma looks around. What is this place? The room has a low counter, and behind that are a half-dozen empty coat racks. It's the coat check. At least in the winter it is. In the summer, it's just miscellaneous storage. My buddy Logan had tipped me off about this place a couple of years ago. Funnily enough, he's the same person who'd recommended Darkly to me. I'm going to have to send the guy a thank you card. I let the door swing closed behind us. There's a single window off to one side, and it lets in enough moonlight that I can see Emma's face illuminated. I push her hair back behind her ear and tilt her chin up. I've wanted to do this all night, I tell her, before I cover her mouth with mine. Cue the fireworks. She responds to my kiss, leaning her head back and opening to me. I swirl my tongue against hers, trying to memorize every inch of her, every breath. My hands wind up through her hair, and she whimpers softly when I tug gently on her locks. Oh, God, Emma, everything about you is so sweet, I manage, when I finally come up for air. Do you even know how sweet you are? I don't feel sweet when I'm around you, she whispers. Her fingers trace over my jaw. I want to feel those fingers everywhere. No? How do you feel? I don't know. Spicy, she giggles. It's cute as hell. Good. I like you spicy and sweet. I wrap my hands around her waist and lift her up. She squeals, but quietly, and I plop her down on the counter where the coat check girl normally sits. I nudge her knees apart and stand in between them, pulling her in for another kiss. It's as good as the last one. Better, maybe, because this time Emma locks her legs behind me and pulls me in close to her. My cock is almost touching her, and the way it's straining forward right now, it seems damn determined to get there. I pull her even closer and wind my hands through her hair again as our kiss gets even more heated. But I want to taste so much more than her lips. I push her skirt up, running my hands along her smooth, creamy thighs. She leans into it until I reach her hips and find the edges of the panties she's wearing. What are you doing? She whispers, as if she's afraid someone might overhear us. I don't think you need these. Her cheeks flush. Really? Yes, Emma. Really. I kiss her lightly on the nose. Now, lift your ass. She hesitates for only a second, then lifts her hips long enough for me to strip the fabric from her body. I shove the panties into my pocket. I go back to kissing her, letting her get used to the fact that she's not wearing any underwear. I run my tongue along the smooth space beneath her ear, along the edge of her neck. Do you want my tongue on your pussy, Emma? She makes a noise that sounds like a kitten mewling, and I chuckle. Is that a yes? She nods. Tell me yes, Emma. Yes. Her voice is a hoarse whisper, and the desire in her eyes is unmistakable. I love watching her lose control like this, pushing her beyond the edge of her comfort zone, turning my sweet Emma into the spicy one. I push her dress up again and lean over. I can already smell the sweet, ripe wetness of her pussy. Knowing she wants this as much as I do is the ultimate turn-on. Part of me wants to skip the oral session and jump straight to the full meal deal. But the thought of making her come all over my tongue is too tempting to resist. I lick my lips and then slowly, softly, kiss her throbbing clit. She jumps and giggles nervously, but as I swirl my tongue around her swollen bud, her laughter melts into soft moans. I taste every part of her, every fold, every crevice, every sweet and spicy inch of her. I grip her thighs to hold her in place, but she still manages to wriggle her hips, easing her pussy even closer to my lips, begging me to devour her. I oblige. In this moment, I can't imagine ever doing anything but exactly what I'm doing right now. Going down on Emma Holloway feels like exactly what I was born to do, and I bring every ounce of skill and passion that I can muster. And Emma responds. Her body arches and bucks, and under my hands her thighs flex. She's got strong muscles under her creamy white skin, but I hold her tight. I love feeling her squirm. I can tell she's getting close. I let go of her thighs with one hand and use that to bring her pleasure to the next level. 2 fingers in her pussy, fucking her until I can feel her starting to spasm around me. I swirl my tongue around her clit. "Come for me, Emma," I tell her. And she does. Her body explodes, her whole being rocking on the counter in front of me. And that's when the door behind us opens. 2 club employees stumble into the room laughing. Emma moves to tug her skirt down, but her body is still half in spasms, and instead she snaps her knees closed around my head. The laughter behind us comes to an abrupt stop. Emma groans as she releases me, and I stand up and turn around. It's 2 kids I recognize from the restaurant. Busboys. They've got a bottle of Jack, and one of them is holding up what looks like a stubby little joint. Thankfully, they're more embarrassed than we are. Or maybe just terrified that I'll have them fired. I clear my throat, grabbing Emma's hand and helping her slide off the counter. "Gentlemen," I say, nodding at them as we go, "appreciate your discretion." I can still feel their wide eyes following us as we leave the room. I laugh silently to myself when one of them gives me the thumbs up.
16. Emma. What the ever-loving hell is wrong with me? That's the thought that runs through my mind over and over that night, as I lie in my bed, staring at the ceiling and not sleeping. Every time I see Tyler, I do the dumbest things. I mean, it's really getting ridiculous. It's like he's a drug and my judgment suddenly becomes impaired when I'm around him. What's the legal limit for a dose of Tyler? I'm starting to think that for me, it's 0. Any amount of Tyler is too much Tyler. I might need an anonymous support group. Getting caught at the country club last night is just another in a long string of very inappropriate things we've done. I don't know how I can keep up with this, or why I'm even still going along with it. I feel like an elastic band that's been stretched almost to breaking. It's time to snap back into place. I've finally managed to start drifting back to sleep when my phone rings. I grope for the nightstand and knock the phone onto the floor. Fuck. I reach down for it, but I lean over too far and roll right out of the bed. Ow! Ow, 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 fuck! I'm still swearing as I hit the answer button on my phone. Hello? Emma? Are you okay? Shit, it's Solange, my publicist. Hi, Solange. Sorry, I was sleeping. At 9:30, she laughs. Haven't you already been to the gym and, I don't know, scrubbed your entire apartment by this time? I try to laugh. Usually, yeah. I just haven't been sleeping well lately. I obviously don't mention the reason I haven't been sleeping well is that I've indulged in a mind-altering dose of her boss. That probably wouldn't go over so well. I'm sorry to hear that, but I have some news that I think is going to put you in a good mood. Oh yeah? What's that? You've been invited to appear on Wake Up New York. The television show? Yes, silly. Isn't that exciting? Charlotte Cross wants to do a live interview with you on the morning show. The Channel 9 morning show is the most popular in the state. Hell, even my parents watch it religiously, and they live in Connecticut. I get why Solange is excited. It'll bring a whole new audience to my book. But the thought of doing a live interview is already making my stomach churn. The reading was bad enough, and that was only a couple hundred people. Now we're talking about a whole state's worth. You don't sound excited, Solange prods. I am. I force a smile into my voice. I'm still sitting on the floor beside my bed, and I stretch my legs out in front of me. I'm just overwhelmed. I'm not sure I'm ready for television. Are you kidding? You're the perfect person for this. You're always so poised. You could do this interview in your sleep. Except for the fact that I don't sleep anymore. I don't know. What if I mess it up? You won't, Solange assures me. I wish I had her confidence. Maybe she should do the interview on my behalf. Can I think about it? Oh, sure. Yes, of course. I can tell she's disappointed, and if there's one thing in life I hate, it's disappointing people. But I can't bring myself to say yes to this yet. Maybe it's everything that's been going on lately, or hell, maybe it's just the fact that I'm overtired. Okay, I'll let you know by Monday, I promise her. I get off the phone and toss it on my bed, then put my head in my hands. I really need to get my shit together. The fact that I even have to think about doing this interview is proof that I'm not myself right now. This book was my dream for so long. You'd think I'd want to do everything in my power to promote it. I finally drag myself out of my bedroom and into the kitchen. What I really need is a coffee. My eyes are burning and my legs feel like they belong to someone else. But caffeine should help. I find Lucy in there, humming while she whisks something in a vintage enamel bowl I didn't even know we owned. Morning, I mumble as I reach for a mug. She jumps about 6 feet. Emma, I didn't realize you were here. I assumed you were at the gym. Why does everyone feel the need to remind me that I didn't go to the gym this morning? Or, that I haven't been once in the last 2 weeks? Didn't sleep well. Do we have coffee? She nods and gestures to the coffee pot on the counter. It's half full. It's fresh, she assures me. But do you even drink coffee? Today I do. I pour myself a cup and dump in some cream and sugar, also property of Lucy. I lean against the counter and watch as she continues to whisk. What's in the bowl? Coconut whipped cream. I'm making waffles. Do you want some? I nod and she smiles. Good, because I made a lot. You'll just have to wait while I photograph them first. They're for the blog. Anything I can do to help? As long as it doesn't require any actual expertise. I grin. You want to slice some strawberries? That I can do. I set about slicing fresh strawberries while Lucy finishes whipping the cream and starts pouring rich brown batter into the waffle maker. Something else I didn't even know we owned. So, Solange called me this morning, I say while I slice. Solange, your publicist? Yeah, it turns out they want me to go on Wake Up New York to do an interview about the book. What? Lucy turns away from her waffles, her face lit up. That's amazing! When? I don't know. I haven't actually accepted yet. She stares at me. Are you insane? Why wouldn't you accept? I shrug, turning back to the berries. I don't know. What if I mess it up? You won't. Look how well the launch went. Oh yeah, that went super well. I still cringe when I think of the humiliation of reading my anti-casual sex screed in front of Tyler. I guess, I mumble. You're crazy, Lucy says. She turns back to her waffles. You know, most people would kill for an opportunity like that, right? I mean, I would personally kill for it. I assume there are others like me out there. I'm instantly filled with guilt. Like me, Lucy works for herself, and her income lives and dies by the success of her food blog. And here I am, complaining about this amazing opportunity that's landed in my lap. You're right, I admit. I'd be dumb to turn it down. I'm still not sure I'm going to take it, but I should at least quit whining about it. Well, I wasn't going to say it, but yes. She grins as she flips the waffle maker open. The scent of warm chocolate fills our small kitchen. So, what exactly are you making? I ask, peeking over her shoulder as she slides a perfectly formed waffle out of the machine and onto a platter. Belgian chocolate waffles with cayenne pepper and coconut whipped cream. I blink a couple of times and she laughs. My mouth is already watering. You better hurry up and take those pictures, I tell her, because otherwise you're going to get a photo of my fork sneaking onto the plate. An hour later, I'm stuffed to the brim with chocolate waffles and more whipped cream than one person should realistically eat in a lifetime. I practically have to roll myself into my bedroom. But Lucy's waffles were totally worth it. I find my phone on the bed where I left it and discover I have a text from Tyler. Are your legs still shaking? I bite back a smile. Despite the abject humiliation of having a couple of teenagers walk in on us, everything up to that point had been beyond amazing. Is it any wonder I feel high on that man? Of course, Rory's warning still runs through my head. Tyler's not husband material. I don't even know if he's dating material. Sure, the sex is good. Phenomenal, really. But that's not exactly enough to grow a relationship on. And for someone who's built a career around telling people how to live their lives right, I can't quite figure out how I've managed to make so many mistakes with him. I can't decide how to reply to the text, so instead I do something else I never, ever do. I don't respond at all. Instead, I pack my gym bag. Maybe some time on the good old Stairmaster will bring me some clarity.
17. Tyler. Right. This looks fine, I sigh as I flip through the final draft of the Good Grant Books annual report. It's not exactly filled with stellar achievements, but since it's an annual report that covers last year's activities, there's not much I can do to make it look more impressive. Not unless I can invent a time machine in the next week, that is. Diana flips the report closed with a loud sigh as the rest of the executive team looks on in silence. It is what it is. Her lips are pursed. Many people worked hard on pulling that report together. Other than the new self-help line, there's not much to brag about for last year. A few fantasy series that are way past their prime, cookbooks that ended up being remaindered after a couple of months. The digital section of the report includes a few cosmetic upgrades to the company's website, and sweet fuck else. People might have loved Mr. D, my predecessor, but the man was firmly stuck in the 80s when it came to the business world. We don't even do e-books, for God's sake. A few weeks ago, I wouldn't have thought I'd even care about the annual report. I wanted to do the bare minimum to keep my father happy, and I would have signed off on this report with my eyes closed, just to get it off my desk. But ever since my conversation with my father the other day, when he'd asked me what I was going to do about the fact that the company was losing money, I've had this nagging sense of something pushing me forward. A sense of drive, of purpose, something I haven't felt in quite a while. I get that. I try to assure her and everyone else in the room. And the report itself is fine. Clear, concise, polished. Please make sure your teams all know that I value the work that went into this. But mark my words, next year's is going to be a hell of a lot more impressive. My words seemed to surprise her, and to be honest, they kind of surprised me a bit, too. I hadn't really thought much about being here next year. But now, the idea of producing another report this lackluster is a no-go as far as I'm concerned. And regardless of what the outlooks say, I know the publishing arm could be profitable, with the right direction. For the first time, I feel excited about the possibility of being the man to take it in that direction. I slide the report back to Diana, and she slips it between two folders, out of sight, maybe so that we can all put it behind us for now. Any other updates? I glance around the rest of the executive team. We're in the boardroom, at the second of the weekly all-departments meetings I implemented, while I try to get up to speed on everything. And judging by the cautious way everyone has been feeling each other out at these meetings, I'm guessing they haven't done too many of them in the past. Nothing from accounting, Antonio says. The head of legal, who sits next to him, shakes her head as well. Publicity? I ask, directing my question to Solange, who's acting head this week. Nothing major. We have an opportunity to get one of our new self-help books featured on Wake Up New York, but unfortunately I'm still working on convincing our author. My ears perk up at the mention of the self-help line. Which author? I ask casually, clicking my pen open and closed. Emma Holloway. Her book is Miss Emma's Guide to Dating. Yes, I'm familiar with it. Oh, of course, that's right. You went to the launch. Solange smiles politely, but out of the corner of my eye, I catch Diana raising her eyebrows. I click the pen thoughtfully again, ignoring her, and thinking about Emma. Okay, I mostly try to think about why she wouldn't have jumped at the chance to do a high-profile television interview, but I'll admit that a few other less appropriate thoughts might also stroll through my mind, like the other night at the Kinsman. I shift in my seat. Did she say why she didn't want to do it? Not really. Solange twists one long braid around her finger. Just the usual bit about not wanting to screw up. I'll keep working on her. Let me talk to her, I say quickly. Diana raises her eyebrows further, her eyes narrowing as she watches me click my pen again. I stuff it into my pocket to force myself to stop fidgeting with it and snap my folio closed. I ignore Diana and her pursed red lips. Right, if no one has any other updates, I think we can consider this meeting adjourned. Everyone shuffles out after me, and I head back to my office. My mind is still on Emma, of course, and now I'm considering the fact that she hasn't texted me back since I saw her the other day. It had only been a couple of days, and I told myself she was just busy. But hearing that she's actually considering turning down the interview makes me wonder if something is wrong. My stomach churns nervously, and I can't get to my phone fast enough. I nod quickly at Keegan, then seal myself in my office. I use my desk phone to dial Emma's number, then curse under my breath when it goes to voicemail. Emma, it's Tyler. I'm calling about official work business, which means you have to call me back. I look forward to hearing your sexy voice soon. I hang up and wait. And wait. I check the messages on my cell phone, but there's nothing there either. I scroll through my texts and see the one I sent my sister the other day. After seeing Emma and her sister joking around with each other at the Kinsman the other day, I'd realized how much I missed Lacey. So I'd taken Emma's advice and sent her a text to tell her so. Except she hasn't answered yet. What the hell is up with women ignoring me this week? Just as I'm considering which of them I should text first, my desk phone rings. I reach for it so fast I fumble the handset and scramble to finally shove it up against my ear. Tyler Grant. There's a pause on the other end of the line, and a smile stretches across my face. Hello, Emma. This better be actual work business. Of course it is. I can practically hear the adorable way she'd be pursing her lips. Solange told me you were offered a spot on the Wake Up New York morning show, and you haven't accepted it yet. Oh, that, Emma sighs. Yeah, that. What's up? She sighs again. I don't know. The reading was bad enough. A live television interview is just... She shudders audibly. Well, I happen to think your reading went very well. You would think that. I'm serious, Emma. You were fantastic. And sure, maybe you were nervous, but no one else could tell. You look like the beautiful, confident woman you are. Emma is quiet for a minute. I wasn't just nervous. I was completely freaking out. I chuckle. Well, that might have been partly my fault. She laughs. Yes, it was definitely partly your fault. In fact, I'd say it was mostly your fault. I'll own that. But if you do the show, you won't have to worry about me. I promise to stay far away and not make you come in the bathroom 5 minutes beforehand. Unless, of course, you think that would help. You are completely incorrigible, she laughs. Does that mean you'll do the show? She sighs. I don't know, Tyler. I need to think about it some more. I lean back in my leather chair and think. I hate hearing her sound worried like this. Let's go out this weekend, I say, and take your mind off things for a bit. Maybe you'll feel better if you relax a bit. I don't know. My chest tightens. You don't know? It's an easy question, Emma. And spoiler alert, the answer is yes. I try to keep my tone light, and thankfully, Emma laughs. I don't know, Tyler. Whenever I spend time with you, I end up humiliated. Hey now, you can't blame me for all of that. I didn't force you to show up at my house drunk. Oh, God, don't remind me. But that's exactly what I mean. I don't recognize myself when I'm around you. I feel like a different person. I swallow. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know, she says honestly. I run my hands through my hair. As much as I enjoy tormenting Emma and watching her squirm, I never want her to feel bad about it. Let's go away, I blurt. Go away? Just for the weekend. Then you don't have to worry about who you are or aren't. Hell, you can be whoever you damn well please. Where will we go? My mind races. I haven't exactly put any thought into planning this. Catskills? We have a summer home up there, but my mom's in Milan this week, so no one's using it. It's a beautiful spot, right on a lake. We can go to dinner, get ice cream, whatever you want. Make it a fun getaway weekend. I'm rambling, but I suddenly feel desperate for her to say yes. The thought of an entire weekend away with Emma, with no work, no family, nothing to keep us apart, seems like a fucking dream come true. Maybe, she says slowly. Say yes, Emma. Come on, you need this. Give yourself some time away from all the book craziness. Maybe you'll even feel better about the interview by Monday. I could use a break, she admits. I haven't been on vacation in, God, I don't even know how long. See, a woman like you deserves some quality bikini time. If you won't do it for yourself, at least do it for me. You can't deprive me of a vision like that. To my relief, she giggles. Well, when you put it that way, is that a yes? I can picture her pursing her lips, but then she laughs again. Yes, I suppose it's a yes. I grin. My heart is racing, but now it's with elation. Good. I promise you a weekend you won't ever forget. That's kind of what I'm afraid of, she laments, but I can tell that she's smiling.
18. Emma. When Tyler's SUV cruises to a stop in front of my apartment building, my heart gives an involuntary flutter. It stutters again when he climbs out and strides towards me. His broad chest swathed in a casual polo shirt, a pair of jeans hugging his hips in an effortless and completely sexy way. My heart flutters one more time when he presents me with a huge takeaway cup of coffee in a greasy paper bag. I peek inside the bag and find both a breakfast sandwich and what appears to be a chocolate croissant. Are you trying to torture me? I ask, blinking up at him as he grabs the tan leather weekend bag that's sitting on the sidewalk beside my feet. Hey, you're on vacation this weekend, remember? He tosses my bag into the back seat. Besides, I didn't know which one to get you. And then I remembered someone once told me you're both spicy and sweet, so I went for both. He grins and my damn heart flutters again. I flash back to the night inside the coat room at the Kinsman, to the words that had tumbled out of my mouth in the heat of the moment. In the harsh Saturday morning sunlight, they feel embarrassing and tawdry. But the way Tyler's looking at me makes me want to say all of that again. And then some. He holds the car door open for me and then crosses around to the driver's seat. After he pulls back into traffic, he takes a slow glance over at me. I don't think I've ever seen you wear jeans before. I cross my legs self-consciously. I don't wear jeans often, and choosing them this morning had felt like the sartorial equivalent of thumbing my nose at all my usual rules and embracing Tyler's vacation idea. Now I wish I'd put in the effort of wearing something nicer. Tyler chuckles. Emma, relax. I like the jeans, and I'm really going to like slowly peeling them off of you later. I bite back a smile. Okay, the jeans can stay. Where exactly are we going anyway? I ask him. Up near Wyndham. My parents have a summer home there. Wait, isn't that area known for their skiing? I guess. He shrugs. Yet you have a summer home there. For skiing, we go to Aspen. He grins. Besides, it's a beautiful spot, right on a lake and very private. Perfect for skinny dipping. He winks. I snort in laughter until I realize he isn't kidding. Nice try. What? He asks innocently. You should know I don't do skinny dipping. Have you even met me? Oh, I've met you. And I seem to remember there were quite a few other things you claimed you'd never do, but that turned out to be quite enjoyable. He keeps his eyes on the road, but I don't mistake the devilish glint in them. Besides, this weekend is for letting go. Remember? I pretend to roll my eyes. Look, let's not go too crazy here. I'm already wearing jeans, remember? He chuckles. Fine. We'll table the skinny dipping. For now. His hand crosses the space between us, and then it's resting casually, comfortably on my knee. It's so easy, so natural that for a second it takes me aback. I stare down at his hand, at the way his thumb moves back and forth over the fabric of my jeans. I swallow. Well, now I really wish I'd worn a skirt. I distract myself by finishing the greasy breakfast sandwich, and then Tyler and I split the pastry. The drive to the Catskills seems to take no time at all, and we spend most of the trip laughing and reminiscing about trips we took with our families as kids. Of course, his stories are all about fancy Swiss chalets and Italian villas, while mine involve being stuck in a pup tent with my two sisters on our few ill-fated family camping trips. But in some ways, we're not that different. Tyler speaks fondly of his sister, but he makes me laugh with stories about torturing her. Like when he tells me about their family trip to Prague and how he told her she'd been adopted from Eastern Europe as a baby, and that they were going back there now to return her to her real parents. It seems like exactly the kind of thing Rory and I would have done to Blake. The thought makes me feel strangely nostalgic, both happy and sad at the same time. By the time we reach the mountains, I've laughed so much that my cheeks hurt, and I've already almost completely forgotten my trepidation about coming on this trip. Tyler is fun to be around, and I like how he makes me forget about my real life, even if it's just for a weekend. My thoughts of real life are washed even further away when we pull up in front of an enormous chalet that looks like something out of a magazine. An A-frame with a dark wood exterior, walls of windows, and a wraparound deck. I climb out of the car, pushing my hair back out of my face and staring up at the place in awe. I'm not sure what I was expecting when Tyler mentioned his family's summer home, but this house blows all of my ideas out of the water. This place is beautiful, I breathe, as Tyler comes to stand behind me. Yeah, it's not bad. I snort. Not bad? Yeah, that's how I'd describe it. We're surrounded by trees, and from somewhere not too far away, I can hear the faint sound of waves lapping over rocks. So he wasn't joking about being right on the water. I just pray he was joking about the skinny dipping. Though, knowing what I know about Tyler, I'm going to guess that's a no, too. He slips his arm around my waist. I tingle at his touch, my skin pebbling in goosebumps despite the heat of the sun. "Come on," he says. He kisses the top of my head, making the goosebumps march all the way up my neck. "I'll give you the tour." I let him lead me into the house, then try to keep my jaw from dropping as we enter. The inside is even nicer than the outside. The bleached wood floors gleam, and everything else does too. It hits me suddenly what kind of family Tyler comes from. I've been trying to ignore the fact that he's a Grant, but the more time we spend together, the more that reality gets harder to deny. There seems to be no way in which we're not complete opposites. As Tyler leads me from room to room, I try to quash down my growing anxiety. I feel out of place here. And when Tyler stops in front of a room with a huge king-sized bed and a view of the lake, I swallow hard. "What do you think? Is this okay?" "There's a bigger master suite on the other side of the house, but that's really kind of my mom's room. This is where I usually stay when I'm out here." He shoves his hands in his pockets, and I realize he actually seems nervous. Maybe something about the realness of this moment is getting to him, too. "It's perfect," I say, forcing a smile onto my lips. And it is perfect, really. I'd be a crazy person to complain about accommodations like these. I touch my fingers lightly to Tyler's jaw. It's beyond perfect. He gazes down at me. His eyes burn into me. His jaw is rough and stubbled under my hand. And now that we're standing so close, his masculine scent envelops me. Woodsy and spicy and yet sweet, too. Like cinnamon, maybe. I swallow. I suddenly feel more than a little lightheaded. Tyler is still looking at me, and I lick my lips nervously. "Tyler," I start. I have no idea how to finish that sentence. I want to tell him that I'm scared of what's happening between us, that I don't know how to walk away, that I'm afraid that everything between us has gotten completely out of my control, that I'm not used to being out of control. "I know," he says. And somehow I get the feeling that he really does. All the things that I can't put into words, Tyler seems to understand. His hands come up, and then he's sliding his fingers through my hair. The gentle tugging makes my already weak knees turn to jelly, and I lean against his chest for balance. He's warm and hard and so present that it takes my breath away. He tilts my head back, and my lips part automatically. I feel hungry for him, desperate almost. We've been here less than 5 minutes, and Vacation Emma has already taken over. And Vacation Emma has decided that all those concerns are going to be someone else's problem. Vacation Emma has decided that what she really wants is to get laid. Vacation Tyler seems to be on the same page, because when he finally presses his lips against mine, his kiss is just as ravenous. His hands thread through my hair, yanking my head back, deepening our kiss. He claims me with his mouth, marking me, making me his. It's everything I want. Everything and then some. I slide my hands up under his shirt, letting my fingers dance across his sculpted abs. Everything about him is hard and solid, but when I scratch my nails lightly over his chest, I can feel him loosen slightly, melting into our kiss the same helpless way I always do. It's a heady feeling, being able to make him react like that, powerful. And I want more of it. Tyler's had the upper hand in this relationship since the night I stood on the stage at Veneer and read from my book as he laughed in the audience. It might be time for a little payback. Time for him to be the one to lose control. I let my hand slide down to the waist of his jeans and then dip lower, finding the bulge that's already growing to rather impressive proportions. Tyler growls, tugging my hair even harder, but I grin. I stroke my hand over his cock a few times, exploring the length beneath the thick fabric of his jeans. Then I reach for his zipper. Tyler seems more than happy to oblige me because he helps me shimmy off the pants, kicking off his shoes in the process. The rest of it too, I tell him, already tugging off my own t-shirt. He grins and whips off the polo shirt and the boxer briefs. I take a brief moment to admire his lean, sculpted body, licking my lips at the way his cock is bobbing heavily. Get on the bed. I barely recognize my own voice. It sounds husky, sultry almost. Turns out Vacation Emma is a lot like Bad Emma. But Tyler welcomes her presence, whoever she is. He grins as he backs up against the bed and sits down. He doesn't let go of me, his hands still threaded through my hair, his lips still devouring mine, tugging me down with him. Except I need my lips for what comes next, so I reluctantly pull away. We both catch our breath for a second. Tyler is gazing up at me, waiting to see what I'm going to do next. I let a smile play over my lips and slowly reach up behind me and unclasp my bra. I let it slide down over my arms, then dangle it from one finger. When Tyler groans, I toss the lacy white fabric into his lap. He chuckles, low in his throat. His cock is at full attention, and he's got one hand wrapped around it. He strokes it slowly, lazily as he watches me. The sight of it turns me on even more. Tyler and I haven't actually had sex since that first night at Veneer, and suddenly, getting his cock inside me is about the only thing I can think of. I force myself to take my time. I reach for the waistband of my own jeans and slowly push them down over my hips, taking my lacy white thong with them. When I'm completely naked, I take a couple of steps towards Tyler, coming to a stop between his strong thighs. The way he gazes up at me sends a surge of adrenaline through me. Lust, too. It's exactly the way you always dream a man is going to look at you, like he wants to cherish you and fuck you stupid at the same time. It's a heady, intoxicating feeling. I savor every second of it. Then I drop to my knees in front of him. Tyler groans again as he realizes what's happening, which sends another bolt of desire through me. My pussy is clenching, dripping, aching for him. But instead I reach my hand out and grab his cock. He grins as he leans back, resting on his elbow so he can get the best view. I never take my eyes off his as I grip his cock and stroke it. His thigh muscles are tensed, and I brace my forearms against them. As I stroke, a small bead of pre-cum forms at the tip of his cock. With a slowness and restraint I didn't even know I was capable of, I lean forward and lick it away. Tyler groans again, and I feel his thighs tremble under my arms. Jesus, Emma. His voice is breathless, which makes me grin up at him. This is what I wanted, for Tyler to feel even a little bit of what I've been feeling these past couple of weeks. I slowly run my tongue around the head of his cock. He tastes the way he smells, masculine, clean, outdoorsy. It makes my heart race, and I inhale him, breathe him in. His cock twitches in my hand, and I grip him tightly. Tyler makes a growling noise, and I know what he wants. what he's desperate for. Which, of course, means I take my sweet time. I paint his shaft with soft strokes of my tongue, licking him like a kitten, toying with him. He fists the quilt beneath him, and I smugly take in his white knuckles, the grim line of his mouth as he tries to keep it together. When I decide he's suffered enough, I finally wrap my lips around the head of his cock. He groans again, letting his head fall backwards for a second. When he looks at me again, his gray eyes are blazing, so dark they're almost black. Bad Emma likes it. Bad Emma gives the best blowjob she's ever given in her life, channeling her inner porn star. Within a couple of minutes, Tyler is panting, his thighs flexed, his balls tight. "God, Emma," he pants, just like that. "Fuck!" I take him as deep as I can until he's hitting the back of my throat. It's still not the full length of him, but it seems to be good enough for Tyler. He groans. "I'm going to come if you keep doing that," he warns me. It's music to my ears. I tighten my grip on the base of his cock and suck harder, flicking my tongue over the head every time I come back up. Tyler's head falls back again at the same time that his hips buck towards my face, and his cock pulses as a low groan comes from his throat. I swallow everything, taking it in like a champ. By the time he's done, I feel rather proud of myself, actually. I grin up at him, and he scrubs one hand over his face. He has the dazed look of someone who just woke up from a deep sleep. "Well," that's all he says. For once, Tyler Grant seems to be at a loss for words. The thought makes me giggle. "Come here," he says finally. He grabs my wrists and pulls me to my feet and into his lap. His lips are already against my neck, tracing a line along the hollow beneath my ear. "Has anyone ever told you that you're fucking incredible?" Maybe, I say. "But you can tell me now if you want to." "I think I'd rather show you." "And how would you do that?" "Well," he says, nuzzling his way further down my neck, "we do have an entire weekend ahead of us, so anything is on the menu. Whatever you want is yours. Everything is yours, Emma." His expression has turned serious. It takes me aback for a minute. I tap my bottom lip and pretend to think, while Tyler paints a distracting line of kisses across my chest. "What if I said that the only thing I want right now is for you to fuck me?" He lifts his head, a grin on his full lips. "I'd say that's an excellent place to start." 19. Emma. I bring his head up to mine again and kiss him. It's slower this time, more tender, even though my body still burns hot for him. He cradles me against him, slowly lowering us both to the bed. We kiss. For a few minutes we do nothing but just our lips, our tongues, my fingers in his thick, dark hair, his hands grazing over my bare shoulders and along my rib cage. And it feels good. God, it feels good. But kissing him does nothing to sate the real hunger I feel. I sit up, catching my breath, resting my hands against Tyler's chest as I look down at him. I'm straddling him, my knees on either side of his thighs, and I can tell that he's more than ready. "I want it, Tyler. Please." "Well, when you ask so nicely." In an instant, he flips me over. I hit the mattress so hard I bounce up a couple of inches and then collapse back against the quilt, giggling. Tyler fishes a condom out of the pocket of his jeans, and then he's kneeling between my legs. I lick my lips as I lie there and watch him. I'm suddenly, acutely, painfully aware of every beat of my heart, every pulse of my blood through my veins, every inhale, every exhale, every second that our bodies remain apart, unjoined. Tyler leans over me. He runs his hand through my hair, pushing my messy locks out of my face. For a minute, he just watches me. "Emma," he starts. His voice is hoarse. He hesitates. I touch his jaw. "I know," I say. And somehow, some way, I do. He runs his cock along my slit, and every conscious thought flies straight from my brain. My hands reach automatically for his shoulders, trying to draw him closer to me. When I feel him pushing against my entrance, I suck in a breath. For a second, he just gazes at me again. But then he's pushing forward, filling me, stretching me. "God, Emma, you're so tight. This is unfucking believable." He looks like he's already about to break out in a sweat, and I might laugh, except that the feelings are too exquisite to do anything but pant. I clench around him, pulling him straight into my heat, my center. We move together, finding a rhythm that feels like the very essence of music, of harmony. I cling to his shoulders like he's a raft and I'm at sea, and in 1,000 ways, I feel like I truly am. With Tyler, I always feel like I'm in the middle of the ocean and I have no idea how deep it goes or how the hell I even got here. I push that thought out of my mind and concentrate on the feelings in my body. On his hips pounding against me, his cock thrusting into me, the sound of our bodies slapping together, the musky smell of sex and desire. Seconds. That's all it takes. My body barrels towards the edge of the cliff. "Oh, God, Tyler, I'm going to..." I trail off, but Tyler slows. "Say it, Emma." He grins. He moves agonizingly slowly, drawing out until just the tip of his cock is teasing me. My cheeks burn bright red, but I'm too caught up in the moment to care. "I'm going to come, Tyler. Make me come." This time he doesn't grin. He looks like a man on a serious mission, and he picks up the pace again, somehow thrusting even harder and deeper. My body clenches around him. The roller coaster lurches upwards again, taking my stomach with it, racing faster and faster towards the peak. It takes me away. All of me. Over the peak and down the other side, a wild rush of air and energy, and the most shattering climax I've ever had in my life. It seems to go on for hours, days, a lifetime. My body shakes under Tyler's, trembling and quivering and practically seizing. He slows enough to let me come back down to earth as he runs his fingers through my hair again. "You look beautiful when you come like that." I don't do anything but pant, which makes him grin. He moves his hips again, chasing his own climax, and it doesn't take long. He slams into me, groaning, and I watch the expression on his face when the moment overtakes him. He looks beautiful, too, in a way like he's a marble statue that suddenly comes to life. After, he collapses onto the bed beside me and pulls me to his chest. I can feel him breathing, can smell the scent of us against his skin. I bury my face into it, into the cradle of his arm. "Well, I'd say this weekend is off to a good start," he says finally. I laugh. "Yeah, not bad." He leans up on his elbow. "Not bad? Not bad?" "Well, you did get a little more out of it than I did," I remind him. "Technically speaking." He chuckles. "So that's how it's going to be. Well, technically speaking..." I think you'll find that I'm more than up to the challenge. I have no doubt. I trail my fingers along his forearm. He pretends to bite my shoulder, and I dissolve into a fit of giggles. Now that the earlier tension has dissipated, I look around the room we're in. In some ways, it looks like a regular cabin bedroom, if that cabin was in the lap of luxury. The walls are planked, painted white, and a huge window lets in sunlight that's tinged the slightest bit green from the thick trees outside. The bed is a farmhouse style, wrought iron frame, and judging by how well it held up just now, definitely of sturdy construction. The quilt on the bed is blue and patchwork, and even though it looks country-ish, I get the feeling that it probably cost at least $1,000. Do you come up here often? I ask him as I run my fingers across his still damp chest. Not as much anymore. We used to spend whole summers up here, but now my mother uses it pretty much full time. And your dad? He has a place in the city. Oh. I think about the implications of that. So they don't really live together, like each other? Not really, no. I'm sorry. He lifts my fingertips and kisses them. Don't be sorry. It's just the way they are. They should probably get divorced, but, he shrugs. I guess the marriage still provides other conveniences. That's kind of sad. I guess. What about your parents? They're still together? I nod. Inseparable. They run a business together, too, so they're pretty much always together. What kind of business? A flower shop. Just a small one, but they do okay. And you never had any interest in the family business? I wrinkle my nose. Not really. I mean, Rory and I both worked there in high school, but I don't think either of us wanted to stay in Connecticut. Our other sister Blake still works there. Right. I think Rory might have mentioned that once. At the mention of Rory's name, my stomach twists. Her warning flits through my memory, but I tamp it down. I don't want to think about that. I'm on vacation, after all. Vacation Emma doesn't have to worry about practical things like the future of whatever this is. I keep forgetting that you and Rory know each other, I say instead. It's such a small world. It is, but you're still my favorite Holloway sister. He leans over and kisses my nose, and a happy buzz runs through me. He shifts slightly so that he's facing me, propped up on one arm. His eyes burn into me, and once again, it feels like something big is growing between us. Something I don't know how to explain or even really define. Something that makes me feel incredibly uneasy. I could use a shower, I say, propping myself up against his chest. I can still feel the lingering sweat on my skin. Instead of answering, Tyler sits up and licks a line along my collarbone. I don't know. I think you're pretty perfect the way you are. I laugh. Well, if we're going to go to dinner later, I don't think any of the patrons are going to appreciate this particular scent of perfect. Fine. But I have a better idea. Instead of a shower, we can hit the lake. I poke his chest. You just want to go skinny dipping. Well, maybe. Nice try. He smirks. You can't blame a guy for trying. It's not my fault I want you to be naked for as long as possible. Well, your neighbors don't need the whole show. What neighbors? The closest house is a half-mile away. Random boaters, then. Jet skiers. Pervy fishermen. Pervy fish. Pervy fish. You never know. Emma, I promise you there are no pervy fish. Still, I'll be wearing a bathing suit. Thank you very much. Did you bring a bathing suit? I smile smugly. As a matter of fact, I did. It's in my bag. He laughs, throwing his hands up in surrender. Fine. Don't move. I'll go get the bags, and then we'll go swimming." He leans over and kisses me again, long and slow, as if even going downstairs and out to the car is too long to be away. I want to pull him back into bed with me, climb on top of him, and tell him to forget the swimming entirely. But he pulls away and disappears out of the bedroom. I hear him bound down the stairs and then the slam of the front door as he exits. I sit up and hug my knees to my chest. I can't keep the smile off my face. Despite all my doubts about Tyler, the time I spend with him is the happiest I think I've ever been. No one's ever made me laugh the way that he does. I'm actually silly when I'm around him, and I don't think there's a single person in my life, up until now, who would have ever described me as silly. But Tyler brings out a whole new side of me, and not just the bad side. In fact, maybe I said no too quickly to the skinny dipping thing. What would be the harm? Thousands, probably millions of people have gone skinny dipping and survived. Teenagers do it, for God's sake. Maybe it would even be good for me. Before I can change my mind, I slip out of the bedroom. I find a bathroom and finger comb my hair, and then twist and turn in front of the mirror, examining my body. Okay, I may have had a few too many of Lucy's pastries lately, and skipped a few too many Stairmaster sessions, but I think I look pretty okay. I take a deep breath and stare myself down. "You can do this, Emma. He's seen you naked already. This is not a big deal." I hear the front door open again downstairs. I point my finger at my reflection. "Go," I tell myself. With one more fluff of my hair, I leave the bathroom and head for the stairs. I can hear Tyler moving around down there, and I bite my lip, almost laughing at the surprise I can already picture on his face. "I've changed my mind," I announce as I reach the bottom of the stairs. "Take me skinny dipping." The kitchen door swings open, and I scream, because the man standing there is not Tyler. It's Tyler's father. He's holding a crystal glass, and he drops it in shock when he sees me standing there, naked at the bottom of the stairs. For a second, I freeze. My hands fly across my chest, then down to my groin, then back to my chest. Oh God, why don't I have more hands? "Hi," I stutter. Then I swallow. "Bye." I turn and race up the stairs, or at least I try to. My foot catches on the very first step, and instead I go sprawling forward. A searing pain shoots through my ankle, and I cry out. "Emma?" Tyler's voice cuts through my panic. Oh, fuck. I'm sprawled face down on the staircase. I try to get up, but my ankle screams in agony. I manage to get to my hands and knees, except now my naked ass is sticking up in the air. "Help!" I whimper. It's the most pathetic sound I think I've ever made in my life. Tyler races to my side, shielding me with his body. "Are you okay?" His voice is low in my ear. "What's going on here?" Mr. Grant's voice comes from behind us. "Tyler, didn't your mother tell you about bringing these bimbos out to the house?" My face flames red in embarrassment. Tyler rubs my back as he hovers awkwardly over me. "Dad, can you leave us alone for a minute? I don't even know why you're here." "Your mother's away, so I came up to get a few things." "Yes, I know she's away. That's why we're here. Now can you go? Please?" Tyler sounds furious. I want to dissolve into a puddle of nothingness. Or maybe just die. Dying would be nice right about now. "Does she know you're here? Dad, seriously, go in the kitchen. I'm going to help Emma up. Then I'll come talk to you." Mr. Grant grumbles something unintelligible, but then it sounds like he shuffles away. "You have a lovely home," I call out as he goes, then mentally smack myself. Why do I always have to be Miss Manners? I hold it in for a second and then let out a great, big sob. "Oh, God, Emma, are you okay?" Tyler's rubbing my back again, but unlike his earlier touches, there's nothing erotic about this one. I want to crawl into a hole and die. "I'm fine." It's my instinctive answer, but as soon as I try to move, I know it's not true. "No, I'm not. I think I busted my ankle." "What the hell happened?" Hot tears are streaming down my face. "I was going to do the stupid skinny dipping, and I came down to tell you, but it wasn't you." I bury my face in my hands. "I can't believe your dad saw me naked." "Don't worry about that," he says. "But let me see your ankle." He helps me turn over so that I'm sitting on the stairs, and then he pulls my foot into his lap. We both see at the same time that my ankle is the size of a cantaloupe. "Ouch," Tyler says. He looks up at me, and his eyes look so sympathetic that I feel even worse about the whole thing. "It's fine," I say again. "I probably just need some ice." "Emma, I think you need to go to the hospital." "No, really, I'm fine. Look." I put my hand on Tyler's shoulder and hoist myself up. But as soon as I put weight on my ankle, I shriek and fall against him. "You're not fine," he says, cradling me against him. "I'm taking you to the hospital." "I need clothes," I grumble. Tyler looks around the room. "Hold on," he says. "Put your arms around my neck." "Why?" "Just do it, please." Given that I'm naked and immobile, I don't have much choice but to listen. I wrap my arms around his neck, and he lifts me carefully, carrying me across the room and depositing me on the white chaise lounge. Despite my pain and embarrassment, I'm still me enough that I get a flash of worry about dirtying the expensive fabric I'm sitting on. Tyler grabs my bag and deposits it on the chaise beside me. "Thank you," I say grudgingly. I paw through the clothes I brought, but it's all jeans, which probably won't slide on over my ankle. Or sexy lingerie. I snort at the optimistic Emma who packed this bag 2 days ago. I finally dig up a black dress that I'd hoped to wear to dinner tonight. It's stupidly formal for a trip to the ER, but it'll have to do. I yank it out of the bag and Tyler helps me put it on. "Stay here for a minute," he says. "I'm going to go talk to my dad for a sec, and then I'll take you to the hospital." Not like I can go anywhere, I mutter under my breath. But thankfully, Tyler is already heading for the kitchen. I can hear them murmuring to each other in there, but not what they're saying. I flash back to Mr. Grant's earlier words, that Tyler wasn't supposed to be bringing his bimbos up to the house. I shudder in humiliation. That's what I am, I suppose. Though I can't imagine any of Tyler's other lady friends ever flamed out quite so spectacularly. The kitchen door swings open again, and Tyler strides back into the main room. His mouth is a grim line, but he tries to soften his expression when he sees me. "Ready to go?" "I guess." I try to stand and immediately fall back onto the chair again. I whimper, both at the pain and at my sheer humiliation and misery. "Come here." Tyler leans over and wraps my arms around his neck again. He lifts me up effortlessly and carries me out of the house and into the car. We spend 4 hours in the emergency room. It's a miserable experience. Tyler and I barely speak the entire time. He keeps starting, like he wants to say something, but he only comments on the corny sitcoms playing on the waiting room television or asking me how the pain is. By the time we leave, my ankle is wrapped, and I'm diagnosed with nothing more than a bad sprain. I'm given some painkillers, ordered to stay off my feet for a couple of weeks, and handed a very unfetching pair of crutches to hobble around on. I've never been so glad about the fact that I work from home. Tyler wheels me out of the hospital in a wheelchair, which is the cherry on today's humiliation sundae. He helps me into the car, laying my crutches in the back seat, and then climbs into the driver's side. For a minute, we just sit there. The car seems deathly silent after the hubbub of the hospital. I can hear my own labored breathing, and I suddenly feel on the verge of tears again, even though those painkillers are doing a pretty neat job on my ankle. "Emma, I'm so damn sorry," Tyler says, his hands gripping the steering wheel. "It's not your fault. I feel like it is. I had no idea my dad was going to be there today. He never goes to that place, so it didn't even occur to me to tell him we were going up there." "It's fine, Tyler, really. It's not fine, of course, but I also know it wasn't his fault. Not really. If anyone is at fault here, it's me. After all, I've known all along that Tyler is too much for me. Being with him is too far out of my comfort zone. He pushes my boundaries too much. I'm not myself when I'm with him. The real Emma never would have considered going skinny dipping, and certainly never would have paraded down the stairs of a stranger's house naked. I cringe at the very thought. What exactly had I been thinking? I shake my head. Tyler is watching me, and he slides his hand over my knee. I shift my legs over towards the passenger side door, and his hand falls away. He hesitates for a second, and then brings it back to the steering wheel with a sigh. "What do you want to do?" he asks. "We can go back to the house, but my father will be staying the night. I can get us a room at a hotel, or, honestly, I think I just want to go back to the city." He frowns. "Are you sure? There's a really nice hotel not far from here. We could get a hot tub and you could soak your ankle." "Really, Tyler, thank you, but I think I want to sleep in my own bed tonight, if that's okay." "Yeah, of course it's okay. Whatever you want, Emma." He's so earnest that, for a second, I feel bad about being so pig-headed about this. But the more time I spend with Tyler, the more I get sucked into his web. "Do you want to go back to the house and get your stuff?" I shake my head. I don't really ever want to go back there, to be honest. I don't need any of it. I have my wallet and my phone. I pat the purse in my lap, which I'd had Tyler grab before we left the house, so that I'd at least have my insurance card. He was still insistent on paying for everything, but that was a discussion I didn't feel up to having right now. Tyler sighs, and then puts the car into drive. As we pull out of the parking lot, I take out my phone. I only mean to text Lucy to tell her I'm on my way home, but the first thing I see is an email from my editor. A nervous ripple runs through me as I click it open and scan the contents. "Fuck." "What?" Tyler's voice is alarmed. "Fuck," I say again. And in my head, fuck, 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 fuck. "What?" "Emma, tell me what's wrong." I shake my head. "It's nothing. It's just... I forgot to file my column for this week. I just got a pissy email from my editor asking where it is." "Oh." Tyler leans back, visibly relaxed, but my hands are shaking as I frantically try to type out a response. I've never missed a column deadline in the entire time I've had this job. In fact, I don't think I've ever missed a deadline in my entire life. I'm the person who's not just on time, but early. I usually have my column done a week in advance. But these past couple of weeks, I've been so distracted by everything going on with Tyler that I guess I just forgot to do it. I rub my temples and try to fight off the angry tears that threaten to spill over. I've cried too many times already today, and the worst thing is, all of it is my own stupid fault. I'm the one who decided to parade down the stairs naked. I'm the one who neglected to get my own work done. I'm the one who gave in at Darkly, who let myself be led into a coat room at the Kinsman. Of course, I wouldn't have done any of those things if it hadn't been for Tyler. I sneak a glance at him as he drives. His brow is furrowed, but I get the feeling it isn't due to concentrating on the task at hand. Part of me wants to ask him what he's thinking, but the sensible part of me says I'm better off not knowing. I sigh and finish typing my email to my editor. I tell him I sprained my ankle and that I'm on my way home and that I'll file it as soon as I get in. I feel a tad guilty using the injury as an excuse, especially since the column was due an entire day before I even hurt myself. But my editor doesn't need to know that. I toss my phone back into my bag and then turn to face the window, leaning my head against the glass. Tyler and I don't say another word to each other the whole way back into the city. Not until we finally reach my apartment, and I have to turn to face him again.
20. Tyler. We come to a stop in front of Emma's Brooklyn apartment. It's late, almost midnight, and the residential street she lives on is fairly quiet now. I turn off the car. I'm coming in with you, I tell her. I'm fine, Tyler, really. You have a sprained ankle. You have a pair of crutches that you barely seem to know how to use. I'm coming in with you. Tyler, I have a roommate. I'll be fine. I run my hands through my hair. Emma, please, let me help you. Tyler, does your building have an elevator? No, she admits quietly. Then I'm at least helping you up the stairs and into the apartment. If your roommate is home, I'll consider leaving you in her care for the night. Otherwise, I'm staying. She grumbles something, but I take it to be an acceptance. So I get out of the car and go around to her side to help her out. She's awkward with the crutches, and I can tell by the way she winces that the pain is bothering her again. Guilt eats away at me. I know that what happened was an accident, or at least a series of very unfortunate events, but I can't help but feel responsible. I should have told my father we were going to the house. Or I should have... I don't even know what I should have done. All I know is it's killing me to see Emma in pain. She leans on my shoulder as we make our way slowly into her building. By the time we reach the bottom of the stairwell, she's panting with exertion. My stomach twists again with that nagging guilt. Okay, Emma, there's only one way we're going to be able to do this. What? I'm going to carry you. What? No, you're not. I'm fine. Would you please stop saying that? You're not fine. You're already sweating just from going up the 6 stairs outside the building. How do you think you're going to make it up to... What floor do you live on? 4, she mumbles. 4. Do you really think you can make it up 4 flights of stairs like this? I'll figure it out. I always do. I don't know. I can crawl. Emma, seriously, you'd rather crawl up the stairs than let me help you? Now I'm just getting pissed off. She doesn't say anything, but I can tell by the expression on her face and the way she twists her mouth that she's stubbornly thinking of saying yes. I decide that I'm not even going to give her the chance. Emma, I say. What? Hold on. With that, I scoop her up and hoist her over my shoulder, fireman style. She lets out a breathless shriek. I grab the crutches from her and hold them with my other hand, and we begin the slow ascent to her apartment. Eventually, she stops shrieking and stays quiet. But with Emma, I don't know if that's better or worse. Once we get to the 4th floor, she directs me to her door and fishes in her bag for her keys, which she hands to me. I lean the crutches against the wall, unlock the door, and carry her into the darkness. Through the moonlight, I can make out the outline of the sofa, so I deposit her there gently. Thank you, she says grudgingly. You're welcome, I smile for the first time since we left the Catskills house. I look around the apartment. Is your roommate really home? It doesn't look like there's anyone here. Emma mumbles something unintelligible. What's that? She looks down at the couch. She's at her boyfriend's. Well, I'm not leaving you here alone. I fold my arms across my chest. Emma rubs her temples and sighs. I'm too tired to fight with you, she says. I really just want to go to bed. So if you want to stay, stay. It's not exactly the warm welcome I would have liked to get the first time I spend the night at Emma's place, but for now, I'll take it. I hoist Emma back up and help her to her bedroom. She turns on the bedside lamp, and I discreetly check out the room. The pale yellow walls, the gauzy white curtains, the neatly made bed. There's a tiny desk with a laptop against one wall, and I imagine her sitting there, working on her column, writing her book. It twists something in my stomach, something foreign and unfamiliar. I can sleep on the couch if you want. I clear my throat. Emma looks up at me. Her gray eyes are hazy, but I don't know if it's tears or all the codeine she's had tonight. Maybe you could sleep in here, she says. She picks at the quilt. If you want to. Hell yeah, I want to. Will you get me a t-shirt out of that second drawer? I'd really like to get out of this stupid dress. Of course. I open the drawer and rustle through her clothes. Everything is folded neatly, and a smell like lavender tickles my nose. Do you have a preference? The purple one? I find it and hand it to her, then help her out of her dress. Despite the circumstances, I still can't help but admire her body when she peels the dress off. Look, I'm only human, okay? But just as quickly, she tugs on the t-shirt and burrows down under the quilt. Her dark hair spills over the pillow, her eyes suddenly sleepy, and I think to myself that she's never looked more beautiful. The only thing better is when she pats the spot on the bed beside her. I quickly whip off my t-shirt and jeans and slide in next to her. I pull her to my chest, taking care to avoid her ankle, and hold her there. She falls asleep quickly, maybe thanks to the painkillers, but I lie awake for a long time, thinking about everything that happened and wondering what will come next. In the morning, I wake up before Emma. Actually, I'm not really sure I slept at all. I decide that the least I can do is make us both some coffee. I reluctantly unwrap her arms from around my waist and pull on my jeans. I find my way to the kitchen and start opening random cupboards. She must have coffee here somewhere. Can I help you? I turn suddenly at the voice, definitely not Emma's, dropping a box of peppermint tea in the process. Coffee? The girl in front of me eyes me suspiciously, but points to a white canister on the countertop. One clearly marked coffee. Oh, thanks. Are you, a friend of Emma's? Yes, sorry, Tyler Grant. I hold out my hand, and she shakes it, but with some reluctance. You're Lucy, right? Her roommate? Emma sprained her ankle, so I stayed the night to make sure she was okay. I was going to make coffee. I know I'm rambling, but she's still staring me down in a way that says she doesn't trust a word I'm saying. And I have to wonder what Emma might have told her about me. Or worse, maybe she told her nothing at all. Is she okay? Lucy asks finally. I think so. Just in some pain. But hopefully the codeine will take care of that. Filters? In the cabinet over the stove? Right. I get the coffee going, while Lucy stands and watches me silently. The machine starts gurgling, and I'm wondering how long we're going to have to stand here in awkward silence when I finally hear Emma moving around. Lucy and I both rush towards her and find her hobbling out of her bedroom on her crutches. She's managed to pull on a pair of shorts, but her long, shapely legs still catch my eye. Well, you know, the part of them that's not encased in the tight wrapping the ER doc had given her. How are you feeling? She shrugs, or as well as she can shrug, with crutches shoved up under her arms. Better, I guess. Do you want some more of your codeine? I can go get it. She shakes her head. I have to finish my column this morning. I'd rather have a clear head to do it. Sure. Well, I'm making coffee. That should help. Thanks. She licks her lips. I think Lucy and I can take it from here. I look back and forth between her and her roommate. Lucy looks awkward, but she nods at Emma. They exchange one of those knowing, wordless glances that all women seem to have mastered. Oh, okay. I shove my hands in my pockets. I know when I'm not wanted. I try not to feel put out about it. I'm sure Emma just wants a chance to work and sleep. But the part of me that wants to take care of her and make this right isn't happy about being told to take a hike. Thanks for staying last night, Emma says, which makes me feel marginally better. And for the coffee. Sure, anything you need, anything at all, call me, okay? I will, she promises, even though I get the distinct feeling that's unlikely. As soon as I get home, I'm on the phone with my father. I texted him last night to tell him not to expect us back at the house, but I haven't spoken to him since, and to be honest, I'm not entirely sure I want to. None of this would have happened if he hadn't shown up at the house. Right now, Emma and I would probably be lounging in bed, eating the strawberry crepes I'd planned on making, and drinking espresso, and then going back to fucking some more. Instead, she's at home with a sprained ankle, and I'm at my place with a case of blue balls and a serious feeling of nagging guilt. You left your things at the house, my father says, as soon as he picks up. I'm leaving now, so if you plan on coming back up, feel free. I'm not coming back. Emma's home. She sprained her ankle. Of course, he hasn't even asked about her. Your mother will be back on Tuesday. You better collect everything by then. It pisses me off that he doesn't even acknowledge what I just told him. But I don't know why I would expect anything different. I'll talk to Mom, I say instead. Don't worry about it. And by the way, Emma isn't some bimbo I decided to take on vacation. My father chuckles. Son, they're all bimbos. Anger bubbles up inside me, and I clench the phone. Not Emma. She's what? He chides. Special? Oh, they're all special, until they've got a ring on their finger. Then see how things change. Now I'm pissed on Mom's behalf. Their marriage is far from perfect, but it's obvious who takes the lion's share of the blame on that one. Of course, my father doesn't see it that way. My father never does anything wrong, at least not in his eyes. Dad, I really don't want to have that conversation with you right now. Very well. Oh, Tyler, he starts, before I can hang up. You're coming to the annual gala, right? If I have to. Very funny. Of course you have to. You know I normally have your sister up there with me, but since that's not happening, I need at least one of my children to be there with me. What will people think otherwise? I mean it, Tyler. Do not blow this off. If you make me look bad. I get it, Dad. I'll be there. You won't look bad. I want to roll my eyes. Of course my father won't look bad. Everyone in this city is either in awe of him or indebted to him. Either way, they're going to show up to fawn over him with slavish devotion, just like I'm expected to. I'm starting to understand why Lacey decided to run off with Brendan and become a beach bum. At least right now, I can see the appeal. I finally managed to get my father off the phone, and then pace around my loft for a while. I feel restless and unsettled, like there's something missing or unfinished, only I can't quite put my finger on what. I have the overwhelming desire to call Emma, or even better, to go see her, but I decide to give her the space she wanted for the rest of the day. Instead, I shoot my sister another text message, even though she didn't respond to my last one. I tell her that I miss her, and that I wish she was going to be at this gala with me, so that at least I'd have someone to crack jokes with when all Dad's sycophants are given their drawn-out toasts. I wait a few minutes, but she doesn't reply. I don't hear from Emma either. My phone stays stubbornly, depressingly silent.
21. Emma. By Monday morning, the pain in my ankle has faded, but the humiliation is still fresh in my mind. Every time I close my eyes, I replay the moment at the Catskills house, running into Tyler's father, naked, falling over myself trying to get away, crying ass up on the stairs while my ankle swelled up to 6 times its normal size. Yeah, not going to forget those images anytime soon, and I doubt Tyler or his father will either. My cheeks burn red hot, and Lucy glances over at me across our tiny dining room table. "You're thinking about it again, aren't you?" She sets her coffee cup down. I nod. "Well, stop it. I can't." Despite my intentions to bury this weekend and never think of it again, I had found myself telling Lucy every detail over a plate of fresh, homemade cinnamon dolce donuts. Maybe it was the codeine or the pure sugar high, but for a few minutes we actually laughed about it. Now, I'm back to that emotional toxic stew of humiliation, horror, and abject misery. "Look at it this way," Lucy says. "There's no way Tyler thinks any less of you. I saw the way he was looking at you yesterday, and that guy's got it bad. Naked humiliation or not." I chew my lip. "It's not that." "Then what?" I shrug. Lucy is looking at me expectantly, but I don't know if she'll understand the real reason I'm so upset. It's not because I'm afraid Tyler thinks any less of me. It's because I think less of myself. Ever since I met Tyler, I've thrown all my normal rules out the window, and look where it got me. It's been one humiliation after another. This never would have happened to the old Emma, and I'm disappointed in myself for letting it happen now. Filing my column late was the last straw. It's bad enough to let down myself, but now I'm letting down the people who depend on me. After Tyler left on Sunday, I pulled up Not Sure in Nebraska's letter and pounded out a heartfelt response. I told her everything I'd initially planned to tell her. That kind, polite, responsible men don't come around all the time, and that even if he didn't set her loins on fire, she should still embrace what she has. That a responsible husband and a good potential father is plenty to be grateful for. Even as I typed them, the words felt hollow, but the rational part of me knew it was the right answer. I'm living proof that coloring outside the lines only leads to humiliation and heartbreak. Lucy is still staring at me like she's waiting for an answer, but instead of giving her one, I get up and hobble to the kitchen. I haven't quite mastered the crutches yet, but I'm getting there. "I'm going to make another pot of coffee," I call out. "Do you want one?" "It's only 10 o'clock and you've already had 2 pots. I laugh. "I know. I have a lot of work to get done today." I had made a vow to myself that I'd get ahead of my column, so that this would never happen again. Plus, endlessly drinking cups of coffee is giving me something to do other than think about Tyler, which is all my poor brain seems to want to do. I set the pot to brew and pour myself a giant steaming mug when it's ready. Shit! I stare down at my crutches and then at the mug. I try to wrap my hand around the handle and hold the crutch at the same time, but end up sloshing hot coffee all over the counter instead. "Shit," I say again. Lucy appears at the entrance of the kitchen. "Need some help?" No, I've got it," I say automatically. "Really?" It's not a question. She stands and watches me while I fumble with the mug, trying to pick it up while maneuvering the crutch under my arm. I try about 6 different angles before I finally look at her sheepishly. "Okay, maybe I sort of need a little bit of help. Just this one time." "All you have to do is ask, Emma," There's nothing wrong with letting people help you, you know. You don't have to be perfect 100% of the time. In fact, I would vastly prefer it if you weren't. It's almost as if she can read my thoughts. I stare at her for a minute and then shake my head. If you can help me carry it to my desk, that would be great. That's all I really need. Once I'm settled in my room, and Lucy has headed over to her boyfriend Lou's, though not before checking in on me a half-dozen times to see if I'm sure there's nothing else I need, I plow through a few columns, enough to last me a few weeks at least. Every time I compose an answer, I feel a gnawing sense of guilt. I've always stood by my well-rationed, reasonable advice, but now my words seem to ring hollow. I have to force myself to type out the replies, telling the man in New Jersey not to leave the well-paying job that he hates, telling the woman in Oregon not to make waves by standing up to her tyrannical mother-in-law, telling the teenager in Detroit that she should listen to her parents and go to college instead of backpacking across Europe to study the great artists. They're the right answers. I know they are. So why do they make me feel a little bit like gagging? Finally, I snap my laptop closed. I'm caught up now, and I can't bear to type out any more of these things. Instead, I grab my phone. I stare at the call log. Tyler's called a couple of times since he left here, but I haven't answered. I sent him a quick text last night to tell him my ankle was doing fine, but that's it. Despite all my resolve about playing it cool and following the rules, I find myself missing him. He always seems to make me laugh, even when it feels like everything is terrible. I could use some laughing right now. I run my finger over his contact info. It would be so easy to tap it, to call him up and ask him to come over. I know he'd be here in a heartbeat if I asked. But where would that leave me? Right back where I started. And who knows what awkward situation I'd find myself in next time, if I let this continue. No, better to cut it off now, before things can go any further. There's someone else I need to call, though. I flip through the log and find the number quickly, then hit the dial button before I can change my mind. Emma! Solange's voice comes through almost immediately. So good to hear from you. How are you? I'm okay, I say, then grimace. Actually, I'm not. I sprained my ankle. Oh, damn, girl, how'd you do that? I tripped up some stairs. Well, that's one version of the story, and not strictly untrue. Ouch, I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm guessing you didn't call me to tell me about your ankle. No, I grin. I'm calling to accept your offer to go on Wake Up New York and talk about my book. Oh, thank God, I was hoping you'd say yes. I'm going to get in touch with the producer right away and let her know. Great. You don't think they'll mind if I'm on crutches, will they? The doctor thinks I'm going to need them for at least a few more weeks. I don't think so. You'll likely be sitting down to do the interview, so I don't think anyone would even know. Okay, good. Thanks, Solange. Oh, Emma, before you go, I have something else to discuss with you. Oh? Would you like to come to the Good Grand Annual Gala? What's that? Oh, it's this annual company party, but like on steroids. It's at the plaza, and all the Good Grand subsidiaries go. They have meetings all day to review the annual reports and discuss strategies for next year, and then they wrap it up with a gala in the evening that everyone attends. Usually it's just employees, but this year we're bringing a few authors along, too. Mr. Grant thought it would be good to show Mr. Grant, Senior, some of the work we're doing here. I swallow. So, Tyler wanted you to invite me? Mr. Grant, I mean. Oh, no, I got the direction from our VP. Diana Cunningham, have you met her? I guess she's a big fan of your book because she specifically told me to invite you after it was decided we'd be bringing a stable of our authors. I let out the breath I've been holding. I don't know if I'm relieved or disappointed that it wasn't Tyler's idea to invite me. What do you say? Solange finally prods. I realize I've been silent for a whole minute. The thought of facing Mr. Grant Sr. again is not exactly one I relish. But I made a promise to myself that I would dive back into my work, so if this is what Solange wants me to do, then I guess I should do it. Sure, I say, forcing a smile, even though she can't see me. I'd be honored. Great, I'll forward you the event details. The dress code is formal, so you'll need an evening gown, but knowing you, I'm sure that's not a problem. I can almost hear her grinning on the other end of the line. No problem at all, I assure her. But as soon as I get off the phone, I hobble over to my closet and stare in horror at everything hanging there. There's nothing there that's good enough. If I'm going to go to this, I need a killer dress. One that's good enough to make Tyler's father forget he ever saw me in such a compromising position. And one that goes with crutches chic, of course. 22. Emma. Why in the hell did I agree to this again? That's the thought that's running through my mind the entire time I'm getting ready for the gala. I think it when I'm hobbling out of the shower, and when I'm awkwardly hopping into the long black dress I bought, and again when my crutch slips and I almost stab myself in the eye with my mascara wand. I'm a frazzled mess, and I'm about to call my sister Rory and tell her that we both should just stay home when my phone rings. I feel a leap of hope in my chest that maybe she's calling to tell me she has to cancel. Maybe if I'm really lucky, she'll tell me she's come down with the plague and can't make it. After all, what kind of sister would I be if I didn't go to her and take care of her? So I wouldn't be able to go to the gala either. And oh, what a shame that would be. But when I glance down at the screen, it isn't Rory, but Blake, my other sister. Hey, Blakey, I say, holding the phone to one ear while I fish around for the pair of earrings I'd planned on wearing tonight. Hi, Emma. She doesn't say anything else. I triumphantly pull the earrings out of my jewelry box and pop the back off of one of them. So, what's up? I prod. I'm bored. Okay. Why don't you go watch a movie or something? No, she huffs. I mean, like I'm existentially bored or whatever. I snort and then cough to try to cover it up. Existentially bored? What does that even mean? You know, I'm bored of my life. Your life is fine, Blake, and I'd happily trade with you these days, I think, only a tad bitterly. That's just it. It's fine. Don't you think life should be more than fine? I don't answer right away, partly because I'm busy shoving the other earring into my earlobe, and partly because I'm actually considering her question. I don't know, Blake. I finally sigh. That's a pretty deep question for a Saturday night, and unfortunately I have a gala to get to. She moans. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You and Rory have these exciting lives in the city. And what do? I work at our parents' flower shop. What do I do on Saturday nights? I come home and eat Chinese takeout, again with our parents, and watch reruns of NCIS. I don't tell her that right now. That sounds pretty damn appealing. Blake, there's nothing wrong with your life, I repeat instead. She grumbles something unintelligible, then squeals, I've got the best idea! Her shriek is so loud, my eardrum almost bursts. What? I'll come into the city tonight. I'll be your date for this gala. Blake, don't be crazy. Come on, it's only a 2-hour train ride. I could be there by 9:30, 10 at the latest. That's plenty of time. Then we can go out for a real New York City hangover breakfast tomorrow morning. Do you know how long it's been since I had a good bagel? I suppress a smile. Honestly, I'd love to have you come visit anytime you want. But let's not make it so last minute, okay? Besides, Rory's already coming to the gala with me. Blake groans. See, you two have all the fun and I'm stuck here in bumfuck Connecticut. It's not fair. Next weekend, I promise her. You can come up and you, me, and Rory will all do something fun together. Maybe see a show or hit a club or something, and the next day's hangover brunch is on me. Fine, she says, but I can tell she's still pouting. Being the baby of the family, Blake is used to getting her way. But I'm already stressed enough about this gala. I don't need to worry about my sister showing up and deciding tonight is the night to let loose and go crazy. Blake has always been the wild child in our family, and once she gets going, well, let's just say, you can't put baby in the corner. I finally manage to get her off the phone, then finish up my hair and makeup, and admire my reflection in the mirror. I guess it's not too bad. I mean, if you ignore the crutches and the fact that I can only wear one ballet flat, while my other foot is wrapped up nice and tight in an oh-so-attractive tensor bandage. At least the dress I picked out hides the fact that I've probably gained 10 pounds in the last month. If nothing else, I can be thankful for that. Empire Waist for the win. Less than an hour later, Rory and I are walking up the front steps of the plaza. She looks effortlessly fabulous as usual, with her auburn hair pinned up and a figure-hugging royal blue dress. She must sense my nervousness because she keeps up a long stream of conversation the entire time, keeping me at least somewhat distracted. Still, as soon as we're inside, I start scanning the room for Tyler. As we walk through the lobby, back towards the ballroom, as we step under the twinkling lights of the chandeliers, my eyes are roving over every single tuxedoed man in the place. I don't know if I'm hoping to spot him or if I'm hoping not to. I didn't tell him I was coming tonight. I guess maybe I should have, but I haven't been able to bring myself to return his calls or his texts, other than a quick message to tell him my ankle was doing okay. We haven't spoken since he left my house last weekend. This is quite the production, Rory says, scanning the room. Yeah. My voice is flat. I keep scanning the room. There are already a couple hundred people in the place, even though it's still pretty early, and all of them are in formal evening gowns and black ties. There are even a few men prancing around in tails. I smooth down my dress, trying to balance on the crutches while I do. I'd kill to be in a pair of heels right now. I feel shrimpy and doughy compared to everyone else in here, and nothing lifts and tightens better than a good pair of stilettos. Do you want a drink? My sister asks. A drink sounds great, actually. I smile. I'm so relieved to have her here with me. Thank God for sisters. I'll come with you. No, you stay put. Here, sit. I'll be quick. Champagne? Sure, thanks. I slide into the seat she pulls out for me at one of the round, white cloth-covered tables that line the left side of the room. She disappears into the crowd, heading to the bar area to get our drinks. She isn't gone more than 2 minutes when a voice cuts through the air. A voice that rolls my stomach, that lifts the tiny wispy hairs on the back of my neck. Emma. I turn. Tyler is standing there, wearing an expensive-looking tuxedo. His normally unruly dark hair has been slicked down into submission, but his gray eyes still sparkle playfully. Do I have a flashing neon sign over my head? I ask, pretending to look around. I've been here less than 5 minutes. No. Just a general hotness that lures men like moths. I bite back a smile. Oh, okay, I wasn't sure. He slips into the chair next to me. You haven't called, he points out. I know. Or answered my texts. I know, I say again, somewhat sheepishly. So, what's up with that? He grins. I shrug. I've been busy. I was trying to get ahead on my work. You know, after I blew that deadline, I try to make my voice sound pointed.
Right. He looks around for a minute. So, how'd you end up here tonight? Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you did. I was actually going to invite you. You know, if you'd returned any one of my many calls. I twist my hands in my lap. I was invited by your company, actually. Solange asked me to come. Oh? He seems surprised by this. Solange, huh? Yes, well, I think she said it was your VP's idea. Diana? I don't know, I think so. Maybe. Is all he says. Silence descends on us. The rest of the room is bustling with laughter, music, the low hum of conversation. All I can do is stare at Tyler's lips, at the way they part as he breathes, at the way they twist up into a grin when he catches me staring. I try to think of something to say, but I'm saved by the return of my sister. She drops a glass of champagne on the table in front of me as she takes a sip of her own. Hi, Tyler, she says, when she spots our new friend. I wondered if we'd see you here. Of course. He grins easily. I'm neck-deep in the family business now, so I'm expected to come and put in an appearance at these things. He stands up, straightening the slim-fitting jacket that does nothing to mask the broad, hard expanse of his chest. Speaking of which, I should make the rounds. Rory, nice to see you. Emma, maybe we can talk more later? Maybe, I say nonchalantly, sipping my champagne. He hesitates for a minute, as if he might say something else. Then he shakes his head lightly and parts his way through the crowd. So, Rory says, plunking down into his newly vacated seat. What was that about? What was what about? You and Tyler. This is twice now that nothing's going on if that's what you're suggesting. I cut her off. My voice sounds indignant, and I applaud myself on my acting skills. He just came over to say hello. Right. Rory doesn't look like she believes me, so maybe my acting skills aren't quite as amazing as I think they are. She's studying me so intently that I have to look away. I down the rest of my champagne. We're just friends. Barely even friends, actually. Acquaintances, really. Rory's frown deepens. It seems like the more I insist, the more she doesn't believe me. Maybe I should take a hint and shut up. I didn't even tell Rory how I really hurt my ankle. Nothing about the trip to the Catskills or my naked run-in with Tyler's dad or anything. I told her the same thing I told Solange, that I tripped going up some stairs. Of course, Rory being Rory, she hadn't let the issue go as easily as Solange did. She had 1,000 follow-up questions, like where I was when it happened and how I got to the hospital and why I didn't call her to come help. I bluffed my way through some of her questions, and then feigned a codeine fog and hastily got off the phone. Now I pray that she doesn't start another interrogation. Thankfully, she seems to be staring at something off in the distance. What is it? I ask. She shakes her head. Just thought I saw someone I went to college with. You should go say hi then, I say, trying not to sound too enthusiastic about the idea. Rory looks skeptical. I didn't come here with you just to abandon you in the first 10 minutes. I wave off her comment. I should go find Solange anyway. I have to at least let her know I'm here. Rory still doesn't look convinced, but when I hoist myself up and wedge the crutches under my arms, she seems to realize I'm serious. We part ways, and I hobble through the crowd, scanning the room for my publicist. I spot her near the front, chatting with a small group of people. Emma, she calls when she sees me. Come here, I want to introduce you to some people. Solange is so animated and cheerful that for the first time I actually feel happy to be here. I shake hands with her colleagues and stand up a little straighter when she introduces me to Diana Cunningham, the company's vice president. Diana asks polite questions about my book, and as I answer, I feel like myself for the first time in weeks. This is the stuff I'm good at. Small talk, networking, being charming with people I don't know that well. When Diana asks me if I've given any thought to a follow-up book, a thrill runs through me. I hadn't thought of it, no, but it's an intriguing idea. You should give it some real consideration, she says thoughtfully. Your book is our top seller this season, and you should always strike while the iron is hot. That's the best business advice I've ever gotten, so consider this me passing that advice on to you. I'll keep it in mind, I assure her. You've definitely given me something to think about. Even though I have no idea what I'd write about, and oh, I'm doing a pretty piss-poor job of living up to my first book as it is. Good. She nods, then glances around the room. Well, it looks like they're getting ready to start the speeches. I'm going to go see if I'm needed. Emma, it was nice meeting you. I hope I'll catch you again later. I have something a little more delicate that I'd like to talk to you about. My eyes widen in surprise. I can't imagine what the vice president of Good Grant Books would want to talk to me about. But she drifts away before I have time to answer. I glance at Solange, who shrugs. After a couple more minutes talking to my publicist, I excuse myself, figuring I'd better hit the ladies' room before the speeches and the rest of the evening's festivities get started. Especially since it takes me about 3 times as long to do anything with these damn crutches. I slowly pick my way out of the ballroom and start down the hall. Emma! The voice stops me in my tracks. I don't even have to turn around. Even without seeing his face, my arms speckle with goosebumps. Fancy meeting you here again, Tyler says, catching up to me. He grins. Okay, that's a lie. I totally followed you on purpose. I bite back a smile. Even when I don't want to, Tyler always seems to make me laugh. You did you? Oh yeah, what can I say? I see that ass and I'm like a fish on a hook. A pervy fish, you might even say. This time I laugh out loud. Tyler reaches out and touches my jaw. The sudden intimacy takes me by surprise and buckles my knees. You have no idea how much I've missed that sound, he says. His voice is hoarse. I swallow thickly as he studies my face. Why didn't you answer my calls? The real reason. Honesty, okay? Honesty? Well, honestly, I was scared. The words are out before I have time to censor them. I clap my mouth closed, but Tyler's brow is already furrowing. Scared of what? I shrug, looking up at the ceiling for a second. Everything. You, me, this. The answer sounds stupid to me, but Tyler nods as if he understands completely. He runs his thumb along my jaw as he looks into my eyes. So it's not just me, he says. There's something here. Yes. Maybe. I don't know. Nice, Emma. Very articulate. Why does being around Tyler turn me into a pile of mush? With Solange and Diana, I was charming and witty, and now I'm acting like a total ditz. But Tyler is still smiling. It's a fair answer, but let's try to figure it out together, okay? No more avoiding my calls. Fine. My lips are twisted up into a smile. No matter how I try to fight it, Tyler makes me feel light. Stunned and slightly brain-dead, too, but also light and free and happy. And maybe that's a good thing. Come with me, he says suddenly. His hand goes to my lower back, and he ushers me through a door in the hallway. It's white and paneled, and it matches the walls so well I wouldn't have even noticed it. Where are we going? Somewhere we can be alone. We step into a dark room, and Tyler lets the door swing closed behind us, I can still hear the hum of the crowd and the tinkle of the string quartet from the ballroom, but the sounds are muffled. I squint as I try to figure out where we are. It's dark, but I can make out a large projection screen on one side. The other side of the space is swathed in darkness. Some kind of presentation room, maybe. Don't you remember what happened the last time we tried to sneak into a private space? I point out, shuddering as I remember the incident at the Kinsman. Good point. Tyler grins. He reaches out and twists the lock on the knob of the door we entered through. There. Problem solved. Now why didn't we think of that last time? I grin. I blame your distracting beauty. I giggle. Well, I think your tongue might have to share some of the blame. I'm glad you feel that way. He swoops in and kisses me, and all my thoughts and worries go magically sailing back out the locked door behind us. The only thing I can do is feel, and the only thing I can feel is Tyler. The intensity of his kiss shocks me, and so does my reaction to it. I stumble backwards, catching myself on one of my crutches, but Tyler keeps me braced firmly against his chest. His lips devour mine, and I let myself be devoured. I could spend forever kissing this man, doing literally nothing but kissing him. His lips against mine are like fresh air on the face of a coal miner. They're everything. They're life itself. My hands roam across his chest, dancing over the buttons of his shirt. I tug the shirt tails out of his pants, desperate to feel the smooth, warm planes of his chest under my hands again. My crutches tumbled to the floor, but all my weight is braced against Tyler, and I don't worry about him letting me fall. I know he never would. Tyler's hands are in my hair, tugging out my neat chignon, but I don't care about that either. A week without seeing him has turned me into a pent-up mess of longing and desire, and there's only one cure for that kind of affliction. Tyler groans, and his palms slide down over my back to cup my ass. His hands are strong, firm, and the way he kneads them into my flesh ratchets up my desire. I fumble with his belt as he hikes up my dress. I'm only wearing a small thong. Panty lines, you know, and that means his hands cup my bare skin, singeing me. There's a polite smattering of applause from somewhere beyond these walls, and I realize we're missing the start of the event. At this exact second, I don't care. I don't even care that my sister is probably out there wondering where I am. I only care about this moment. About filling this unmet desire. There's a muffled voice as the speeches get started, but I lose myself in Tyler again. Rory can fend for herself for 10 minutes, 20 tops. A soft whirring noise comes from somewhere to the side of us. Not the way we'd entered the room, but the far side. It's too dark to really see anything, but I glance over Tyler's shoulder. Did you hear that? What? He doesn't stop kissing me. That noise, it's like a motor. He finally pulls away. Oh, yeah, I hear it now. What is that? I don't know. There's the sound of metal tugging against metal, and the motor kicks up a notch. A slant of light falls over Tyler's face. I squint up at him in confusion. What? Oh, fuck. In the slant of light, his face pales. What? The swath of light becomes wider, and then a collective gasp comes from behind us. I freeze. Tyler looks down at me. I am so sorry, Emma, he murmurs. He takes his hands off my ass, but my dress stays bunched around my waist. I crane my neck slowly. Oh, so slowly, to look behind me. Hundreds of silent, shocked faces stare up at us. The string quartet has stopped playing. No one speaks. The only sound is the racing of my own heart. This is entertainment, a stereo voice suddenly booms. This is good grand media. I whip my head around again, and behind Tyler, the white projection screen is flashing the Good Grant logo. Under my feet, I can feel the vibration of the speakers as the video rolls. The realization hits me slowly and then all at once. That the room we'd stumbled into wasn't a room at all, but a part of the ballroom that had been temporarily sealed off to hide the projection screen. And that now that wall has opened, leaving us standing on stage in front of the entire room of gala attendees. I turn my head back to the crowd again and find that no one is watching the video. Everyone is still staring at us, or more specifically, at me. My ass. Oh, sweet Jesus. I grope frantically at my dress, tugging it down. I can't bear this. Oh, God. I whip my head around, trying to see a way out. There's a small set of stairs that leads off the stage and into the crowd, but there's no way I'll be able to make it down the stairs. I glance back towards the door we'd originally entered from. It's hidden from the view of the crowd and seems to be my best option. I scan the floor for my crutches, which I dropped earlier in the heat of the moment. They're by my feet, but when I bend over to grab them, I can't quite reach. I look up at Tyler in horror, my eyes pleading with him to fix this. He looks almost as horrified as I feel. A bead of sweat forms on his forehead as he gazes out over the crowd. He swallows. When his eyes meet mine, I gesture at the crutches. As if glad to have something to do, he eagerly reaches down and scoops them up for me. I hurry towards the door, off the stage. Except there's no hurrying with these crutches. Every step seems to take 1,000 years. Every thud of the crutches against the stage floor seems to echo through the entire ballroom. It's a slow-motion nightmare. I half limp, half drag myself to the door. It takes forever, and every second is excruciating. If there's a version of hell that's customized for every person, this would be mine. Complete and utter humiliation. I finally reach the door. I unlock it, then burst into the hallway in a delirious frenzy. It isn't until I'm gulping in what feels like the freshest air I've ever tasted that I realize Tyler's not behind me.
23. Tyler. I'm trapped. Emma starts to hobble slowly away, but my eyes are glued to my father, who's marching towards the stage. He climbs the short staircase in a red-faced huff, then grabs my arm. His fingers dig in. "My son Tyler, ladies and gentlemen," he chuckles loudly, "takes after his old man in more ways than one." The crowd laughs appreciatively, glad to have the moment of tension broken. My father looks jovial, but when he pins me with his glare, his eyes are icy cold. "Let's get on with the video, shall we?" He gives a slight bow, then drags me by the arm back down the stage into the crowd. I flash back to all those moments as a kid, being manhandled for acting out. Dad never had much patience for childish antics, and it doesn't seem like much has changed. The video, which had been paused by someone, resumes playing. It's some kind of montage, all of Good Grant's highlights from the last year. It barely registers in my brain. All I can think about is Emma. I have to find her. Now. "What the hell were you thinking?" my father hisses, now that everyone's attention is off of us and back on the projection screen at the front of the room. "We can talk about this later," I say, yanking my arm out of his grip. I know he has a right to be mad, but I'll have to deal with that later. I'm already scanning the room, hoping I'll see Emma or even Rory. There are too many people, too many suits, too many faces. I push my way through them. My heart is thudding in my chest, pounding out a painful rhythm against my ribs. I head for the doors that lead out of the ballroom, thinking maybe they might have escaped out into the hall where it's quieter. A couple of people try to stop me as I go, maybe just to talk, but I don't stop long enough to find out. I'm singularly focused on finding Emma. I can't believe this is happening again. She's going to kill me, and this time I can't say I blame her. As soon as I turn the corner into the hallway, I see them. They're easy to spot. Emma, looking like the grieving widow, hunched over in her long black dress, and Rory beside her in blue. They're huddled together on a little settee near the door to the room I'd taken Emma into. How the fuck had I missed the fact that it was actually the projection room? I've been to about a gazillion events here, but I guess I never made the connection. Emma! My voice carries down the corridor. A few people stop and stare, but I barely notice. I pick up the pace, almost running. Emma stands when she sees me. There's something almost regal about the way she does it. Slow, poised, graceful, even with the crunches. She holds her head high, her chin tipped towards me. I can tell she's been crying, but she looks more composed now, even though her eyes are still rimmed red. I'm so sorry, I blurt, as soon as I'm close enough. This is all my fault. Emma shakes her head. I don't blame you. She has a sad smile on her face, but her voice is steady. I try to smile back, but I'm getting an awful feeling in the pit of my stomach. You don't? She shakes her head. I don't. I blame myself, Tyler. I knew the first night I met you that this was a huge mistake. I tried to ignore it for a while, but tonight has made it abundantly clear. I swallow. My throat has shrunk to the size of a ballpoint pen. All the muscles in my neck tense. What are you saying, Emma? She touches my cheek softly. I'm saying goodbye, Tyler. Something in my chest cracks open. Go home and get some sleep, I say hastily, ignoring the words that just came out of her mouth. I think we could both use it. I'll call you tomorrow. Don't bother, she says. She's still smiling, almost benevolently, like she's a goddess deigning to speak to a mere mortal like me. Her mascara is smeared down her cheeks, but her gray eyes are dry and clear. Her hand drops away from my cheek, and she turns to face her sister. She nods to the door, and Rory jumps to her feet, almost as if she too is a mere subject of the goddess before her. Emma starts walking towards the main doors of the hotel, with Rory scrambling behind her. Even with the crutches, she looks like a queen as she sails over the marble tile. Emma! I call, running my hands through my hair. I feel frozen in space, in time. Emma doesn't turn around. Rory sneaks a glance back at me, giving a small shrug of her shoulders. I can't believe this is happening. I can't exactly say she's being unreasonable, but I can't let her walk away either. I start to follow her down the hallway, the smooth soles of my dress shoes sliding over the tile the faster I try to walk. With Emma on her crutches, they're not exactly moving at a cheetah's pace, and I'd be able to reach them easily before they reach the front door. That is, if a firm hand didn't suddenly wrap around my bicep. Where do you think you're going? My father growls. I spin around to face him. His face is still red, and there's a bead of sweat on his forehead that looks poised to run down over his brow at any minute. Let go of me, I hiss back. I try to wrench my arm away, but his grip is firm, and to be honest, I'm kind of worried about being too rough. His face is so red that he could put a ripe tomato to shame, and I'm half afraid he's about to have a heart attack. How could you humiliate me like that? You know this business means everything to me. Everything. I want to scoff. I want to ask him if his family means anything, if his marriage means anything, but I don't think I want to know the answer to that. Somehow, I think that when my father says his business means everything to him, he really does mean everything. Just when I was starting to think maybe I could trust you, he huffs. The way you presented that annual report at our meeting today, I thought, my, that boy turned out all right after all. But no, just another goddamn disappointment. Just like your sister. My stomach sinks. I'm furious. But there's shame there, too. Not from being with Emma, but the shame of knowing that he's right. That I'm still Tyler the fuck-up. Better suited to that #trust fund life than to any real responsibility. In one fell swoop, I'd managed to ruin things with Emma and my father. That has to be some kind of self-sabotaging record or something. Look, Dad, I want to talk to you about this. I really do, I insist, running my hands through my hair. But right now, I have to go find Emma. Oh, no, you don't, my father fumes. We have a gala to continue hosting. Get back in there and do the job I hired you to do. I shake my head. No way. I have to go find Emma. Tyler, I'm warning you, walk out that door. And first thing Monday, I'm going to open a competition to hire a new CEO. That stops me for a second. But I picture the look on Emma's face as she turned away from me. And I know that I'll hate myself forever if I don't go to her and try to fix this. It's already been almost 5 minutes since she and her sister walked out, and unless I get extremely lucky and find them still outside, they're probably already in a cab and on their way home by now. So I walk away from my father. I can feel his gaze on me as I make my way down the hallway towards the exit, but when I reach the doors, I turn around, and he's gone. I blink a couple of times and push the heavy doors open and step out into the cool night air. There are more than a few of the gala guests gathered on the front steps, some of them mingling and chatting, some of them huddled down on the sidewalks smoking. My eyes flick over every single one of them, looking for the only one who matters, but I can't see her anywhere. I'm about to give up hope when a voice stops me cold. Tyler! I spin around, stunned. There she is, dark hair twisted up, a long red dress highlighting the very large bump at the front of her stomach. Lacey! I blink in surprise at the sight of my sister. I had no idea you were coming. Wait, what's wrong? A giant tear spills down over Lacey's cheek. Her hands are pressed to her stomach. Tyler, I think my water just broke. Oh, fuck.
24. Emma. I lean my head against the window of the taxi. Rory hasn't said anything, and for that I'm thankful. I know she saw me up there with Tyler. God, the entire room full of people saw me up there. And way too much of me, too. How could I have let this happen? Again. That's what keeps running through my head as the cab winds its way through Manhattan, across the 59th Street Bridge, and towards Brooklyn. It's a long ride, and it's probably going to cost a fortune, but there was no way I could brave the subway. And even though Rory had offered to call Wes's driver, I didn't have the patience to wait. Not when there were all these cabs lining the front entrance of the plaza. I want to be home as soon as possible, buried under my blankets like an ostrich with its head in the sand. I try to concentrate on the city streets as they spill past. The lights seem to blur in the darkness, until I realize that it's tears blocking my vision. I brush my hand roughly against my cheek and sniffle. Rory nudges me, and when I look over, she's holding out a tissue. I take it silently and manage a wry smile, then blow my nose. I go back to looking out the window. My sister's hand slips into mine. She gives it a squeeze, but she still doesn't say anything. I guess she knows there's nothing to say. But I surprise myself by turning to her. You think I'm an idiot, don't you? Rory's mouth gapes open. What? Are you kidding? Honey, that's the furthest thought from my mind. She squeezes my hand again. But, do you want to tell me what happened? I scoff. What happened is, I am an idiot. Hey, that's my sister you're talking about. Rory tries to crack a joke, but I can't bring myself to even smile. God, I'm in a sorry state. Come on, Rory prods. Do you want to tell me what really happened? I shake my head, but words are already falling off my lips. It's like every time we're together, I turn into this crazy person. Honestly, Rory, I don't even recognize myself. I start doing all these crazy things. Like what? Like what you saw tonight, for starters. I can't even tell you how many times we've gotten caught going at it. I even let him get me off in a restaurant. From the front seat, the cab driver coughs suddenly. I catch his eye in the rearview mirror, and my cheeks flame red. I turn my gaze back to Rory, but she looks just as shocked. Then her mouth twitches up into a smile. I bury my face in my hands. Emma, come on. Rory gently pulls my hands away. I'm sure it's not that bad. Oh, it's pretty bad. I tell her about the night I showed up drunk at his house, about the real way I broke my ankle, about every dumb thing I've done since Tyler Grant waltzed his way into my life. Her eyebrows get higher and higher with every story until they've almost disappeared into her hairline. By the time I'm done, she's stifling her laughter. It isn't funny, I admonish. I try to swat her with my crutch, but I end up awkwardly banging it against my own calf. Ow! Oh, Em, she laughs. She wipes away a tear. I'm sorry, I swear I'm not laughing at you. Let me guess, you're laughing with me? Exactly. Funny, since I'm not laughing. Minor details. She waves her hand casually, but then softens. I'm sorry, Em, I'm really not laughing at you, but... She trails off, biting her lip. But what? She sighs. Out with it, Rory. It's just... I don't think loosening up is the worst thing that could happen to you. I fold my arms. Thanks a lot. I don't mean it in a bad way, sweetie. I huff out a breath, then go back to staring out the window. Come on, Emma, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I get why you're feeling miserable, and I do totally sympathize. But I have to tell you one important thing. I grudgingly look back over at her. What's that? Your ass looked seriously great up there. I try to keep a straight face, but soon Rory and I dissolve into giggles. When we get back to my apartment, Rory insists on coming upstairs with me. We burst through the front door, still feeling giddy with laughter and the evening's adrenaline. Lucy jumps off the couch in surprise. She's wearing sweats and a pink hoodie, and on the television, When Harry Met Sally is playing. Hi! I wasn't expecting you guys back for hours. I glance over at Rory. She's biting back a smile. The evening didn't go exactly as planned, I explain. That makes Rory snort with laughter, which sets me off on another laughing jag as well. Lucy is staring at us in total confusion. I wipe away a stray tear, trying to stop the peals of laughter coming out of me. It feels like the equivalent of laughing at a funeral, where you know it's wrong and inappropriate, but you can't stop, and somehow thinking about how wrong it is only makes you laugh harder. Lucy, on the other hand, looks thoroughly confused. Okay, care to explain? I'm sorry, I tell her. I'm not really in the mood to talk about it. Let's just say I put on quite a show. That makes Rory laugh again. How come you're not at Lou's anyway? I thought you were going over there tonight. Lucy looks at the floor. If it's okay, I'd rather not talk about that either. There's a moment of silence between the three of us, and then Rory claps her hands. Sounds like we could all use some ice cream, she says, dropping her clutch and heading into the kitchen. Since she used to live here, she has no qualms about rooting through our refrigerator, apparently. She returns a minute later with a pint of Ben & Jerry's and 3 spoons. I hobble over to the couch and flop down next to Lucy, and Rory sits on the other side of me. Since I'm in the middle, she hands me the pint and a spoon. I stab the rock-hard ice cream and swallow a huge mouthful. How many calories do you think are in this? I ask, licking off the spoon. Rory and Lucy both groan in unison. Enough with the calories, Rory laments. No one gives a shit except you, Emma. I bite back a smile. I guess you're right. I think I deserve a little ice cream tonight anyway. I'll say. Rory attacks the ice cream with her spoon and swallows a huge bite, rolling her eyes in pleasure. It's New York Super Fudge Chunk, and even I have to admit it's seriously fucking delicious. Are you guys ever going to tell me what happened? Lucy asks. Maybe. Rory laughs. Give her a couple shots of tequila and she'll tell you everything. Lucy nods knowingly, a wicked grin on her face. Sounds like a plan. Actually, Rory says, sitting up straight and pointing her spoon at us. It does sound like a plan. We should go out next weekend. Another girls' night. Something to take your mind off all this? I shake my head. No way. I told you what happened last time we had a girls' night, didn't I? Rory grins. I promise we won't let that happen this time. Lucy and I will make sure you don't have any opportunities to even drunkenly text him. Right, Lucy? Lucy looks confused, but game. She crosses her fingers over her heart. Swear on my favorite sweatpants. I giggle. I have to admit, I'm glad that I didn't end up back at the apartment alone tonight. Having Rory and Lucy here is almost enough to take my mind off my earlier humiliation. Fine, but not next weekend. I promised Blake she could come for a visit. Rory slaps her hand against her thigh. Even better, no one knows how to party like Blake. Don't worry, she'll take your mind off everything. I roll my eyes. My sister isn't wrong about that. Last time Blake came into the city to visit, she got so drunk that Rory and I spent the entire night trying to peel her off the floor of the Bristow's ladies' bathroom. Fine, I concede, but I beg my sister. Just promise me you won't tell her about any of this. I promise I won't say anything, Rory says. But don't be surprised if Blake manages to weasel it out of you anyway. You know she's good at that sort of thing. I laugh. That actually wouldn't surprise me. We all go quiet for a minute while we watch Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal bicker on screen. Rory scoops up another spoonful of ice cream. So, what are you going to do about Tyler? My stomach bottoms out, and the fragile lightness that had crept into my mood vanishes. I think the answer is obvious, don't you? I have to stop seeing him. I stab out a spoonful of ice cream, making sure I get a chocolate chunk and a walnut in the same bite. Rory raises her eyebrows. That doesn't seem like the obvious answer to me. In fact, it doesn't seem like he wants that at all, and to be honest, it doesn't seem like you do either. I sigh. It doesn't really matter what I want. I'm trying to do the right thing here, and being with Tyler has done nothing but mess up my life so far. I can't keep living like this. Lucy is looking curiously between my sister and me. I still haven't told her everything that's been going on with Tyler, but I'm sure she's starting to piece some things together, even if she doesn't have all the gory details. Maybe you should at least talk to him, Rory chides gently. I saw 2 people up on that stage tonight. What stage? Lucy asks, with a stricken expression. I ignore her question and stab my spoon into the ice cream again. Well, it doesn't really matter what he wants, I say bitterly. He may have been up on the stage with me, but he didn't exactly bother to follow me out. And he hasn't called either. I try to keep the sniffle out of my voice. How do you know? You haven't checked your phone since we left. For a second, my heart lifts. She's right, I haven't. Maybe he's trying desperately to get a hold of me, to tell me not to let this go. Would I listen? If he did call, would I answer? I don't know. But I suddenly feel desperate to know if he's at least tried. I try to heave myself up off the couch, but Rory pulls me back down. Hold on. I'll get it. She grabs my clutch from the hallway console table where I'd thrown it when we came in. She marches back across the living room and hands it to me solemnly. I reach inside and pull out my phone, barely daring to breathe. A part of me desperately wants to see his name on my missed calls list, and part of me doesn't. I stare down at the screen and let out the breath. No missed calls. Nothing at all except a notification that my favorite shoe store has some special deals picked out just for me. Whoop-de-doo. I toss the phone and the clutch onto the coffee table. Happy now? I ask Rory. She bites her lip but doesn't say anything. The three of us sit there until the ice cream is gone and the movie is finished. Lucy and Rory.
The next part of the story is waiting. But first, take this pause to rest and recharge your spirit. This audiobook is yours, freely and fully.
are both falling asleep, but I'm wide-eyed, staring at the ceiling and thinking about how I should have never spilled that glass of wine back at Veneer on a day that seems like a lifetime ago.
25. Tyler. We're gonna lose him. I look grimly over at Lacey. No! Tears fill her eyes. She casts a pleading glance in my direction, but there's nothing I can do. It's okay, baby, Brendan says from the small screen of my phone where he's been talking to us. His eyes look tired, but he hasn't been able to keep the grin off his face since we called him. I have to get on the plane anyway. You're doing great. I love you, Lacey sniffs, hugging her newborn baby boy to her chest. Get here soon, okay? I promise. I love you both. My phone chooses that moment to die completely. The screen goes black as a single tear rolls down Lacey's cheek. I sit on the edge of her bed, careful to avoid her feet under the blankets. It's okay. He's going to be here in, I check my watch. Less than 6 hours. She lets her head fall back against the pillow. I'm so stupid. I should have never come out here without him. He warned me that I was too close to my delivery date, but my doctor thought I'd be fine as long as I walked a lot on the plane and drank a lot of water. I was going to be flying back home tomorrow anyway. Lacey is rambling, and she's already told me all of this about 6 times now, but I know that having her baby in New York, and without her husband here to coach her, was not exactly on her agenda for this weekend. Besides, I feel guilty that I'm the one who kept telling her she should come out here for the annual gala. I had never thought that the pregnancy would be an issue. Obviously, neither had Lacey. Hey, I pat her leg through the blanket. You did great. This little guy just couldn't wait to meet his cool Uncle Tyler, that's all. Lacey gives me a weepy grin. She turns the baby gently so that he's sort of facing me. His tiny face is scrunched up, eyes closed, lips pursed. He looks like a super adorable raisin. Was it worth it, baby? She whispers. Was meeting this clown really worth it? Hey now, I protest, grinning. Seriously, Ty, thanks for being here. She tucks the baby against her chest again. He makes a soft sighing noise. I really appreciate everything you did tonight. I hope I didn't ruin your night. Never, I say. I feel a bit embarrassed that she seems to be tearing up again. You know I wouldn't be anywhere else but right here with you. Okay, that's slightly a lie. Ever since we'd left the hotel, Emma had been occupying at least half of my thoughts. Even when Lacey was squeezing my hand so hard I thought she was going to break a bone. Even when we were both doing some kind of crazy Lamaze breathing that surprisingly felt kind of good. Even when my tiny, perfect nephew was bursting forth into the world. Emma wasn't far from my mind. I couldn't vanquish the thought of her walking, hobbling, down that hotel corridor, out the front door, and out of my life. I wanted to go to her, to apologize, to make her see that we had something that couldn't be thrown away. Except my father's words kept echoing through my head, too. That he'd already had one child disappoint him. Do I really want to be the second? I sigh. I look at my sister, and she nuzzles her baby. My blood starts to bubble in my veins again, not for the first time tonight. Is it really fair of Dad to call her a disappointment just because she chose love over the family business? Being with her tonight, holding her hand while she pushed through the contractions and sweated huge buckets and cursed me and Brendan and every sperm-producing mammal on the planet, had reminded me of how amazing and strong my little sister is. Kick-ass might even be the way I'd describe it. Thinking of the way my father had let her walk away, the way we all had, makes me angry. And maybe more than that, it makes me sad. Hey, Lacey, I say, concentrating on a tiny brown stain on the hospital bed's blue blanket. "Do you ever regret leaving the company?" Lacey doesn't answer for a minute. I think she's pissed that I asked, until I look up and see more tears streaking down her cheeks. Oh, fuck, I'm really on a roll tonight. Sorry, sis, I didn't mean anything by it. I know you're happy with Brendan. You've got a good thing going. She shakes her head, brushing at her cheeks with the hand that's not wrapped around the baby. No, it's not that. It's that, yeah, I miss it, she admits. Every day. Don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely head over heels in love with Brendan. And this guy, too, now, she adds, nuzzling her nose against the small, fuzzy blue cap the baby is wearing. But I miss the business. I miss feeling like I was contributing something, you know? And of course, I miss you and Mom. And Dad, too. When he's not being an ass, at least. I chuckle at that last comment. There are some things only a sibling can understand. So, why'd you do it? Couldn't you have stayed here and had Brendan and the job? Why'd you have to choose? I don't know, honestly. I tried for a while to do both. But you know what Dad's like. It's slavish devotion or nothing. There are no half measures with him. I would lie awake at night, wrapped up in Brendan's arms, and wonder if we were going to turn into Mom and Dad someday. Except in my mind, I was Dad, too wrapped up in work to appreciate the things that are right in front of me. I couldn't stand the thought of that happening. I nod, suddenly getting where she's been coming from all these months. I'm already feeling the strain of juggling both Emma and my job and the weight of Dad's expectations. And I'm not even nearly as invested in Good Grant as Lacey was. It seems kind of stupid in retrospect, Lacey muses. She wipes away another stray tear. They haven't stopped trailing down her face since we began this conversation. I grab the box of tissues from the nightstand next to her. She takes one gratefully and blows her nose with her free hand. Have you ever thought of coming back? Lacey snorts. Even if I wanted to, there's no way Dad would take me back. I'm sure he sees what I did as the ultimate betrayal. Rejecting the job he groomed me for is about as bad as rejecting him. In fact, it's probably the same thing in his eyes. She shakes her head sadly. Besides, he has you. You're the chosen child now. She tries to smile, and I try to match it. But it's obvious to me, and probably to her too, that neither of us are feeling it. If it makes you feel any better, I'm pretty sure I'm doing a shit job of filling your shoes, I admit. Dad isn't exactly happy with me at the moment. Instead of sitting back down, I stroll over to the window. The sun is starting to come up over the hospital parking lot, and for a second, I'm transported back to the last time I spent an extended time in the hospital, waiting with Emma when she'd sprained her ankle. My heart thuds against my ribs, and I swallow. I can't think about her right now. I have to focus on my sister. I'll figure out what to do about Emma later. I turn to find Lacey watching me. What's going on, Ty? Nothing. Don't say nothing. You look like you just found out there's no Santa Claus. I force another grin. Fine. Let me rephrase. Nothing that you need to concern yourself with. You've got enough on your plate. What do I have on my plate at this exact minute? This guy's asleep, and Brendan won't be here for at least another 5 hours. I've got all the time in the world. Yeah, and you should be using that time to get ahead on your sleep. I have a feeling you're not going to get very much of it over the next little while. Why don't you let me worry about that? I slumped down into one of the visitor chairs across from her bed. I'm starting to see why you were so good at your job. Has anyone ever told you you're relentless? Lacey grins. It was number 1 on my corporate strength assessment. I roll my eyes, chuckling. Lucky me. But still, I find myself telling her about Good Grant Books' failing bottom line, about all the things I think we could be doing better, and, of course, about how I'd spectacularly blown it with Dad tonight. Lacey's face goes through a variety of expressions as I talk, from interested and assessing when I tell her about our lackluster annual report, to completely incredulous when I explain making out with Emma backstage at the gala. By the time I'm done talking, her eyes have rolled so far back in her head, all I can see is white. Pretty dumb, right? I'll say, she shakes her head, but she's laughing. Tell me about this girl. Is she special? I snort. Not because Emma's not special, but because the question is absurd. Is the Mona Lisa special? Is the Hope Diamond? But Lacey is looking at me expectantly. Yeah, she's special. So this isn't just Tyler's flavor of the week? I shake my head. Emma's the flavor of a lifetime. Then you need to fix things with Dad. Make him see that you can still take the job seriously, that you weren't just screwing around. How do I do that? Set up a meeting with him. Pitch him the ideas you just told me, the e-books and the subscription services and all that other stuff. He'll come around. He needs to see you're still taking the job seriously, despite what happened tonight. I nod slowly. Lacey has a point. I haven't even had a chance to talk to Dad about work lately. Despite the annual report's shortcomings, this quarter is already starting to turn around thanks to the self-help line, and we're starting to regain some ground in the mass-market paperback sector. That's got to count for something. But, Tyler... What? She's frowning at me. You have to fix things with the girl, too. Don't be like me. Don't run from one end of the goal to the other because you're too afraid to shoot for both. Love and success don't have to be a choice. Just because we share half of Dad's genes doesn't mean either of us has to turn into him. You know? I give her a smirk. So what you're saying is I'm a 21st century man, and I really can have it all? She bursts out laughing, then abruptly stops, checking to make sure she hasn't startled the baby. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, Ty, she whispers. You can, and, more importantly, you deserve to have it all. Thanks, Lacey. You sure you wouldn't consider coming back to the business? Imagine what we could do together. Lacey shakes her head. I doubt Dad would have me. I don't know about that, I say. But Lacey has already turned her attention back to the baby. Speaking of Dad, do you want me to call him and Mom for you? Regardless of everything else that went down, you know they're going to want to meet their grandson. Lacey smiles softly. I know. But your phone is dead, remember? I'm going to wait until Brendan is here. I'll feel better doing it if he's by my side. Fair enough. I stand up. You should probably get some sleep for real now. This time, she doesn't protest. She lets me help her put the baby in the crib beside her bed, then falls back into the bed, clearly exhausted. But her eyes snap open as I walk towards the door of her room. You aren't leaving, are you? Me? No way. I'm just going to the waiting room to grab some of those old Ladies' Home Journal magazines I saw. A 21st century man can never have too many coffee cake recipes, you know. Lacey smiles, but her eyes are already drifting closed as I quietly leave the room.
26. Emma. Look, you don't have to wear makeup or big-ass earrings. You don't even have to smile if you don't want to. But you are not wearing that to the bar. Blake points down at the stained sweatpants I'm wearing, the Wesleyan t-shirt with the hole in the back of the neck. I've been wearing pretty much this exact outfit since the gala last weekend. Since I walked away from Tyler for good.
Lucy has kept me supplied with plenty of baked goods for my wallowing pleasure, hence the stains, and I've been on a non-stop Desperate Housewives binge marathon. I admit, there's something kind of satisfying about being a complete and utter sloth. You know, except for the part where it feels like my heart is being literally wrung out by a ruthless Eastern European washerwoman. Tyler hasn't texted or called since I walked out on him, which I know is what I wanted, but I'm not going to lie. It's also a little surprising. And it stings. I had thought he'd at least try to make me reconsider my decision to call things off, but I guess I should be glad that he hasn't. It's better for both of us this way. Being together was getting too messy, not just for me, but for him, too. I didn't miss the way his father had yanked him aside that night, and I certainly hadn't missed the furious look in his eyes. Tyler was toast, that much was obvious. So, yeah, it's definitely better this way. Up, Blake demands, grabbing me by the elbow and lifting me off the sofa. I try to ignore the butt imprint I've left over the last week. It looks like it might be permanent. Literally, the only good thing to happen this week is that my ankle is feeling better. I still can't wear heels, not that I even want to, but at least I can get around the apartment without the crutches, which is good, given the unforgiving way Blake marches me into the bathroom. She turns on the shower. Get in. A little privacy, please, I grumble. Fine. Her lips twist into a smile. I'm going to go pick out something for you to wear. She leaves me alone for a few blissful minutes. But even from in the shower, I can hear her flinging things around in my bedroom. I roll my eyes. I can only imagine what she's going to pick out for me. I had tried to cancel this weekend with Blake, or at least postpone it. But she wasn't hearing it. She got Rory on her side, too, and between the two of them, I was outnumbered and outgunned. So here I am on Saturday night, shampooing my ratty, unbrushed hair and trying to remember if I even have any clean underwear to wear tonight. I better not mention that to Blake, I think, as I let the water pummel down on my shoulders, because she'll probably make me go commando. Still, I'll give her credit for this. By the time I get out of the shower, I actually feel like a half-normal human being again. I brush my teeth and slick on some deodorant and, despite Blake insisting I don't need to, I put on a touch of makeup. First time I've done it all week. I actually look a bit like myself again. I come out of the bathroom in my robe and find Blake has ripped through most of my closet. My bedroom looks like a tornado has gone through it, and, to be fair, it sort of did. My sister might look innocent, but she has the personality of a Tasmanian devil. She's wild and whirling dervish, and all you can do is go along with it or get out of the way. Okay, I've narrowed it down to 3 options, she announces proudly. Unfortunately, you own about 0 colors, so they're all black. Black is classic Blake. Black is boring Emma. Blake herself is already dressed in a very form-fitting fuchsia number that looks amazing with her blonde hair and blue eyes. I could never pull off something like that. But it'll have to do for tonight. Now, what do you think of this one? She holds up a dress, and I realize it's the same one I wore last time we went out dancing, also known as the night I took myself over to Tyler's house and drunkenly tried to seduce him. The same dress I'd peeled off in his living room. No way am I wearing that again. In fact, I think I might burn it. No. Next option. She holds up another black number, and I recognize this one right away, too. The wrap dress I'd worn to the Kinsman Club. The one Tyler had buried his face under, right before those 2 busboys had walked in on us. My cheeks start to burn, and I shake my head. No, not that one either. I glance over at the third dress she's pulled out and recognize it as the one I'd worn the night Tyler took me to Darkley. Apparently, I really do need a wardrobe refresh. I stalk over to my closet and start pilfering through the few things that Blake hasn't already tossed over the bed. Why don't I own anything that doesn't remind me of Tyler? From the far reaches of the closet, I pull out a gray sheath dress. Perfect. I've definitely never worn this with him. I hold it up, and Blake wrinkles her nose. Are we going dancing, or are you going to a job interview? I'm wearing this. I unzip the back and try to shoo Blake out of the room. She stands there with her hands on her hips. Fine. Don't leave. I rummage through my drawers for undergarments and pull them on under the robe. Then I turn around and let the silky fabric fall from my shoulders. I tug the sheath dress on over my head. God, it's so tight. I can barely get it over my chest, even with the zipper down. Emma, seriously? You can't wear that. Blake has her hands on her hips. She stares me down as I awkwardly try to get the dress down over my hips, wrestling the fabric into submission. I'm telling you this with absolute love, but you look like a sausage. A boring, corporate sausage. I feel hot, stupid tears prick my eyes. Blake must see them too because she claps her hand over her mouth. I'm sorry, sweetie, I was just joking. You look gorgeous, of course. No, you're right. I half laugh, half sob. I do look like a corporate sausage. But I can't wear any of those. I gesture to the pile on the bed. Okay, no problem. Let's see. Well, I brought a couple of extra dresses. Do you want to try one on? I nod, already trying to peel off my sausage casing and nearly falling over in the process. I hear Blake scurry out of the room, and a minute later, she returns with a dress over each arm. One is black, but tiny, more of a tube top than a dress, at least in my books. The other is emerald green, but at least appropriately sized. I reach for it. I was hoping you'd pick that one, Blake grins. This color would look amazing on you. I let the stuffy gray sheath dress fall onto the bed with the other discarded garments and pull the emerald number on over my head. Blake has always been a bit curvier than I am, but surprisingly, the dress fits me perfectly, thanks to my recent baked good binges. When I look in the mirror, I find it hugs all my curves just right. It's got a deep V in the front that highlights my chest, and it's nipped at the waist before flowing out around my now generous hips. Babe-alicious, Blake announces. She grabs her phone and is already snapping a picture. I'm sending this to Rory as proof because I have a feeling that in about 5 seconds, you're going to declare that you hate it and pull it off. I laugh, but I don't take off the dress. Instead, I stare at myself in the mirror, smoothing the silky fabric over my curves. The way my body has changed is foreign to me, but in Blake's dress, I don't hate it. I look good, hot even. Hubba, hubba. I turn and find Lucy standing at the doorway to my room. Her hands are planted firmly on her hips, and she purses her lips, attempting a wolf whistle. The three of us dissolve into giggles when it comes out as more of a raspberry. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or not. I laugh. Lucy tosses her hair behind her shoulder. Oh, it's definitely a compliment. You look smoking hot. I feel kind of okay. Blake and Lucy exchange a look, but I catch them both rolling their eyes. Come on. Blake hooks her arm through mine. Rory's coming by to pick us up at 10. Let's finish getting ready. After that, I have no time to think about the dress or anything else because Blake is pancaking my face in foundation and concealer and more blush than a burlesque dancer. Lucy thrusts a pair of silver ballet flats at me, and then we're rushing down to the street to pile into the car with Rory. My sister does a double take when she sees me. "Emma, I didn't know you owned anything even half that bright." Blake giggles and I shrug. "Not mine. It's on loan from Rainbow Bright over here." Rory laughs. "Should have known." By the time we reach the club, I'm feeling in better spirits than I have all week. Maybe that's because I haven't had time to think of Tyler. The girls have been laughing and joking all night, and I have to admit, it's nice to be surrounded by the positivity. Even if part of me would rather be home in my sweats still. Once we're firmly ensconced in the bar, though, I start having my doubts about this whole thing. There are too many people here, all dressed up and looking to score. Male gazes light on us as soon as we make our way to the dance floor, as if we were a pack of helpless gazelles crossing the savannah. But my sisters and roommate are all looking at me so expectantly, so hopefully, that I put on my best smile. After all, it would be ungrateful for me to not at least try to have a good time, right? I know they just want to cheer me up, and it would be rude to pout about it now. So instead, I let them lead me onto the dance floor, where I try to throw myself into the beat. Half an hour later, I'm a sweaty mess, but not exactly feeling any better. "Drinks!" I yell to the girls, and when I get 3 thumbs up, I head over to the bar. The crowd is 3 deep, and I shoulder my way in far enough to try to make eye contact with the bartender. After several minutes of being ignored, I'm about ready to give up my mission when a male voice cuts through the noise. "Need some help?" I turn and find a man grinning down at me. Slicked back hair and a cheap suit, not to mention cologne so strong it seems to emanate from his pores. Not good cologne either, but the really nasty stuff, the kind that smells like air freshener and formaldehyde. "I'm fine. Thank you." "Come on, let me buy you a drink." "No, thank you. I'm here with my girlfriends." "There's enough of me to go around." He grins lecherously. That's the moment my fight gives out. I don't want to be here. In this packed club with all these people, and I especially don't want to be around men like this. There's only one man I want to be around. Or be with. And since that's not happening, I really just want to go home, climb into bed, and sleep until I can't feel anything anymore. Without giving him an answer, because seriously, a line like that doesn't even deserve a response, I find my way back to the girls. They're still dancing, laughing, and having fun. "I'm sorry, you guys. I'm going to call it a night." Blake stops dancing and wraps her arms around mine. "No," she whines. "We just got here." "I know, but I can't do this. You guys stay and have fun. Don't let me ruin your night. I'm just going to take a cab home." "Are you joking?" Blake shouts over the music. "We're coming with you. I didn't come into the city so I could go dancing. I came because I missed my sisters. If you're going, we're going too." My heart swells a little at that, and I wrap Blake in a hug. "If you just want to get out of here, I know somewhere else we could go," Rory offers. "Where?" I ask suspiciously. "You'll see." One short cab ride later, the 4 of us spill into Fran's, a retro 24-hour diner near Rory's old office. Even though it's almost midnight, the place is bustling. A harried waitress shows us to a booth, and we order a round of chocolate milkshakes. "Best in the city," Rory promises, and as soon as I take my first sip of the thick, sweet shake, I know she's right. I feel better now that we're out of the bar, and soon the 4 of us are talking and laughing. Tyler's never far from my mind, though. No matter how many times I try to push him out, he weasels his way back in. I push my straw around in my glass, trying to blink back the tears that spring up every time I picture his face. Around me, I can feel Rory and Blake and Lucy exchanging looks. Rory nudges me gently in the side. Want to talk about it? I shrug. What's the point, really? Yeah, come on, Em, Blake chimes in. You've been down since I got here. I hadn't told Blake everything that had happened, although she was savvy enough to suss out that it had to do with a guy. Okay, fine, I say finally, dropping my straw back into the glass. Do you ever think maybe the life you thought you wanted isn't really what you want at all? The three of them are quiet. Finally, Blake nods. All the time. Really? Oh, yeah, Lucy agrees. Oh, I crack a smile. Well, I'm glad it's not just me. Definitely not just you, Lucy grins. My life feels like it's a constant work in progress. But hey, that's what your 20s are for, right? A work in progress, I repeat. Exactly, like, what would be the fun if you had it all figured out from the get-go? Huh. I guess I never thought of it quite like that before. I felt like I was going through an identity crisis these last couple of months, but maybe I was just growing up. I suck at my milkshake as I think. Okay, so let me ask you this. Have you ever fallen for someone you thought was completely wrong for you? Rory grins and I swat her arm. Not you, I add. You've been Wes's since you were 16. But what about you guys? I turn to Blake and Lucy. Are you kidding? I'd love a Mr. Wrong, Blake laments. Highfield's choice in men is dismal. Lucy is shaking her head too, but her smile looks forced. Not me, either, sorry. Lou is perfect for me. I squint at her but decide to let the comment go. Well, you guys are zero help. So change the question, Rory says. Why do you think Tyler's wrong for you? Is that a serious question? Yeah. Fine. I start, counting things off on my fingers. He's reckless. He's a player. He's never had a real job. Well, neither have you, Rory so helpfully points out. That's different. I still have a career, not a trust fund. Fair enough. And he turns me into a complete maniac, I finish, undeterred by my sister's snarkiness. Rory chuckles at that. Well, I'll give you that. But Emma, love doesn't have anything to do with what's on paper. Look at Wes and I. We shouldn't have worked out either. In fact, I was determined as hell that we wouldn't. Yet look at us now. I can't argue with that. Rory and Wes have an enviable relationship, and it's obvious to anyone who meets them that they're madly in love with each other. Even though we're both very different, we support each other, you know? We hear each other out. We can lean on each other. And, maybe most importantly, we see each other. No one sees the real me like Wes does. I swallow hard at Rory's words. What if, all this time, Tyler has been the one to see the real me? The me that's less than perfect. I've been feeling like I turn into someone else when I'm around him, but what if that Emma isn't really someone else, but just someone I buried a long time ago? You know, in case you're wondering, we never loved you because you were perfect, Emma, Rory announces, as if reading my mind. I blink at her a couple of times. She laughs and shakes her head. We love you in spite of that. You're just fine the way you are, you know. So maybe, just maybe, you can stop trying so hard. 27. Emma. I think I'm going to throw up. Dear God, please don't let me throw up. Solange puts her hand on my knee, and for a second, I think she's trying to make me feel better, but then I realize she's trying to get me to stop shaking my leg, which is vibrating so fast it could power a generator. Relax, she intones. Her caramel voice is soothing, but there's no calming me. Easy for you to say, I mutter. I reach for my phone again, checking my text messages for about the zillionth time today. I've gotten well wishes from my parents and my sisters, and Lucy had seen me off this morning with a plate of good luck blueberry pancakes, even though it was 5 a.m. and I'd been too nauseous and nervous to touch them. Nothing from Tyler. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, but there's a small part of me that hoped he'd at least reach out to say good luck. He knows the interview is today. Solange says everyone at Good Grant Books is tuning in to watch. Somehow, knowing that only makes me feel even more like throwing up. I toss my phone back into my purse, then glance down at the notes I'd made last night. I had hoped they'd help me feel brilliant and capable, or at least marginally prepared. But the letters just cross in front of my eyes. My vision swims. I need some water, I say, standing up and pacing around like an anxious tiger. Do you think I could get some water? Of course. Solange leaps up, and I think she's just glad to have something to do. We're in the green room at Channel 9, where I'm waiting to make my debut on the Wake Up New York morning show. The room we're in is small, with a black leather couch and a glass coffee table. It's designed for guests waiting to appear on the show. The space is actually painted green, just like the name says, because apparently that's supposed to be calming. But there's also a small garbage can lined with an empty grocery bag, and the whole thing looks suspiciously like it's meant to be a barf bag. I wonder if anyone else has ever thrown up in here, or if I'll be the first. Solange grabs a water bottle out of the mini fridge and hands it over to me. Do you want some trail mix? Chocolate-covered raisins? Do you want me to throw up for real? I try to joke, except it's so not a joke. I haven't been able to eat for the last 3 days. No sleep, either. I keep thinking about this interview and about all the myriad ways I could screw it up. I had been nervous that first night at Veneer, too, but nothing compared to this. These past weeks have shaken me to my core. And even though I've tried to spend the last few days rebuilding, the result is something like a Jenga tower, precarious and ready to come tumbling down at any minute. Or at least that's how it feels. Emma, seriously. Solange sighs. I think I might have finally succeeded in pushing her last button. You're going to be fine. You could do this in your sleep. You're smart, you're poised, you look great. And you know this stuff inside and out. I give her a wan smile, and then chug half the bottle of water. My dry mouth feels better, but the liquid is sloshing around in my stomach. Maybe not such a good idea. I screw the cap back on and set the bottle down on the glass coffee table, then pace around the room again. I can do this, right? Everyone else seems to think so. And maybe they know better than me. You must be Emma. The voice startles me out of my thoughts, and I look up to see Charlotte Cross, one of the show's 2 hosts, striding into the room. She looks incredible in a deep purple fitted jacket and a satiny top, with her dark hair pulled back in a neat chignon. She's just a year or 2 older than me, but her rise from beat reporter to morning show host has had her on every people-to-watch list in the city. For a second, I'm so starstruck that I forget to be nervous. Yes, hi. It's so nice to meet you, Ms. Cross. Oh, please, call me Charlie. She shakes my hand. I can't tell you how excited we are to have you on the show. I've given copies of your book to all my single girlfriends. Though between you and I don't think you're going to convince any of them to give up casual sex. Might as well have some fun while you're waiting for Mr. Right. Right? Right.
I smile nervously, wiping my hands on my skirt. Anyway, I just came over to walk you through how this morning is going to go. Makeup will be in here in about 5 minutes to get you ready. The show starts at 7, and as Solange probably discussed with you, we're going to have you appear in 2 different segments. The first will be about 20 minutes after we go live. You'll come out on stage, sit in the chair across from me, and I'll ask you some questions about the book and why you wrote it. Nothing too difficult, just an easy, quick 10-minute chat. Then, at the top of the hour, we're going to bring you back on, and you're going to field some questions from our audience. That all sound good? I nod. Yes, I think I can handle it. I try to smile. Ignore the bile, ignore the bile. Of course you can handle it, Charlie laughs. You're Miss Emma. Just go out there and be yourself. My mouth snaps closed. Be myself. Right. I barely even know who that is anymore. Charlie seems oblivious to my discomfort. She checks her watch and then puts her hands on both my shoulders. Okay, I have to get back out there. Deep breaths. You're going to do great. I wish I had as much confidence in me as she does. I give her one more wimpy smile as she sashays out the door, and then I'm whisked away by a makeup artist who appears to be about 16 years old and a size 0. After that, everything is a blur. That is, right up until the moment that I'm escorted backstage, tucked behind a sound wall, fitted with a lav mic on the collar of my blouse, and told to wait for Charlie to give me my cue to come join her on stage. Oh, God. This is it. Even from here, I can feel the heat of the stage lights. I can hear Charlotte and her co-anchor, Derek Reed, making witty banter about potholes on the 7th Avenue road construction. I can practically feel the audience breathing and rustling and waiting to judge me. Here comes the bile again. Well, we have a real treat this morning, I hear Charlotte saying, and my stomach bottoms out. We have Emma Holloway here in the studio with us. Of course, you know her from her Miss Emma advice column, and more recently, she's written a book called Miss Emma's Rules for Dating, a guide to modern relationships. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Miss Emma. A producer with a clipboard taps me on the elbow, and I walk on robotic legs out onto the stage. The heat from the lights is worse out here, and they glare in my eyes. Charlie is smiling warmly at me. Then I try to focus on her and completely ignore the audience. I find the mental capacity to shake her hand again, give her a half-hearted hug, and sit myself down in the tan leather seat across from her. Okay, I managed to not mess that part up. Now to just breathe and get through the rest of this thing. Congratulations on your new book, Charlie is saying. I would love to know how you got into this business. What does it take to be an advice columnist? I give her my best winning smile. Well, I've always been a bit of a perfectionist, and a know-it-all, if you ask my sisters. So this seemed like a natural career path. The audience laughs politely. I relax the tiniest bit. You know what? I might just survive this. But seriously, I continue, still smiling. I've always felt passionate about helping people live their best life. Sometimes we can't see the errors in our own ways, and we need someone to point them out to us. I try to do that for people. Living their best life, I love that, Charlie says warmly. So, the rules in your book. Is that how people can live their best life? Absolutely. I fold my hands in my lap. I'm actually starting to relax into this. It's all coming back to me, the reasons I'd written the damn book in the first place. Normally, when people write to me, they've already gotten themselves into a mess, and they're looking for my help in how to fix it. So the book is kind of like a preemptive strike in that sense. If you follow the rules, you shouldn't get yourself into those kind of messes to begin with. And we all know dating in New York is pretty messy, don't we, ladies? Charlie mugs for the audience, and they laugh and hoot in response. Definitely. I agree. Charlie turns back to me. So tell us, Emma, how have the rules worked out for you? A cold sweat covers my skin. I'm sorry? I ask, shifting uncomfortably. I can hear my blouse rustle against the lav mic, and I try to hold my shoulders straight. Have these rules been working for you? Is there a Mr. Emma on the horizon anywhere? My pulse thuds in my ears. I anticipated this question, and I'd planned to brush it off with a simple comment about how I prefer not to discuss my personal life. But now that it's floating in the air between us and Charlie is looking at me so expectantly, the words aren't coming. Well, it's... I swallow and try to start again. My throat feels like it's stuffed with cotton. So no one's special right now, I take it? Charlie says, trying to cover for me like a good host. No. Except saying it like that feels like a fiery arrow through my heart. Well, there was someone special, but we... Suddenly, Charlotte's hand is on my knee, and she's thrusting a box of tissues at me. That's when I realize, oh God, I'm crying. Not just crying, but sobbing, on air. The audience goes strangely quiet. I blot my eyes and try to laugh. I'm sorry. Now you all know the truth. Breakups aren't easy, even if you write an advice column and supposedly know what you're doing. Charlie's hand is still on my knee, and she squeezes it. Girlfriend, I hear that. I think we all hear that. Right, ladies? The audience starts cheering, and I bubble over with nervous laughter. I'd never thought I'd get a round of applause for going through a breakup. That has to be a first. Anyway, you've got your rule book right here, Charlie says, holding up her pristine copy of my book. So once you're ready to get back on the horse, you'll find yourself someone new in no time. I know her words are supposed to make me feel better, but they set off another wave of hot, salty tears. That's the thing, I hiccup, yanking out another fistful of tissues. I don't want another guy. I want this guy, but the rules don't work on him because there's nothing he seems to like more than busting his way through them. Uh-oh, a rule breaker is he. I half laugh, half sob. The ultimate rule breaker. And you know what? I like that about him. When I'm with him, I feel free. Wow, Emma. So, Charlie looks down at the copy of my book that's in her lap and thumbs through the pages. So, back to the rules. Fuck the rules, I blurt. The audience gasps. Offstage, I can see Solange giving me the cut motion, slicing her hand rapidly back and forth across her throat. But I throw my hands up in the air. I've already royally fucked up this interview, so there's no going back. Sometimes I wish I'd never written this book. Oh, yeah, I'm really on a roll now. I grab the copy of my book out of Charlie's lap. She gasps as if I'm going to hit her. Can't say I blame her. She probably thinks I'm a complete nut job. What even is this? I vent as I flip through the pages. Don't call him. Don't let him know how much you like him. Keep your legs closed until date 6. You know what? I broke every single one of those rules, and I still fell in love with an amazing guy. And I think he might have fallen for me, too, if I hadn't insisted on being such a bitch to him. The waterworks are on again, and tears are streaking down my cheeks. Solange is bright red in the face, but Charlie and the rest of the audience are hanging on my every word. It's bullshit, is what it is. The audience gasps again. Fuck them all, the prudes. This whole book is bullshit. I grab it in my 2 hands and tear it apart at the spine. Or at least I try to. Damn, that's some good binding. The thing doesn't even tear a little. I settle for opening it up and ripping out a few pages at a time.
letting them flutter to the studio floor around me. It feels satisfying as hell, at least for the first few handfuls. Then I start to realize that I'm sitting on a tan leather seat across from Charlotte Cross, ripping my book apart on live television. I drop the whole thing into my lap and blink up at Charlie, as if coming out of a trance. She recovers quickly and winks at me. I think that about brings us to our first commercial break. Let's have a hand for Emma Holloway. There is awkward, polite applause until the cameraman shouts, "Clear!" The whole studio is enveloped in stunned silence.
28. Tyler. I spend the rest of the week dividing my time between the office and Lacey's hospital room. She and Brendan haven't wanted to fly back with the baby yet, so my parents got them set up in a private room that's as well appointed as the best hotels. My father is puffed up like a peacock about being a grandfather, and he's already determined to spare no expense for the baby or Lacey. Even Brendan doesn't seem to be in the doghouse anymore, despite being the no-good bum who swept my sister off to California in the first place. I still haven't talked to my father about my plan for Good Grant Books, but I'm working on it. I spent the last week poring over every inch of our financials, our past annual reports, our forecasts. Industry reports don't paint an encouraging picture of the publishing industry, but I know that Good Grant Books could be doing better than it is. I just have to prove that to my father, and prove to him that I'm still the man to lead the charge. I get my opportunity on Tuesday, when I run into him in the parking lot of the hospital. We're both on our way in to see Lacey. Dad's clutching a big blue stuffed rabbit in one arm and a fistful of balloons in the other. He looks serene and grandfatherly, and I figure it's the perfect time to hit him up when he's feeling all gooey and soft. "How's the search for the new CEO going?" I ask, easing into the subject as we cross through the doors into the hospital lobby. My father grunts a response, but I can see the red starting to creep up the back of his neck. Okay, so he's still pissed. Good to know. I decide that honesty is going to be my best option. "Look, Dad, I know you're angry at me, and I know you have every right to be. But what happened at the gala wasn't me not caring about the job. Because, and this probably comes as a surprise for both of us, it turns out I really like working for your company, and I'm not ready to leave." The elevator doors swing closed behind us, and I know I have him captive now. I take another deep breath. I want to keep the job. My father looks up at me, meeting my eyes for the first time since we connected in the parking lot. I can't read the expression in them. 40 years in business have made him as inscrutable as a rock lobster. "Interviews are this week," is all he says. My mind turns. That's a lot faster and sooner than I was expecting. Maybe I underestimated how pissed at me he is. "Then let me throw my hat in the ring," I say. I try to keep my voice cool, because pleading won't work with him. I've been working on some plans that will ensure Good Grant Books can increase their profits by at least 40% over the next 2 years. It seems I've said the magic word, profits, because my father nods slowly. "Fine. I'll give you one chance. You'll interview like everyone else, though. Thursday. I'll have my secretary set something up. It'll have to be early because I have a full day." "That's fine," I nod agreeably. "I look forward to it." My father grunts something I can't make out. But then we're heading down the hall towards Lacey's room, and as soon as he spots his grandson, his sour expression turns into one of utter delight. It's almost disorienting how fast he morphs into the kindly grandfather role. I catch Lacey's eye and shrug. We've both been shocked to see this side of our father, and there's an optimistic part of me that's hopeful we'll see more of this guy. It's nice, for once, to have a father who's focused on something other than the bottom line. Wednesday night, the night before my meeting with my father, I worked through my plan again, reviewing the numbers and cross-checking the projections. Keegan has helped me format it into a slick-looking presentation, because he's a whiz at that sort of thing, and for the millionth time, I feel grateful for his support since I've been here. I make a vow to myself that if my father hires a new CEO, I'll do everything to make sure Keegan gets to keep his job. I grab a beer out of the fridge and start rehearsing the presentation. I know it all by heart anyway, but I'm determined to give it my all when I meet with my father. Even more than knowing the details, he needs to see that I'm committed to the job, that I'm willing to put in the effort and do this thing for real. That means I have to be more prepared than I've ever been for anything. I'm meeting my father at 7 o'clock the next morning. He really wasn't joking about fitting me in early, and I hit the sack around midnight so that I can get some decent sleep. In theory, at least. In reality, I end up lying there, staring at the ceiling. 1 hour takes by, and then 2, and then I sit up and turn on the bedside lamp. I scrub my hands over my face in frustration, then go get a bottle of water and pace around the apartment for 20 minutes while I drink it. By the time I climb back into bed, I'm still wide awake, so instead of turning off the lamp, I grab Emma's book off my nightstand. I thumb through it wistfully. I haven't spoken to her since the night she walked out on me at the gala. I've been trying to focus on my interview and preparing for this presentation. I thought that trying to win Emma back would be a distraction, and that it would be better to focus on work and then try to fix things with her once the dust had settled on the work front. It hasn't really worked out that way, because not an hour has gone by this week where I haven't thought about Emma, about her laugh, her smile, her amazing body, or her perfect face, about the way she really listens when I talk. Most people in my life have never really taken me seriously, but Emma listens to my ideas and is never anything but supportive. I think about the way she lets herself be vulnerable with me, and about the way she gets embarrassed about it later and tries to nestle back into her shell. I think about the perfect way we fit together, not just in bed, but out of it, too. I flipped to the front page of the book, where she'd scrawled her autograph for me that first night we'd met. That was the night I knew that there was something special about that girl, and not just because we'd ended up fucking in the bathroom. Her humor, her spark, her intelligence, the tiny way she moaned when she sipped her wine, all of it captivated me. Just say no, I say out loud, reading the inscription she'd written above her name. Even now, it makes me laugh. That's the spark exactly. That stubborn, feisty streak. She's kept me on my toes since day one, and I love her for it. The words hit me like a ton of bricks, because I do. I love her. I look down at the inscription and realize I don't want to just say no. I want Emma back, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to convince her that we belong together, even if I have to spend my entire life working on it. Tomorrow, I decide, as soon as my interview with my father is over, I'm going to figure out how to get Emma Holloway back in my bed for good. The main Good Grant media offices are in Lower Manhattan, not too far from our publishing offices. I show up just before 7, trying to look bright-eyed and alert. I've already downed an extra-large cappuccino to try to compensate for the fact that I didn't get a single minute of sleep last night. But I feel jittery and on edge. I take a few deep breaths while I ride the elevator up to the 30th floor. My father's secretary shows me into his office, where I find him sitting behind his desk reading the paper. There are 3 televisions behind him, all tuned to different stations, the volume low. One is set to Good Grant's cable network, one to a 24-hour news channel, and one to Channel 9, which is currently airing their usual cheesy morning show. I stare at the screens distractedly while my father slowly folds away the newspaper. Then we get to it. I hand him a copy of the presentation and start walking him through my plans for Good Grant Books. He doesn't say anything, but he listens attentively, following along through the presentation and nodding in the right places and occasionally making grunting noises that could possibly be taken as a grudging approval. Bolstered, I push through, outlining the opportunities for the company, the risk mitigation strategy I've come up with, the 5- and 10-year forecast. I'm about to start on the digital strategy component when I make the mistake of glancing up at the televisions behind him. Holy fuck. That's Emma. On the far left television, I see her sitting in a tan leather chair, wearing a sexy-as-hell green dress and a sharp white blazer. She's talking to the host. Charlotte something, I think. I can't make out what they're saying. Tyler? My father draws my attention back to the presentation. Sorry, right. I was just saying... I glance up at the screen again, and this time I see Charlotte pass Emma a box of tissues. She takes one and dabs at her eyes. She's crying. My heart wrenches. I push my chair back and walk over to the television, cranking the volume way up. Tyler, what in God's name are you doing? Shut up, Dad. Emma's voice fills my father's office. I'm sorry, she's saying. Now you all know the truth. Breakups aren't easy, even if you write an advice column and supposedly know what you're doing. The host squeezes her knee at the same time that my hands squeeze into fists. I did this, I realize. I made her cry like this. Oh, Emma. The host says something cheerful about Emma's book. But that only makes her cry harder, and my heart wrenches again as I watch her. I feel so helpless, standing here, watching her in pain and unable to do anything to fix it. Then again, I don't know if she'd want to have anything to do with me, even if I was there. Tyler, sit down. I won't have you waste my time. I'm a very busy man, you know. My father's voice is stern, and it takes me back to all the times he'd snapped at us as children. All the times everything had to be just so. It's his, I mean business voice. But this time it doesn't move me. I stand transfixed, watching my beautiful Emma as she dabs at her eyes. Every part of me wants to go to her, but I can't walk out on this interview. Not when I've just convinced my father to give me one more chance. On screen, Emma's shoulders slump as she faces the host. I don't want another guy, she says. I want this guy. But the rules don't work on him, because there's nothing he seems to like more than busting his way through 'em. I grin at that sentence, and then the enormity of what she just said hits me with the weight of 1,000 anvils. She wants me. She just told all of New York that she does. If there was ever a chance to fix this with Emma, to make things right once and for all, this is it. I can't let her pour her heart out on live television and not be there to catch her when it's all over. I have to get down to that studio. Now. Dad, I'm sorry, I say, already heading for the door. We're going to have to finish this conversation later. There's something else I have to go do. Tyler! My father stands up, his face gone red, as if he can't believe anyone would have the stones to walk out on him. If you walk out that door, this is it. You'll never work at Good Grant again. I hesitate, my hand on the handle of his office door. Only for a millisecond. Some things are more important, I tell him. I know you wouldn't understand that, but it's true. And then I'm gone.
29. Emma.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I can't tell whether it's me or Solange that's keeping up the constant stream of muttering. I guess it doesn't matter. We both know I royally fucked us both over. I'm sitting collapsed on the black leather sofa in the green room while Solange paces back and forth in the room, her phone pressed to her ear. I'm sure she's trying to get a hold of someone at Good Grant Books, trying to figure out how to fix this lovely mess I made for us. "Yes, hi, it's me," she says finally. She pauses and then, "I know, I'm sorry, I tried to," as she slips out of the room. I bury my head in my hands. God, I hope I didn't get Solange fired. That's the last thing I need on my conscience. First thing tomorrow, I'll contact her boss, Diana. Hell, I'll even call Tyler if I have to. Solange shouldn't be punished for my screw-up. I heave myself off the couch and grab a packet of chocolate-covered almonds from the snack tray. Who cares if it's not even 8 o'clock in the morning? A girl needs her chocolate in a time like this. The door to the green room swings open. "I'm sorry," I say right away, spinning around to face Solange. But instead, it's Charlie I find standing there in front of me. "Oh, hi." "Hi," Charlie grins. "Doing okay?" "Yeah, I guess. I'm really sorry about whatever that was." "Are you kidding?" "Don't apologize. That's the most entertainment we've had on this show since Mr. Diddley the dancing wiener dog pissed on Derek's Prada loafers. People are already talking about it on social media. I won't be surprised if the clip is up on YouTube soon." "Great." I suck back a handful of chocolate. "Just great." "I'm sorry. I know it's probably not how you saw this morning going, but honestly, Emma, I loved how real you were out there. Most of our guests are so fake." "I trashed my own book," I point out, and she grins. "Okay, maybe not the best PR move, I'll grant you that, but you know what? People are allowed to move on, change their minds, evolve their ideas. And anyone who tells you you can't can go fuck themselves." For the first time since I got here, I smile for real. "Thanks, Charlie. I'm still really sorry about everything. Are your producers pissed?" She waves off my concern. "Ah, fuck them too. Now we've got about 20 minutes until your next segment. I'm going to get makeup in here real quick because, no offense, honey, but you look like part of a Bad Kiss cover band." "Wait, my next segment?" I blink at her in surprise. "Of course. You're going to field questions from our audience. Remember?" "You mean you still want me to actually do that?" "Of course. In fact, I expect it to be a particularly lively segment. Don't you?" 10 minutes later, the size 0 makeup artist, who I find out later is called Jacinta, has me looking like $1,000,000. Gone are the raccoon-like mascara streaks, the red cheeks, the puffy eyes. I actually look human. Half pretty, even. If only she could do something about the way my insides feel like a plate of wet noodles. I make my way back towards the stage, where Charlie and Derek are wrapping up a heated segment on whether Birkenstocks are in or out. I don't see Solange anywhere, but I suppose she's probably on the phone with Good Grant's marketing department, trying to figure out how much damage I've done to their brand. I know I should be upset about what happened today, but I'm not. I honestly just feel exhausted. Like I want to find a bed and crawl into it for 1,000,000 years. The thing is, yeah, I screwed up the publicity for my book. But I screwed up something else way, way worse. Tyler. My stomach twists into a knot at the thought of him. I had something amazing, and I blew it.
all because it didn't fit some preconceived notion of who I am and what I need. The truth is, Tyler is who and what I need. Because despite our differences, we fit together somehow. I love the way he doesn't just listen to me, but hears me. The way he doesn't just look at me, but sees me. The way he lets me be a person I didn't think I could be. Someone who's fun and playful and dirty and sweet all at once. The way he lets me just be Emma. Whoever she is. And now it's too late. I walked away from the best thing I ever had, and judging by the fact that I haven't heard a peep from him since, he's not too broken up about the whole thing. Damn. I carefully wipe a tear from my eye and look around in a panic for Jacinta. I don't see anyone but a producer who gives me the stink eye, probably for my earlier performance. I try to shrug apologetically, but then I hear Charlie starting my intro. Oh boy, here we go. Well, folks, earlier this morning we had quite an entertaining interview with Emma Holloway, author of Miss Emma's Rules for Dating. I'm sure none of us are going to forget that anytime soon, are we? Well, I'm delighted to tell you that Emma is still here in the studio with us, and she's agreed to come back out and field some questions from all of you. So get your burning, searing questions ready and join me in welcoming Emma back to the stage. The audience erupts into applause, and I walk on noodle legs back onto the set. Charlie wraps me in a hug. "You've got this," she whispers into my ear. Oh, damn. Another tear springs to my eye. I wipe it frantically away before plastering on a smile and slipping into the same seat I'd sat in earlier. The studio lights feel even hotter than they did last time, and a bead of sweat is already forming on my hairline. Okay, Emma, so let's talk first about what happened earlier. Oh God, no, please, let's not. Sure, I smile instead. Can I claim temporary insanity? You can, Charlie grins, but we both know there's more to it than that. I let out a breath as my shoulders slump. Look, the truth is, I don't know if I'm qualified to give anyone advice. I mean, what do I know? I fucked up the one good thing I had. Charlie squints, and I clap my hand over my mouth. Sorry, I mouth. Well, I think I can speak for everyone here when I say that your honesty is refreshing. It's like having a best friend who will tell it to you like it is. You know? Everyone needs one of those. I try to smile. I have no idea why she's being so nice to me, but in this moment, I kind of love her. Well, I promise to try my best, I assure her. Good, let's go to our first question. She consults an index card she'd been holding in her lap. Gretchen K. Gretchen, you had a question? A woman about 10 years older than me stands up. She's wearing a powder blue twin set, and her blonde hair is curled into tight little ringlets. She has suburban housewife written all over her. She makes her way to the aisle, and a producer hands her a microphone. Hi, Emma. I love your column. And I just want to say, I think I love you even more now. Oh, God. My stomach flip-flops. I don't deserve this adoration. I force myself to smile. Thank you. That's too kind. My question is actually about my sister. Oh, thank God. Sisters. That's something I definitely know about. She's 30 now, Gretchen explains, but she still lives like she's 21. Parties, trashy clothes, a new guy every week. How can I get her to grow up? I immediately think of Blake, and a small smile comes over my face. You can't, I tell Gretchen. And it's not your job to. As long as she's not hurting anyone or hurting herself, she has a right to live her life how she wants. Trust me, I have 2 sisters. Do I agree with all their decisions? Hell no. But I'm starting to think that's because they're braver than I am. They're not perfect, but they're happy. And I think that's a pretty great thing to be. I collapse back against the seat, realizing I'd been getting worked up giving my answer. Great answer, Emma, Charlie says, shuffling through her index cards. And let's remember, one woman's trash is another woman's couture. The audience chuckles politely, and Gretchen nods and sits back down. I'm not sure I gave her the answer she wanted, but for the first time in a long time, I feel like I gave someone advice that's real and genuine. I guess I can be proud of that. Okay, let's go to our next question. April P. April, where are you? A petite brunette puts up her hand nervously and then makes her way to the aisle, where another producer is waiting with another microphone. Hi, she whispers into the microphone, then flinches at the way it echoes. Her cheeks go beet red. I try to smile encouragingly at her. I read your book, and I've been trying to follow your advice, but... She trails off for a minute. My stomach sinks. Poor April P. looks like she wishes she'd never decided to ask a question. She tugs on her dress, stares at the floor, and clutches the microphone. Then she seems to rally. It's just... he thinks I'm playing games with him. He's a really good guy, and I really like him, and I think... it feels wrong not to tell him how I feel. I swallow. Hot guilt burns my stomach. It is wrong, I admit. When I wrote that book, I had a very different idea of what it took to make a relationship work. If I could do it all over again... I pause. If I could do it all over again, I'd do everything differently. Everything. I'd never have written that stupid book in the first place. I'd have given Tyler a chance from the start. I'd have let myself fall in love with him for who he is, not for who I thought he should be. And just maybe, I'd have let myself fall in love with the person I'm becoming too. Oh, Emma. Charlie hands me a box of tissues, and I realize I'm crying again. Jesus! Now I really wish I hadn't spent so much time blaming Tyler for embarrassing me. It turns out I'm perfectly capable of humiliating myself all on my own. I grab a tissue and blot at my face, then turn back to April. Look, you seem like a sweet girl. If you really like this guy and you think he deserves you, then I think you should tell him exactly how you feel. Fuck the rules. Emma! Charlie chides, but she's laughing. She consults her notes. Okay, let's go to the next question. Let's see. This one is from Tyler G. Tyler? I gasp. It can't be. It can't. My eyes frantically scan the audience, but I don't see him anywhere. It must be a coincidence, just a cruel little prank from the universe. Then there's a commotion on the far left-hand side of the studio audience. I strain so hard to see that I'm almost crawling out of my chair, and then... those gray eyes. That dimple. That gorgeous smile lighting right on me. Tyler. I swallow hard as he takes the microphone from one of the producers. He's overdressed compared to the rest of the audience, but he looks incredible to me. He's wearing a sleek black suit, crisp white shirt, and a pale blue tie. And I wonder absently if he came here from work. It seems to take forever for him to speak. The silence stretches out between us, and the rest of the audience melts away until there's only me and Tyler. We're 50 feet apart, but I want to run up the aisle and throw myself into his arms. Tell him I'm sorry about everything, that I love him, and that I'm an idiot. The silence stretches longer and longer, and my stomach starts to tighten.
My hopes had lifted when I saw him standing there, but as he goes longer without saying anything, I wonder if maybe I was wrong about the reason he's here. But then he smiles again, and everything inside me seems to smooth out, dissolve, like snow finally melting on a warm day in April. "Hi, Emma," he says. Hearing his voice is as sweet as buttercream frosting. "I need some advice." "Okay." I can't keep the smile off my face. "I met this girl recently, and she's everything to me. Beautiful and smart and clever and funny and, well, I don't know if I can say this on television, but she's sexy as hell." "Okay," I say again. My smile has grown wider until I think it probably looks more maniacal than sexy. Anyway, I did something stupid. I let her walk away from us. This is the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with, and I just let her go. I love her, Emma. So I guess I'm wondering if you think there's any hope for me, for us." My heart is thudding out of my chest. I open up my mouth to speak, but no words come out. All I can feel and hear is my own racing pulse. Tyler stands there, blinking. His smile starts to dip as he waits. I open and close my mouth, trying to trick my voice into working again, but everything I want to say seems caught in my throat, so I do the only thing I can think of. I stand up, rip off the lav mic that's clipped to my blouse, and throw it down on my chair. Then I turn and walk off the stage, down the stairs, into the audience, and up the aisle towards where Tyler is standing. The walk seems to take forever, but I keep my feet moving, one in front of the other. The audience is watching me, and I can feel Charlie's eyes on me, too. But Tyler is the only one I can focus on. Tyler. Tyler who came back for me. Tyler who says he loves me. Tyler. I finally reach him. "Hi." I touch his cheek. "Hi," he says. His smile is back, the one that carves out that gorgeous dimple on his left cheek, the one that I'll never get tired looking at, that I could spend a lifetime waking up next to. He turns to a tiny white-haired lady in a crocheted cardigan sitting on the end seat. "Will you hold this?" he asks, handing her the microphone. "Of course," she says, then repeats it into the microphone for everyone's benefit. "Of course." The audience laughs, but they're nothing but a blur in my vision, a buzz in my ear. "I love you," I say to Tyler. His hands are in my hair, pushing it back out of my face as he gazes down at me. "I love you too." Then he kisses me. And it's everything I ever wanted. His lips are soft but commanding, and when his tongue strokes against mine, I want to cry in pleasure. My hands fly over his body, his chest, his back, his shoulders, as if to remind myself of everything I've been missing. "Well, I think I'm going to have to get myself a copy of this book," I hear, as the audience erupts into laughter. I look down and see the white-haired lady wiping her glasses, still clutching the microphone. "You don't need a book," I tell her. "Just be yourself and find someone who loves you that way." Tyler squeezes my waist, and I look back up at him. "Will you take me out of here?" I ask. "Hell yes." I let him lead me the rest of the way up the aisle, to the back of the studio, and then out into the lobby. "Where to?" he asks. "Anywhere." And I mean it. As long as I'm with Tyler, anywhere sounds good. 30. Emma. Anywhere turns out to be the St. Regis, A gorgeous hotel just a hop, skip, and a jump from the Channel 9 studios. Tyler checks us in as I stand next to him, shifting anxiously from foot to foot. The 5 minutes we spend standing there seem to take a lifetime. But then we're riding the elevator up to the 9th floor, and my palms are sweating in anticipation. We tumble into the room together, our hands already exploring and winding around each other's bodies. I rip at his jacket, pulling it off his shoulders, and fumble with the buttons on his shirt. Why do they have to make these things so damn small? Tyler pushes off the white jacket I'm wearing, then steps back to take in the green dress. "I like this," he says, stroking the fabric. "It's my sister's," I admit. I'd borrowed Blake's dress again because the studio had insisted I wear something with color, and to be honest, I kind of like the way I look in it. "You should keep it," he says. "But right now, I'm going to peel it off you." "Good." I turn and let him pull down the zipper. He does it so slowly that I can feel every tooth as it tugs apart. The soft fabric slips down over my body and pools on the floor at my feet. Before I can turn, Tyler is pressed against me. He kisses the back of my neck, then runs his hands down the length of my body, skimming over my ribs and my hips, before coming back up to cup my breasts. "God, Emma, you have no idea how much I missed you." "I think I do," I murmur, turning around in his arms so I can see his face again. "Because it's probably how much I missed you, too. I'm so sorry about everything." His brow furrows. "You don't have to apologize for anything." "I do. I was kind of a bitch to you, especially when you were just trying to get me to lighten up a bit." He shakes his head. "I shouldn't have pushed you so far. It was stupid of me to think I knew you better than you knew yourself." "You did, though. In some ways, anyway." "Yeah?" I smile. "Yeah. Sweet and spicy, remember?" "Oh, I remember." His gaze is hot, burning into every part of me. "So which will it be today?" he asks. "Sweet?" He takes my hand gently, kissing my fingertips. "Or spicy?" He sucks one of my fingers between his lips, making my stomach flip-flop. "You know what? I refuse to choose. I want both." His eyes flash with desire. "You don't have to tell me twice." His hands wind through my hair, and then suddenly, he's dipping me low, kissing me so deeply and passionately that my legs give out completely. It's the perfect kiss, spicy and sweet, and 1,000 flavors in between. When I can breathe again, I lead him to the bed. "I missed your hands," I whisper, guiding his palms to my breasts. "My hands missed you, too." He shoves down the cups of my bra to thumb my nipples, and I remember exactly why I missed those hands so much. My breasts pucker and pull, taut and tingling under his touch. "I missed your cock, too," I tell him, running my hand over the growing bulge in the dark pants that he's still wearing. He chuckles, though there's nothing funny about my words or about the desire that flashes in his eyes. "My cock missed you, too." I undo the zipper and free his shaft, feeling another thrill when it bobs towards me, already hard and ready and dripping with the most delicious-looking dot of pre-cum. Tyler takes his hands off me long enough to shuck off his shirt and kick away his pants and boxer briefs. When he stands in front of me, naked and oh so ready, I lick my lips. "Don't think I'll be needing these," I say, stripping off the lacy panties I'm wearing. He chuckles again. "No, I don't think you will. At least not for the next 2 days. 2 days? If I have my way. So, 2 days of fucking?
Oh, yeah.
And then what? The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. Old Emma never would have asked a question like that. It's against the rules, after all. But the new Emma thinks rules are meant to be broken.
Then?
Tyler licks his lips, then runs them over my jaw.
Then a lifetime, if you want it.
I swallow. Make myself nod.
I want it, Tyler,
I whisper.
I want everything with you.
Somehow, with the words finally spoken, the last wall is shattered. I finally feel ready to give myself to him completely. When we're both naked, he settles on the bed between my knees. For a second, a flash of nerves come over me. Everything feels different this time. It's real now. No more pretending, no more resisting. No more condoms either. I grab his wrist as he reaches for the foil packet and lightly shake my head. A grin splits his face, and he tosses the packet on the nightstand. His hands cup my face as he holds himself over me.
I couldn't love you more, Emma,
he whispers. His voice is hoarse, thick with desire, and something that I recognize now as love. Real love.
Ditto,
I whisper, which makes him laugh. I graze my lips over his and pull his hips towards me.
Now please shut up and fuck me already.
He dips his head, laughing again.
I see Spicy Emma has entered the building.
There's no more time for talking or jokes, because Tyler is spreading my thighs, running his cock along my slit, and every nerve in my body sings. I bite my lip, trying to hold back the moan that wants to escape.
Let it out, Emma,
he rumbles. He runs his cock over my entrance, spreading my wetness around, coating himself in my juices, readying himself and me. When he pushes the tip against me, I groan.
Oh God, Tyler, yes, yes.
He slides in slowly, and the feel of his skin against mine, with no latex barrier between us, is the most exquisite thing I've ever experienced. I pull his hips, wanting to feel him deeper inside me. But there's no hurrying Tyler. He savors the moment, pushing in so slowly, so deeply, until I can feel him all the way into my soul. When our bodies are fully joined, he pauses. He looks down at me, and the expression on his face is half joyful, half bewildered. I know the feeling. Who knew it could feel this good? But there's more goodness to be had still. Tyler moves his hips, slowly at first, and then faster, picking up the pace as my walls squeeze around him. I cling to his shoulders, my nails digging into his skin, trying to find purchase, as if I were scaling some vast height. I whimper his name, again and again, like a chant, and he echoes every incantation with one of his own. We're completely in sync, moving as one, both of us chasing after the same sun. It takes no time at all, it seems, before I'm clenching around him, my nerves on fire, my bones melting, my muscles cording under the weight of his body. Then the explosion. Like dying and being born at the same time. Like a fractal prism where every version of Emma shatters and turns to colored light. My body bucks against his, and I think I might scream, though I'm not sure there are words involved. We're past the point of words. I feel the moment Tyler lets go, too, even if I couldn't see the way his face goes slack and almost stunned. For the first time, I can feel him filling me, and it makes me feel reverent in a way that takes me completely by surprise.
I clench around, greedily wanting to milk every last drop of his pleasure, wanting to claim it for my own. When it's over, he collapses onto the bed beside me. Both of us seem to have forgotten how to breathe, and it takes a long minute to remember. Tyler reaches his arm out and pulls me against his chest, and I'm glad because even a second without touching him seems to be too much, at least right now. Wow, I finally managed to breathe. Yeah. He runs his lips along my jaw. I hope you don't have anything else planned today, because I wasn't joking when I said I want 2 days of nothing but this, and more of this. I giggle. Nothing else planned. The Channel 9 interview was the only thing I had to do today. Oh, my God, the interview! I sit up straight, looking down at Tyler. What's wrong? He sits up too, his face concerned. I just realized I literally walked out of the studio in the middle of the interview. Yeah. His brow furrows. How could you let me do that? He chuckles. In case you've forgotten, you're the one who asked me to take you out of there. I rub my forehead. Oh, God, you're right. I just walked out. Suddenly, I'm overtaken with a fit of laughter. Of all the stupid things I've done recently, walking out in the middle of a live television segment seems to really take the cake. I even left my purse in the green room. And for the first time, I couldn't care less. Because right now, at this moment, I know I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Of course, that's not going to stop me from sending Charlie an email later to apologize. Maybe I'll even send a gift. You aren't the only one who walked out on something today, Tyler says, drawing me back to the moment. What are you talking about? Oh, crap, were you at work? I think back to the suit and tie that I'd so frantically ripped off him earlier. Something like that, he says. When he doesn't elaborate, I poke him. What's up, Tyler? Something's bothering you. He shrugs, then adjusts the pillow so that he can lean back against it. I was in a meeting with my father, he admits, trying to convince him that he should let me keep the job at Good Grant Books. I saw your interview playing on one of the televisions in his office. I couldn't let you just sit there, crying on the stage of a morning talk show. I clap my hand over my mouth. Tyler, you should have told me. What's going on? Then he tells me everything. About his father's fury after we'd embarrassed him the night of the gala. About Tyler's bid to convince him he was still the right man for the job. I can see in his face that he's upset about the situation, even though he tries to keep his tone light. I think he's just trying not to upset me. As he talks, I rub his chest. My heart aches for him, at the way he's changed and grown so much since we met, only to be left out on a limb like this. You deserve that job, I tell him when he's done. Your father would have to be an idiot not to see that. The man may be a lot of things, but he's not an idiot. Then he has to come around, Tyler. You just need to prove to him that you're serious, that you deserve this. Yeah, you're right. I'm just not sure how. I'm not sure he's going to take another meeting with me, especially not after I ran out on this one. Guilt fills me. I know the only reason he ran out was because of me. I vow to myself that I'll make this up to him. I have no idea how yet, but somehow. I know how I can start, though. I let my fingers trail down his chest, over his abs, and down his hips. I find his cock half hard, and when my fingers squeeze around it, it stiffens more. Tyler groans. I position myself between his knees and grin at him.
for coming to my rescue," I tell him before dipping my head towards him. A couple of hours later, we're both limp and wrung out and deliriously happy. "Room service?" Tyler asks, running his hands through my sweaty, tangled hair. "That sounds great. Make sure you get lots of carbs." Tyler grins. "On it." When he crawls back into bed a few minutes later, he plants a line of kisses across my collarbone. "Question for you," he asks, distracting me as he runs his tongue along the soft hollows of my skin. "Anything," I pant. He grins. "How do you feel about babies?" My eyes widen, and Tyler bursts out laughing. "Not like that. Well, someday. Someday I definitely want to see you all soft and curvy and pregnant. But in this case, I'm talking about someone else's baby." "Who?" I ask, trying not to sound too relieved. New Emma might be up for breaking some rules, but accidental pregnancies aren't one of them. "My sister, Lacey. She's here in the city, and she had her baby." "She is? She did?" I clap my hands together. "Tyler, that's so exciting." "Yeah, it was a whirlwind. Well, probably more so for her." He chuckles. "Anyway, she and her husband are here in the city for another couple of weeks. And it would really mean a lot to me if you came to meet her. I think you two would like each other." "I would be honored," I glow. "Good." His tongue is back against my collarbone, and then it dips lower, lower, to the space between my breasts. "Now, I think we have at least 20 minutes before room service gets here. How about we try to make the most of it?" 31. Emma. The next day, Tyler takes me to the First Presbyterian Hospital to meet his sister, her husband, and their new baby. I admit I'm nervous. We go straight from the hotel, so I wear the same green dress of Blake's that I'd worn on Wake Up New York the day before. It's probably for the best. If I'd been able to go home and change first, I would have spent a good couple of hours agonizing over what to wear. I'm nervous about meeting someone from Tyler's family. The only other person I've ever met was his father, and both those occasions weren't my finest moments. At least when I meet Lacey, I won't be ass up, naked on a staircase. I mean, I'm assuming. I suppose there's still room for error. But no, everything goes smoothly, and we arrive at the hospital in good shape. We stop in the gift shop so I can get some flowers. Hey, I might be leaving some parts of old Emma behind, but you can't turn your nose up at good manners. Then we ride the elevator up to the 5th floor where they're staying. I expect to find a regular hospital room, but the space Lacey and her family are occupying seems to be almost a suite, one with a better view than my apartment. I had no idea the hospital even had rooms like this, but I suppose when you have good grant money, you can make that kind of thing happen. The room is filled with huge bouquets of flowers, and my small arrangement from the gift shop looks pretty pitiful in comparison. Still, Lacey's face lights up when I hold them out to her. "You have to be Emma," she says. "Come here and give me a hug." She holds her arms out from the bed, where she's propped up against a nest of pillows. She has Tyler's dark hair, which is now pulled into a fat bun on top of her head, and she's wearing a plush robe and a pair of bunny slippers. I go over and hug her carefully, and the hug she returns is strong and fierce. I like her immediately, and not just because of the bunny slippers or because I hear her hiss, "Oh my God, she's pretty," at Tyler. I pull away, laughing. "Postpartum hormones," Lacey explains. "I can't be held responsible for anything I might say or do." Fair enough, I agree. Well, it's great to meet you regardless. You, too. Bringing you here was just a formality, of course. Tyler already knows I approve.
ever since I found out you were the one who told him to text me." "Oh, yeah, that was me." I grin. "He just needed a little prodding." "We both did," Lacey admits. "But I'm glad he finally did it. It feels good to be back in New York. I swear at some point, I'm even going to make it outside. Or at least past the parking lot." "Can we smuggle you in anything?" I ask. "Pretzels, bagels, pizza?" She groans. "I'd kill for a banana split martini from the Kingfisher." I tap the side of my nose. "We'll see what we can do." I glance at Tyler and find him smiling at the two of us. When he catches me looking, he winks. It fills me with a warm glow. Before I can say anything else, a nurse arrives in the room, pushing a bassinet. "Oh, there's my little guy," Lacey coos. "Is he sleeping?" "No, he's just checking everything out." The nurse smiles. "He's very alert. Would you like him in the crib or would you like to hold him?" "I'll hold him," she says. "I'm going to try again to get him to latch." The nurse slips the infant into Lacey's waiting arms, and I exchange another smile with Tyler. "Emma," Lacey says, holding up the baby. "I'd like you to meet Everett Tyler Grant Godfrey." "Hi, Everett," I say, going close enough to stroke his soft, tiny hand. "Is Tyler named after me?" "Yup," Tyler says, grinning proudly. After Tyler coached me through the whole labor, Brendan and I decided he deserved at least some credit. I grin at Tyler again, and he shrugs modestly, even though he looks completely thrilled. I shake my head. There's that warm glow again. Is there nothing this amazing man can't do? "Where is Brendan?" I ask. "Will I get to meet him too?" "Probably. He's down in the cafeteria. It's quiet down there this time of day, and he had to make some calls to make sure everything was going smoothly back in California." "Oh, right. Tyler mentioned you guys run a yoga studio out there. That must be fun." Lacey and Tyler exchange a look. I see his eyebrows raise. "It's okay," Lacey finally admits. "Honestly, it's not quite the life we imagined. There are days I think we never should have left New York. You know how sometimes you get so fed up with something that you abandon the whole thing for something else, and then later you realize that maybe you should have just tweaked a few things about the first thing instead?" I nod, my lips twisting ruefully. "Oh, yeah, I think they call that throwing the baby out with the bathwater." Lacey pretends to look appalled. "Shh," she says, as she mimes covering Everett's ears. "She didn't mean that, sweetie." I laugh. "Sorry, baby. Anyways, it's too bad you've got so much going on in California. Wouldn't it be great if you and Tyler could eventually take over Good Grant Media?" Lacey's eyebrows shoot up, and she glances over at Tyler. When I look back at him, he scrubs his hand across his face. "You're right," he says eventually. "No way Dad will ever give up the stranglehold he has." I look back and forth between them. Really? He's got to retire eventually, right? How old is he? Almost 70? 68, Tyler confirms. But he's going to work himself right into the grave, I'm sure of it. Probably beyond that, even. Lacey doesn't say anything. She chucks Everett on the chin lightly as he gums his lips. "Do you still think so, Ty?" she says eventually. "He's been so different lately. Maybe it's Everett, I don't know. He's been here every day since that first visit. Brendan even caught him and Mom canoodling in the elevator. He damn near dropped my frappuccino in shock." Tyler's eyes widen. I can tell this is brand new information, and I can see his mind churning and trying to process it. "Have you ever talked to him about retirement?" I prod. "Maybe the whole reason he stuck you in that job in the first place is because he wanted to know he had someone to pass the business down to." "You might be right about that," Tyler admits. Though there's no way he'd do that now. Not after last time. But if it was me and Lacey, he trails off. Lacey sits up straighter in her nest of pillows. What do you think, Tyler? Obviously, I'd have to talk to Brendan. I don't want to make another impulsive decision, especially now that we have Everett to think about. But it would be nice to be back in the city, to be closer to family, and to have something to do with my time other than post new yoga class schedules on our website. I feel myself starting to get excited about the possibility, and it isn't even my future on the line. But I've seen how invested Tyler has begun to get in the business, and above all, I want him to be happy. Whether that's with Good Grant or somewhere else. I think you should talk to Brendan, he says. His face is serious, but I see the ghost of a smile there, too. I squeeze his hand once and feel his fingers laced tightly around mine. For the next 2 weeks, Tyler and Lacey meet almost every day. Brendan has been surprisingly easy to sway. Lacey said she thought he was secretly way too uptight for all those California vibes, and that he missed his New York yoga classes where everyone treated pigeon pose like it was a fight to the death with their own hip joints. With his blessing, the planning and scheming had begun in earnest, and Lacey and Tyler had mapped out projections, timelines, risks, and opportunities. Every time I'd get to his loft, I'd find them in the living room, papers and laptops spread out around them. Everett would be sleeping in his bassinet or latched to Lacey, but that never seemed to slow her down. Tyler had rented them an apartment on another floor in his building, and I think he was enjoying making up for lost time. Of course, we were doing our own making up for lost time, too. Every night, when Lacey would return to her own apartment, Tyler and I would fall into bed, a tangle of arms and legs and lips. I couldn't imagine a time when I wouldn't go delirious with the feeling of his body next to mine. There were also times when we were both too tired for sex, and strangely, those nights were just as special. Netflix, Chinese food, red wine, foot rubs. A girl could get used to this kind of life, especially if it meant having a guy like Tyler to share it with. I still spent most of my days at my own apartment. I've been using the time to myself to think about my column and about the direction I want to take it in, if I even want to keep doing it. Ever since my disastrous appearance on Wake Up New York, I'd realized that I just didn't feel the same way about the kind of advice I used to give. My brand was straight shooting, responsible, happiness is overrated, and that isn't how I feel anymore. The happiness Tyler has brought me opened my eyes to everything that I was missing out on. Now I don't think happiness is overrated. I think happiness is all there is. Which leaves me with a lingering sense of guilt about all the advice I've dispensed over the years. How many people have I steered in the wrong direction or led into making a bad decision? How many times have I encouraged someone to stay in a relationship that wasn't bringing them joy, or to go for the guy with the good investment portfolio rather than the one with the good heart? Over and over, my mind goes back to Not Sure in Nebraska, the woman who'd written to me about whether or not she should accept her boyfriend's proposal, even though she was unsure about her feelings for him. I'd hemmed and hawed over my response to her. But after my mortifying weekend at Tyler's Catskills house, I'd fired off a response telling her to say yes, that it was the responsible thing to do, that in time, she could learn to love him. Now I wonder if she took my advice or if she listened to her gut. I wonder if maybe there's still time to fix my mistake. Hell, maybe he hasn't even popped the question yet. Maybe I could right this wrong before I pack it all in. On Thursday afternoon, while Tyler and Lacey are working away at the loft, I sit at the tiny desk in my Brooklyn bedroom, surrounded by my pale yellow walls and my lace curtains and my patchwork quilt, and I pour my heart out to Not Shore in Nebraska. One last piece of advice from Miss Emma. It takes me all afternoon, but by the time I'm done, I feel good, like I've done the right thing. I fire it off to my editor before I can change my mind. That evening, I feel raw and wrung out. I even think about calling Tyler and telling him I can't come over, but I realize that I don't want to be alone. Being with him makes me feel warm and fuzzy, and I could use some of that right now. I'm hopping out of the shower when our apartment buzzer goes off. I wrap myself in a towel and pad over to the intercom. It's me. Even through the crackling connection, I recognize Tyler's voice. Come on up. I buzz him in, and a minute later, he's striding through my front door. My heart skips a beat when I see him, the same way it always does. What are you doing here? I ask, winding my arms around his neck and greeting him with a kiss. I thought I was coming to your place. He doesn't answer for a minute, just lets his lips linger over mine. I forget everything and wind my hands through his hair, dropping my towel in the process. Well, I wanted to tell you the good news in person, and I couldn't wait, he says, taking a step back just far enough to look me up and down. But if I'd known I'd find you naked, I'd have been here a hell of a lot sooner. He reaches for me, but I take a quick step backwards. Not so fast, mister. I want to hear the good news first. Right. He grins. My father agreed to take a meeting with Lacey and me. No guarantees, but he seems at least open to hearing our pitch. Eek! That's fantastic news! I launch myself into his arms and cover his face with kisses. Then, leaving the towel on the floor, I let him carry me to the bedroom. In the time I sit at the Rocky Road Cafe, I drink 4 espresso shots and eat 3 pastries and completely fail to get any work done. Every time the silver bells over the front door tinkle, I look up, hoping I'll see Tyler and Lacey. 2 hours go by, and still there's no sign of them. I keep telling myself that this is good, that if their presentation is taking this long, it's because their father is actually listening to them. But that doesn't calm the quaking in my stomach. I desperately want this to work out for Tyler. For both of them, really. I know they're prepared. They've spent ages working on this pitch. Their vision for the company is forward-thinking and smart, and if Malcolm Grant doesn't see that, well, he's going to miss out on something amazing. After another half hour passes, I really start to worry. What if things really did go badly? What if, for some reason, he was too upset or embarrassed to come talk to me? What if he's getting drunk somewhere, freaking out by himself? I try to tell myself that's not Tyler, that he'd come here regardless. But still, my pulse races. I glance down at my phone, as if doing so will somehow magically make him call or text me with news. Well, hello there, beautiful. Tyler! I leap out of my seat at the sound of his voice. What happened? Tell me everything. I'm dying here. Instead of answering, he wraps his arms around me and envelops me in the kiss to end all kisses. As soon as his lips are against mine, all my earlier anxiety and worries and caffeine-fueled angst go flying out the window. The same way it does every time he kisses me. How could I have ever thought that the way he made me forget myself was a bad thing? I twine my arms around his neck, losing myself in the moment, until I hear someone coughing politely behind us. I pull away and smile guiltily at Lacey, who's standing behind us with her arms folded. Despite her posture, she has a broad grin on her face. Okay, you two, we're in public here, you know.
Oops, I say, at the same time that Tyler says, "So?" I swat his arm playfully. She's right. Lots of time for that later. Now, one of you has to tell me how it went. I've had 4 espressos, and I mean business. You want to do the honors? Lacey says to Tyler. I'll go get us some coffee. She makes her way to the bar while Tyler nuzzles my neck. Are you sure I can't just keep kissing you instead? Yes, I'm sure. Now spill. We sit down at the table and I close my laptop, not that I was getting anything done, wanting to give him my full attention. Tyler clasps his hands on the table and sighs. For one painful moment, I think he's going to tell me it didn't go well. But then his face breaks into a grin. He ate it up. All of it. He had a million questions, and he even brought in his VP to hear us out. She loved it, too. They both think it's the future of the company. I squeal and lean over and wrap my arms around his neck again. Baby, that's amazing. I'm so proud of you. I knew he was going to love it. So did I, Tyler boasts. But when I raise my eyebrows, he shrugs. Okay, I was pretty sure. So is he actually going to retire? Tyler shakes his head. Not quite yet. He's going to stay on until the transition is done, but he says he wants to take a big step back. He's even taking Mom to Italy next month for a couple of weeks. I can't remember the last time he took a vacation. Ugh, I can't believe how great this is, I say again, shaking my head. And he liked the Good Grant Digital idea? Loved it. Tyler grins. Good Grant Digital had been his idea, that rather than having digital components as part of all of Good Grant's individual subsidiaries, music, movie streaming, the ebooks project he wanted to get off the ground at Good Grant Books, they would instead create one massive arm of the company that would license all their digital content, and eventually they'd be able to offer the country's most comprehensive subscription service. One monthly fee for all the books and television, music, magazines, movies, newspapers, and everything else you could ever hope to consume in a lifetime. It would be great for consumers, great for Good Grant, and of course great for Tyler and Lacey. So, what were you working on while you waited? Tyler asks, nudging my laptop. Nothing, I say quickly, which is actually the truth. Come on, Holloway, what is it? I shrug. I've been making some notes for a new book I might write. Seriously? His smile is so broad that it splits his face wide open. Emma, that's awesome. What's it about? I shrug. I'd rather not talk about it yet. I need to mull it over a bit more, come up with a workable outline. It's not that I don't want to tell him about it. After all, he helped inspire my idea. But I want to really be able to sell it properly. Fine, but I want to be the first to hear about it. I might know someone who works at a publishing company after all. Ha, maybe not much longer. I poke at him. Have you thought about who's going to replace you at Good Grant Books once you leave? He shakes his head. I'm not sure. Diana would be perfect for the role, but I'm not entirely sure I trust her. Ever since you told me that she's the one who invited you to the gala, I haven't been able to shake the feeling that she did it on purpose, in the hopes of having my father find out about us. I clap my hand over my mouth. Oh, God, I can't believe I forgot to tell you this. That wasn't the reason she invited me. It wasn't? Tyler's brow furrows. What do you mean? She called me a couple of weeks ago. Turns out she had wanted to ask my advice about something. About a guy thing, I add in a whisper. You're joking. The Viper? Yep. She met this guy while she was on vacation in Argentina, and he wanted to come visit her here. She wanted to know if I thought a vacation fling could ever turn into something real. Tyler shakes his head, an incredulous smile on his face. Well, I'll be damned, he mutters. What did you tell her? I shrug. I told her to listen to her heart, that if he wanted to fly all this way to see her, he must think there was something there, too. Tyler chuckles. Well, that would certainly explain why she's been strutting around the office like the cat that swallowed the canary lately. I giggle. I guess it worked out for her. I guess so. He shakes his head again, still chuckling softly. You know, I still think you kick ass at this advice thing. Are you sure you really want to give up your column? I take a deep breath. I've given this so much thought over the last week that my brain feels like it was melted and then reshaped and then melted again. I'm sure. I still haven't figured out exactly what I'm going to do next, but I've got savings and the money for my book to live on for a while. And don't forget you're incredibly wealthy, not to mention devastatingly gorgeous boyfriend who is more than happy to help you. I laugh. I'm going to try not to rely on your financial support, but I appreciate the offer. No, I think I'm just going to start working on this new book idea, see where it goes, and then hopefully figure things out from there. I don't know. Does that sound too vague? Tyler reaches across the table to take my hand. He strokes his thumb over mine, and that light touch alone is enough to make me squirm in my seat. I don't think it sounds vague at all, he says. I think it sounds smart. The only thing I ask is that you let me be here by your side while you figure it all out. My skin colors, a happy smile pushing up my cheeks. Tyler has already helped me figure out so much about myself, and somehow, even when it's been hard, it's still been fun. I don't think there's much more a girl could ask for, you know. A man who helps you become the person you were meant to be and who loves you through every messy iteration. Of course, I tell Tyler, squeezing his hand, my fingers laced through his. I can't imagine being anywhere in this world but right by your side. 32. Emma. Dear Not Sure in Nebraska. A few weeks ago, you wrote me a letter, and I wrote you a response. I've written hundreds of responses over the last few years, most of them dishing out advice just like I gave you. Be careful, stay smart, play small. Today I want to tell you and everyone else who reads this column that I was wrong. I'm starting to think I might have been wrong all along. Let me start by telling you a little story. A couple of months ago, I met a man who made my toes curl, who made my skin sing, who made the little hairs on the back of my neck stand up. A man who made me feel things I'd never felt before, never even dreamed it was possible to feel. So, I did what anyone who wants to be careful, stay smart, and play small would do. I pushed him away. Lucky for me, life and fate conspired to get us back together. Or maybe he was just stubborn and wouldn't let me walk away that easily. Now we're together, and it's better than anything I've ever known. This is real love, Nebraska. This is what real love feels like. It feels like waking up in the morning and knowing you're with exactly the right person. It feels like finally coming up for air after you've been swimming deep underwater. It feels like spending your whole life thinking you had all these jagged edges that you had to work desperately to hide, only to find out you're actually just a puzzle piece meant to snap perfectly in place with someone who has their own craggy bits. I want that for you. I want that for you so badly. I don't know if your boyfriend ended up proposing or what you might have said in response, but whatever happened, even if you said yes, I want to tell you that it's not too late to hold out for happiness. Don't settle for maybe, despite everything I told you last time. Wait for the one who makes you feel like you only just learned how to breathe. It's time to stop being careful, Nebraska.
Be wild instead. Be wild and stay stupid and play big. That's my advice to you, and it will be the last piece of advice I ever write for this column. I think as far as advice goes, it will be the truest and most real thing I've ever written. And I think it is a fitting place to end. Yours in solidarity, Miss Emma. 33. Epilogue. 10 months later. How can one person make such a mess in just 3 weeks? Lucy groans. We're both sitting on the floor of the bedroom that used to be mine, our hands sheathed in yellow rubber gloves and a bucket of hot soapy water between us. I don't know, I tell her. Lots of sacrifices? I moved into Tyler's loft about 6 months ago, and over the course of those 6 months, Lucy has had 3 different roommates in my old room. The first one didn't pay rent. The second one owned way too many snakes. The third and most recent woman turned out to be an actual witch, or so she claimed, and woke Lucy up one night by standing over her bed chanting and sprinkling dried parsley over her. Lucy quite rightly threw a fit and chucked her out the next day. I feel guilty that she's having so much trouble finding a new roommate, which is why I'm back here, helping her clean out the room after Witchy Woman's departure. There's melted candle wax and God knows what else all over the floor, and even though we've had the window open all morning, the place still smells like patchouli and cheap incense. Can't you just move back? Lucy whines as she hacks at a chunk of royal blue wax on the floorboards. I laugh. Sorry. No, I kind of like where I am. Living with Tyler has been an absolute dream come true. Every day we seem to fall deeper in love, and every day I pinch myself because I still can't believe this is my life now. Yeah, can't say I blame you, she grins. Have you and Lou talked about moving in together? Why don't you get him to move in here? Or give up the apartment and move into his together? Lucy doesn't look up. Just keeps hacking away at the wax, and I realize I've hit a sore spot. Sorry, none of my business. No, it's okay. We're just not there yet is all. Totally understandable. I spray another round of Febreze into the air. Now the room smells like patchouli and cheap incense and spring fresh rain. Lucy stands up, stretching out her neck and shoulders. It's getting there, she says, surveying the room. Thanks again for your help. Anytime. Well, hopefully this will be the last time, she laughs. I don't know how many more bad roommates I can take. The buzzer goes off at that moment, and Lucy hurries to get it, while I attack the unidentified black stain in the corner. Lord, I was joking about the sacrifices, but I'm starting to wonder if Witchy Woman was actually burning things in here. Can you say fire hazard? A minute later, Lucy appears at the door again with a bright smile on her face. Look who's here. I look behind her and do a double take. Blake! Surprise! Blake hops into the room, dropping a huge duffel bag and wrapping me in a hug. This is a surprise. What are you doing here? Can I just come visit my favorite sister? Yes. But how'd you know I'd be here? I don't even live here anymore. Her face pinks up a bit as she looks between Lucy and me. Well, actually, I was coming to talk to Lucy first. I saw on Facebook that you were looking for another roommate, and I thought maybe I could be that roommate. Her voice turns up at the end, always hopeful. She grins at both of us. Lucy and I exchange a glance. I can't believe Blake is putting her on the spot like that. But to my relief, Lucy grins. That would be amazing, she sighs. Oh my God, someone normal for once. Wait, you don't know any spells, do you? Own any snakes or other exotic pets? Blake wrinkles her nose. No. Why? Just making sure. I stand up, peeling off the rubber gloves. Blake, are you sure about this?
What about Mom and Dad? What about your job at the flower shop? Blake waves her hand as if these are minor details, which in her world, they probably are. They totally support my decision, she assures me. They got an intern for the summer, so we agreed that I could come here for 6 months and give it a go. If it doesn't work out, I can always move back home. But, okay, wow, Blake, this is huge. Are you sure you're ready for this? She groans. I am so ready, Emma. You have no idea. I'm so bored in Connecticut. Why should you and Rory have all the fun? Well, it's not all fun, don't forget. You're going to have to get a job and pay bills. I trail off when Blake purses her lips unhappily. It's not that I don't love my sister, and I'd love to have her closer so that I could see her more often. But Blake has lived with our parents forever, and I'm not quite sure she understands what a shift it'll be to live on her own. I want to do this, Emma, she says quietly. I know you guys all think I'm a baby because I still live at home, but I'm ready to have a real life. I want what you and Rory have. I want love and adventure and a real career. And you deserve it, Blake. I give her a hug. I'm proud of you. And you know if you need anything at all, I'm here to help you. Rory, too. Thanks. Actually, if you have any leads on cool jobs, I roll my eyes, laughing. I'll keep my ears open. Thanks, I appreciate it. Now, where can I put my stuff? I glance at the duffel bag and realize. You mean you brought all your stuff with you? Like you just moved here without even telling anyone first? Blake shrugs. I figured it would work out. I can't help but laugh. Sometimes I wish I had Blake's confidence. She always assumes things will fall into place, and hell, they usually do. I grabbed the damp sponge I was using and handed over to Blake, along with the rubber gloves. Since you're grown up now, I tell her, you get to help Lucy clean up in here. I've got to head home so I can get ready. Blake was starting to pout, but now her eyebrows perk up. Get ready for what? Ooh! Lucy claps her hands together. I almost forgot you have your special dinner with Tyler tonight. Ooh, what special dinner? Blake asks, looking eagerly back and forth between Lucy and me. They're going to a fancy restaurant, and he says he has a surprise for her, Lucy crows. Blake's eyes widen. Holy shit, Em, do you think he's going to propose? I don't know. My cheeks turn red. I won't lie. The thought occurred to me. We haven't been together that long, but I know he's as in love with me as I am with him. And he's made no secret of the fact that he wants us to spend the rest of our lives together. But I also don't want to get my hopes up. Still, I might have booked a manicure for this afternoon. Just a coincidence. Really, don't read anything into it. By the time I leave Blake and Lucy, they're chatting happily about how they're going to redecorate the apartment. And I feel a wave of happiness at having Blake in the city at last. I just hope things work out the way she wants them to. New York City isn't always kind, and it can be hard to make your way here. Then again, I think, smiling to myself, when it comes to Blake, maybe it's the city that should be worried. A few hours later, I pull open the door to Element, a beautiful and staggeringly expensive fusion restaurant that Tyler and I have both been dying to try. At the hostess stand, I give Tyler's name, and the chicly dressed attendant leads me into the interior of the restaurant. Tyler is sitting at a small table near the back, and my heart lifts as soon as I see him. I don't think I'll ever get tired of that feeling. Hello, beautiful, he says, standing up to kiss me in greeting. The kiss lingers, as it always does, until I feel breathless and lightheaded. Hi, I say softly as I finally pull away. "You look gorgeous," he says, looking me up and down. "Even more than usual. I didn't even think that was possible." Besides the manicure, I also got a blowout today, and I'm wearing a new dress. This time it's not even black. Okay, it's a very dark plum, but baby steps, right? We sit down, and Tyler pours me a glass of wine, and even though I feel a bit nervous about what this evening might hold, we fall easily into conversation. I tell him all about Blake's surprise arrival, and he laughs deeply and appreciatively when I recount Lucy's roommate saga. I ask him how work was today, and I listen in amusement as he recounts a story about Keegan and Lacey swapping pictures of hot male celebrities and trying to get him to weigh in on who was the hottest Hemsworth brother. Tyler had brought Keegan over with him when he took over at the newly formed Good Grant Digital. Too bad he won't have him much longer. It didn't take more than 6 months for him to realize Keegan was wasted in an assistant role. Soon he's being promoted to manager of the ebook content division. Tyler's half glum about the decision. He's really come to rely on him as an assistant, but the promotion was perfect for Keegan, especially since he'd have to work closely with Diana, who had happily stepped up into Tyler's old CEO job at Good Grant Books. Malcolm Grant officially retired last month. We haven't seen him much. He and Tyler's mother have been in Italy, working on their marriage. Tyler won't admit it, but I know he's hopeful that they might still have a future together. In the meantime, I've been enjoying getting to know Lacey and Brendan and little Everett. They moved out of Tyler's building and into a high-rise off Central Park West, and we have dinner with them at least once a week. Sometimes Rory and Wes join us as well. Maybe Blake will be able to start coming soon, too, I think happily. By the time we finish eating, I've completely forgotten about Tyler's surprise, until our server appears by our table and presents us with a bottle of champagne. "What's this for?" I ask, as we're each poured a glass. Tyler grins. Does he look nervous? I shift in my seat. My pulse is starting to pick up, and my skin tingles. "I told you I had a surprise for you tonight," he says. "Oh, right." I flutter a smile as my stomach flips. "What is it?" He bends down, and I clutch my napkin. "Oh my God, it's really happening." I squeal as his head comes back up, and then stare in confusion as he hands me a book. My book. "Oh, my book!" I grab it out of his hands and stare down at the cover. "It's real," I whisper. "It's real." He grins. "We got the first print run last week, and I wanted to give you the very first copy. I'm so proud of you, Emma." I run my fingers lightly across the bright pink cover, tracing over the white lettering. Breaking all the rules. How I learned to let go of perfection and found happiness instead. Even seeing the words printed there sends a thrill through me. Writing this book had been an act of love and truly of letting go. It was 3 of the most emotional months of my life, and with every word, I seemed to let go of the old Emma and embrace the new one. The one who wasn't perfect. The one who was beautifully flawed. The one who loved deeply and who lived with abandon. Well, some sort of abandon anyway. Let's be reasonable. I love it, I tell Tyler honestly. I couldn't imagine a better surprise. And it's true. Even though I'd been hoping for a proposal, I'm 100% confident in my relationship with Tyler, and I know it'll come soon enough. When the time is right. "Remember when you inscribed your first book for me?" Tyler asks, fiddling with his napkin. I laugh. How could I forget? Just say no. Famous last words, right? He grins. Well, I inscribed this one for you. You did? I hastily flip open the book to the title page. His familiar handwriting stares up at me. My heart stutters. My legs go weak. My eyes swim as tears start to blur my vision. I trace my fingers over the words on the page, because there's no mistaking them. These words that Tyler's written for me. Just say yes. I look up at Tyler, and suddenly he's on his knee in front of me. My hand flies to my mouth, but he pulls it away, taking it in his own. Emma, I've never met anyone like you in my life. I'm in love with your mind, your heart, your body, your soul, and every other part of you. There's no one else I'd rather take this journey through life with, and you would make me the happiest man in the world if you'd let me love and cherish you and walk beside you forever. Will you be my wife, Emma Holloway? I fall out of my chair and into his arms, my hands roaming over his face and my lips finding his, and somewhere in there, the word yes tumbling out of my mouth 1,000 times. Around us, people in the restaurant are applauding, but I'm lost to everything and everyone except Tyler and this perfect moment. Finally, he stops kissing me long enough to slide the ring onto my finger. It's an absolutely stunning princess-cut diamond with a band of smaller diamonds lined neatly around it. For my princess, he says, sliding it onto my finger. And if you don't like it, you can blame Rory. I giggle. It's absolutely perfect, I tell him. And it is. Just like you. He kisses me one more time, and then we reluctantly take our seats again. I take a long swallow of champagne, but it brings an immediate flush to my skin, and I giggle. Bubbles and adrenaline are coursing through me in equal measure, and I feel half mad. We sit and drink champagne for a while, both just staring and smiling stupidly at each other. I hope I'm not interrupting, a deep voice says. I just wanted to come over and say congratulations. I look up to find an extremely attractive man in a dark suit. His eyes are serious, though his mouth is pressed into something of a smile. Logan, Tyler exclaims, standing to shake his hand. Nice to see you. You too. I'd ask how you're keeping, but the answer's obvious. He smiles at me, though again the smile doesn't quite reach his eyes, which seem sad somehow. Yes, I'd say I'm keeping very well. This is my girlfriend. Oh, hey, fiancé, Emma Holloway. Emma. This is Logan Cartwright, CEO of Cartwright Diamonds. Oh, I shake his hand, surreptitiously glancing down at my diamond ring in the process. Tyler grins. Of course it's a Cartwright diamond. Logan laughs, sort of. Yes, when you called me about getting a ring, I never imagined I'd find myself in the same restaurant when you actually proposed. The least you can let me do now is buy you a bottle of champagne. Oh, that's not necessary. I appreciate the offer, though. How are you doing, Logan? Tyler's eyes are as serious as his friend's. I'm fine, thank you. He pauses. Work is keeping me busy, though if you know of anyone needing an assistant job, please send them my way. He rolls his eyes. 10 in the last year. That has to be some kind of record. My ears perk up, and I think of Blake. I'm about to say something when Tyler covers my hand with his. Emma, I never told you this, but it was actually Logan who recommended Darkly to me. I took Emma there on one of our first dates. Ah, yes. Logan smiles. I remember that place. Very interesting. Bit of a sham, I found out later. Oh? Tyler raises his eyebrows. What do you mean? Logan shakes his head. That whole bit about all the servers being legally blind so they're used to navigating without sight. Load of crap. They've all got on night vision goggles. They can see everything. That's how they know when to bring you your next course. He shrugs. Anyway, I won't keep you two any longer. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and congratulations again. As soon as he leaves, I look in horror at Tyler. My eyes are as wide as dinner plates, and Tyler's are just as big. The implications of what Logan just said. That night we went to Darkly. When I had let Tyler, I blanch. Tyler reaches for my hand. Oh God, Emma, I'm so sorry. If I'd known. But then I'm doubling over into giggles, laughing so hard that tears are streaming down my face. Then Tyler's laughing too. A deep barking laugh straight from his chest. Everyone is staring at us again, but I find that these days, I don't care at all. Let them stare. I have Tyler, and Tyler has me. Everything else is just details.
This concludes The Rule Breaker by Kat Carmine. Narrated by Kendall Taylor and Rock Engel. Copyright 2018 by Kat Carmine. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kat Carmine and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.